Chapter 446. Thales furrowed his eyebrows and stared at Barney Jr. After a while he nodded. Nalji looked at Thales, then at the vanguard. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end he did not. About your question just now. Thales coughed softly amidst the indescribable awkwardness. The person who taught me the sword was Jines Bachkovic, the king's lover. At that moment, Barney Jr.'s expression changed drastically. Thales noticed it. Hey, isn't it that B** starred from Western City Police Station? Nalji slapped his head. His eyes lit up and he blurted out. But when he saw Barney Jr.'s expression, he shuddered and immediately changed his words. Cough, cough, cough. Oh, so it's the famous, talented, and good-looking police officer of limited time. Nalji suddenly became serious. Thales was puzzled when he saw their expressions. Nalji tugged at the collar that did not exist. Nothing, Your Highness. I was thinking, Vanguard Barney, what he meant just now was, even if it's the same set of swordsmanship, there are different styles, different understandings, and different habits. This is very normal. Nalji patted his chest in a magnanimous manner. He ignored Barney's increasingly unpleasant expression and spoke to himself. Even if it's the Northland military sword style, we cannot be satisfied with a single style. We must be good at discovering the advantages and continuously innovate. Even if the new style does not seem to be very effective for the time being, it is still valuable. For example, Madame Jines' attempt to strengthen our defense is very inspiring. Hey, wait a minute. But before he could finish, Barney Jr. grabbed his ear with an unpleasant expression and dragged him back to the battlefield. Brother? Quill. Barney Jr.? Vanguard Barney, Your Excellency Vanguard, Sir Commander, listen to me. Cut the crap and get to work. Barney Jr. said angrily. Thales was left alone to stare at their backs in a daze. As the cries for murder grew fewer and fewer, Quick Rope walked forward slowly. He stared at the prisoners of the Royal Guards with a complicated expression. They're very powerful. Quick Rope's words brought Thales back to reality. They aren't any weaker than the White Blade Guards. Thales took a deep breath and pulled his thoughts back to the important matter at hand. He stared at the disaster swords, who were forced to retreat in defeat. He nodded. Yes. Have you thought it through? Quick Rope sighed. What should we tell them? Thales shook his head. He knew what Quick Rope wanted to ask, but he did not know the answer. Quick Rope was silent for a while before he laughed. Really? Quick Rope sneered. If I had known this would happen. Why couldn't you hide just now? Why did you have to jump out yourself? Thales was silent for a moment. He snorted and shook the key in his hand. Then your method is very brilliant. Distract the pursuers and then die in their hands? Quick Rope was stunned for a moment, and he seemed to be puzzled. Died in? Who said I'm going to die in? The next second, he raised his hands and looked at Thales in disbelief. Wait, do you really think that I'm going to sacrifice myself to protect you? Thales felt like he was about to choke. What? But you're clearly unafraid of death and ready to fight to the end. Quick Rope frowned. Treating death as nothing. Have you read too many night novels? Thales opened his mouth and stared at him in a daze. Ha. Oh, it's a big misunderstanding. Quick Rope understood something. He blinked and raised the corners of his lips in surprise. I was signaling Dean with my eyes, asking him to cooperate and knock me out. Thales was stunned. Signaling? Cooperate? So, he asked tentatively. Quick Rope pointed at Dean, who was in the crowd in the distance. He did not know whether to laugh or cry, and he had a look that said, Are you stupid? That's right, I got in touch with Dean and prepared to put on a show. Until you jumped out. Thales stared at him in a daze. What? What did he say? Thales stared into the distance in a daze and met Dean's gaze, who was staring at him with hatred and gritted teeth. You. Dean's expression was fierce. At that moment Thales, who had been a little touched, understood what was going on, and he froze on the spot. Quick Rope shrugged with an innocent look on his face. As he stared at Quick Rope, who was completely unaware, the prince felt a little embarrassed. *T. I think. Did I do something unnecessary again? Thales averted his gaze awkwardly, and a faint sense of shame surged in his heart. He tried hard to cast aside his shameful anger and thought seriously. Speaking of which, there is another very important thing. I wonder what the weather is like today. But at that moment, hey! Quick Rope snorted softly and turned his head. Still thank you. Even though I won't die. I won't be happy if I fall into the hands of the secret room. Thales exhaled deeply. He could not hide his embarrassment. Is that so? Yes, it seems like it's a sunny day today. Quick Rope sighed softly. His eyes sparkled, and countless emotions surged in his eyes. Maybe we were wrong. Thales raised his eyebrows slightly and snapped out of his daze. Quick Rope crossed his arms and looked at him quietly. He said softly, I was thinking about the myths about the calamities from King Raikuru and the others. Maybe they were wrong. Thales was stunned. He turned around and stared at Quick Rope blankly. Quick Rope watched the fight in front of him and shook his head. Last night, you didn't attack Dean without hesitation, and you didn't attack me either. Thales' heart tensed. You racked your brains just to save someone you don't even know, like Marina, from Stake's hands. Quick Rope sighed deeply. What kind of cruel, bloodthirsty, crazy, and evil existence would do such a thing? Thales fell silent. He suddenly remembered that night in Dragon Cloud City, and that night with Asda and Giza. He remembered the feeling that he was no longer himself when he evolved uncontrollably and knocked on the door. He remembered the calm and rational self he had when he lost control. But before he could finish, Quick Rope interrupted him again. If you ask me what my greatest growth over the years is, Thales. Quick Rope tapped his forehead, and he seemed to be sentimental. That is to understand the world through my own eyes, not my ears. Thales fell silent. That's it? Quick Rope raised his eyebrows. That's it. He raised the crossbow of time in his hand and scrutinized it for a few seconds before he slowly put it down. Quick Rope sighed softly. To hell with the myths. To hell with the calamities. Quick Rope raised his arm and punched Thales in the chest. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Thales felt a tightness in his chest, and he bent over in pain. You are Thales and I am Quick Rope. I saved your life once, and you also saved me once. Quick Rope smiled stiffly. And now we are even. He laughed out loud as he looked at the disheveled Thales. Thales, who had difficulty breathing, finally managed to catch his breath. He raised his head in pain and looked at Quick Rope, gritting his teeth. Even my foot. Stake killed me once, and just now he did it again. I saved you twice and it's 2-1. You still owe me one. Who taught this guy how to count? Nicholas? Quick Rope's expression instantly turned cold. He put his arm around Thales' shoulders, gritted his teeth and whispered, By the way, stay away from her. Stay away from her. I'm serious. Thales' face froze. At this moment. Hey you two, are you done with your mushy words of love? Thales and Quick Rope were shocked, and they subconsciously looked up. The battlefield had long since quieted down. The 7 prisoners seemed to have easily wiped out more than 10 disaster swords in the mess on the ground. Their gazes were filled with curiosity as they stared at Thales and Roland. Thales and Quick Rope subconsciously let go of each other, and smiled at the same time. Only then did the prisoners return to normal. They cleaned up the battlefield with different expressions on their faces. Cannon was still hiding in the corner and shivering. He talked to himself from time to time. Belden, on the other hand, did not say anything. He just quietly wiped his weapon with a cold expression. But the others were not so quiet. Don't move, Bruley, or else I can't bandage your wound. Hey, I said don't move, I didn't touch that area. Even if I did, I didn't do it on purpose. This was Nalji who was bandaging the wound on his but for the grimacing Bruley, but the two of them looked like they were engaged in a fierce brawl. Come here, come here. Distribute the supplies and weapons? Or do you really want to fight in your underwear? The second logistics officer, Nair, rummaged through the corpses on the ground. He dutifully threw the weapons and equipment that fit him and his hands to his companions while he said hatefully, They're not that good, but their equipment is pretty good. Hey Tardin, why did you eat them? Don't you know that you have to hand over the seized items? This is great. Tardin sat on the ground in a daze. He grabbed an enemy's water skin and tore at the dry food he found somewhere. He laughed madly. We're out, we're out. We don't have to F***ck the wall anymore. As the person with the highest status, Vanguard Barney Jr. had his arms crossed over his chest. He looked at Thales with a frown, as if he was thinking about what to do next. In this strange and chaotic atmosphere, Thales and Quick Rope looked at each other, and saw the wariness in each other's eyes. This group of former royal guards killed people the moment they got out of prison. By the looks of it, they are as dangerous as the former members of the royal guards. Are they reliable? Most importantly, what's the next step? What did you say when you let them out? Thales avoided Barney Jr.'s gaze, lowered his head, and quietly bit Quick Rope's ear. What else could I say? Quick Rope's face was filled with anxiety. He whispered. Of course the attendant, Casso, asked them for help for the prince who was in danger. By the way, that crazy laughing man even tiptoed and touched my head. He said, Wow, Waya, you're so tall now. How are your parents? So I could only chuckle. Thales did not finish listening to the second half of his sentence, because in the next second, all the royal guards in the area fell silent, as if a cold wave had suddenly swept over them. Cannon no longer trembled. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth. Tardin spat out the dry food in his mouth, and touched the swords beside him. Bruley let out an uneasy growl. Nalji threw away the bandage in his hand. Nair coldly distributed the last piece of leather armor to Belden. The latter narrowed his eyes and exuded a murderous aura. Barney Jr.'s expression did not change. He gently picked up a torch from the ground. All of them stopped what they were doing and stood up in tacit agreement. Their gazes were solemn as they faced one direction. It was the stone steps. The stone steps in Black Prison. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk the sound of heavy footsteps rose slowly. Every step felt like they were stepping on people's hearts. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk finally. A figure they had not seen for a long time appeared at the top of the stairs. He entered the area illuminated by the fire. When they saw the person clearly, Thales and Quick Rope looked at each other, and sucked in a sharp breath in their hearts. The breathing of the former royal guards quickened in unison. The person carried a heavy object and stood in front of the fire. He faced the crowd. There was silence. The person slowly turned his gaze, and swept his gaze over the unkempt group in front of him. He spoke softly. Chief Vanguard Barney. Chief Penal Officer Belden. Second Logistics Officer Nair. No matter how many years had passed and how many changes he had gone through, he could still recognize everyone as if they were his family treasures. It was as if he was examining a weapon that belonged solely to him. Barney's face was tense, Belden's expression was complicated, and Nair's was filled with hostility. Cannon Tardin Bruley. Oh, and you Nalji the Idler? The person called out the names one by one. His tone was calm, but there was an oppressive force that made people hold their breaths for no apparent reason. Thales swore that he heard it clearly. Nalji subconsciously gulped. It was very strange. The prisoners of the royal guards did not speak at that moment. They only watched the person nervously. It was as if they were animals who had seen their natural enemy. The person smiled and threw the heavy object on his shoulder to the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales and Quick Rope's pupils shrank. It was a corpse. The real leader of Dante's great sword, the hidden spy of the secret room, the mercenary Dean, was lying on the ground, covered in blood. Under the light of the fire, his lifeless eyes were wide open, and his non-breathing mouth and nose were open. He stared at the empty ceiling. He did not move. His face was filled with the shock of death. All of you missed one. The person grinned and shook his head, revealing the brand of sin on his forehead. He extended his hand and gestured at the corpse on the ground. You're welcome. His tone was gentle. It was like the most ordinary greeting. Everyone frowned. And then, the former watchman of the royal guards, Knight of Judgment Zacriel, revealed a gentle smile. His gaze pierced through the crowd and went straight to Thales, whose mind was in turmoil. Chapter 447. At that moment, Thales smelled the thick stench of blood with a heavy heart. A strange scene was reflected in his pupils. In the dark and gloomy Black Prison, the cold corpses of the mercenaries were spread all over the floor between the two walls. The blood around them was warm, and it almost formed a puddle. under the stingy and trembling torches. The scene before him gave off a strange feeling that was a mixture of red and gray. With Barney Jr. in the lead, 7 ragged but tall men stood tall on the floor. They were like stubborn reefs that parted the red and black waves. They looked at the other side of the tunnel, without saying a word. There, the Knight of Judgment faced them quietly. His eyes reflected the light from the fire, and the brand on his forehead was faintly discernible. In the narrow black prison, his body was like a towering mountain at the end of the horizon. His presence was imposing, awe-inspiring, and dignified. But he could not touch him. Zachriel's gaze swept across the area slowly. He did not point at anyone in particular, but everyone in his line of sight tensed up. They felt as if he was sizing them up, and they subconsciously tensed up. They were like soldiers undergoing inspection. But their expressions became even more solemn. It was as if darkness had truly arrived in Black Prison at that moment. Thales became even more nervous. He wanted to speak a few times to interrupt Zachriel, but he was forced into silence by the current atmosphere. Countless ideas flashed through his mind, but none of them were suitable for the current situation. Thales could only ignore the meaningful glances Quick Rope gave him, and try to force himself to calm down. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to carry out the punishment. As he watched his former colleagues tense up, Zachriel chuckled. There was a hint of sadness in his voice, which was as dull as ever. I will never do it again. Carry out the punishment. Once he said that, the 7 prisoners who also had brands on their faces seemed to have their memories stirred up. The sturdy Bruley let out a low snort. Tardin looked at the ground and twitched the corners of his lips. The others did the same. Their postures relaxed, and their nervous expressions softened a little. Only Barney Jr. remained like a rock that stood proudly in the cold wind. He stared at Zachriel coldly. The silence lasted for a few seconds. A few figures swayed continuously under the firelight. Thales and Quick Rope exchanged a worried glance. What's going on? He knew that they knew Zachriel, and he was worried that they might work together to harm him. But why are they in this state when we meet? More importantly, what was he going to do? The strange atmosphere made Thales even more anxious. Then the former penal officer Belden sighed and broke the ice. It has been a long time. He stared at Zachriel with a slightly bitter expression. Sir. When he heard this form of address, Zachriel sucked in a deep breath. He paused for a second before he looked at Belden, who had a complicated expression on his face. Yes, Zachriel said hoarsely. It's been a while. Lieutenant Belletti. Zachriel stared at the figure, who was very different from how he was a decade ago. Belden was an inconspicuous person among the elite royal guards. He had always been quiet and stubborn, but the old captain had his eyes set on this point. In this era where people's hearts wavered, they needed an experienced and steady penal officer more than anyone else. He still remembered that a long time ago, when he handed over the badge that represented the penal officer, Belden's hands were trembling and cold. But Zachriel only immersed himself in the past for a few seconds before he pulled himself out of the sentimental state of meeting an old friend. He looked past the crowd and nodded slightly at the young prince behind the 7 people. Your Highness Thales. His tone was respectful, but there was frost in his voice. When they heard Zachriel's strange attitude, the 7 prisoners exchanged glances. Thales thought that this moment would come sooner or later. He ignored Quick Rope's shake of his head, braced himself, and took a step forward. Where is he? The prince stared at Zachriel's long and thin face. He tried hard to forget the man's deadly presence just now. He first asked the person he cared about the most. What did you do to him? Thales looked at the Knight of Judgment worriedly. He noticed that there were not many wounds on the man's body. But fortunately, Zachriel held a battle axe in his hand, and not the gray shortsword he was all too familiar with. Him? Barney Jr. cast a glance at Cannon, but the royal guard who was in charge of scouting only shook his head slowly. Zachriel was silent for a few seconds. His eyes sparkled. He's fine, I assure you. He just needs some time to recover. Thales breathed a sigh of relief without anyone noticing. But it was too early for him to be happy. Soon, the Knight of Judgment's mountain-like body pressed forward slowly. As he spoke more sternly, he closed in on the prince. But we. Zachriel's words rose along with his footsteps. Asterisk thud, thud thud. Asterisk every step he took sounded like a terrifying war drum. As the number of steps he took increased, the killing intent within him grew stronger. We should go. Your Highness. Time to go. At that moment, Thale's face turned pale. His heart, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. Barney Jr. looked at Zachriel, then at Thales behind him. He furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Asterisk thud thud thud. Asterisk Zachriel moved forward step by step. The blade of the axe in his hand was illuminated by the light from the fire. His gaze sharpened again, and he stared at Thales intently. It was as if he could no longer see anyone else. Thales clenched his teeth and subconsciously held the hilt of his sword. But in the next second, two sturdy and strong figures moved at the same time, and they suddenly joined the strange confrontation. The light from the fire flickered. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Zachriel's figure froze. His heavy footsteps, which could destroy mountains, stopped on the spot. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the obstacles before him. Thale's eyebrows twitched. It was Belden and Bruley. One of them was sturdy, and the other was strong. They were like huge rocks that blocked the Night of Judgment's path. Their gazes shone, and their expressions were calm. They showed no signs of backing down. Zachriel's eyes slowly focused. He glanced at the axe and mace in Belden and Bruley's hands, and looked at the man behind them. It was Barney Jr., who was as still as a statue. Is this how you welcome your old colleague and senior officer? Zachriel stared at the expressionless Barney Jr. and tilted his head. No hugs. His tone was joking, but he did not sound relaxed at all. Thales noticed that at that moment, the 7 prisoners had stern expressions on their faces, as if they wanted to reject him. What's going on? Do they have a grudge against each other? Unexpectedly at that moment, Quick Rope, who was beside him, patted his shoulder and secretly gave him a smug thumbs up. This made Thales even more puzzled. But Barney Jr. soon answered his question. I don't know how you came out, Watchman. Barney's voice was as calm as ever. His head was slightly lowered, and his pupils were raised above his eyelids. He stared at the Night of Judgment, who had an awe-inspiring presence, in a chilling manner. He flicked his head behind him. But the one beside the prince, Attendant Wyacasso, told us bad news when he let us out. Barney Jr. said coldly, It's about you going insane and chasing after the prince with Shadow Shield. The moment he said this, Zachriel furrowed his eyebrows. The 7 prisoners, on the other hand, did not lose their vigilance. They pursed their lips and exchanged looks. What? Insane? Chasing after the prince? In his surprise, Thales gave Quick Rope an inquiring look. The latter winked proudly and curled up one side of his lips. Thales could not care about anything else. He quickly lowered his head and whispered to Quick Rope. What did you tell them about Zachriel? Quick Rope looked like he wanted to take credit, but pretended to be reserved. He glanced at Thales absent-mindedly and chuckled. Of course. But he immediately noticed that the talkative Nalji was staring at them with a burning gaze. This made Quick Rope stop talking, and he subconsciously put away his playful expression. Quick Rope puffed out his chest in an awe-inspiring manner, and raised his voice so that everyone could hear him. Of course I told them the truth. Thales felt a headache coming on as he watched Quick Rope's loyal face. He watched the latter stare at Zachriel in the distance with indignation. Thales clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. How can the noble Jadestar bloodline be buried in the filthy hands of a lunatic? Quick Rope's righteous shout echoed in the small tunnel. And Nalji? The corners of Thales' lips twitched. Even the nervousness in his heart at that moment faded away. Nalji, who was staring at them, stopped looking at them as if he was looking at an idiot. He looked at Barney Jr. with a strange expression, as if he was asking for his opinion. But Barney Jr. did not say a word. He only stared at Zachriel. Zachriel also did not move in front of them. He stared back at Barney Jr. from the distance. Quick Rope's echoes disappeared into the air. The confrontation between Zachriel and the 7 people continued. The desolate and suffocating atmosphere in Black Prison returned. After a while, when Thales felt so uncomfortable in the suffocating atmosphere that he wanted to interrupt, Barney Jr., who had the highest status among the 7, finally spoke. Watchman, you are not crazy, are you? His gaze was calm, and his tone was indifferent. He addressed Zacriel by his former position. At least I am not that crazy. When he heard the man's words, which contained a profound meaning, Zacriel was silent for a while before he spoke airily. That depends on the definition of crazy. He stared at Thales, but he seemed to have seen something else. His gaze was unfocused. The 7 prisoners frowned almost at the same time. Thales felt that he could not remain silent any longer. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before his secret was exposed. So he cleared his throat. Everyone, please listen to me. However, before he could finish his sentence, Barney Jr. suddenly spoke. I do not mean to be disrespectful to you, Your Highness, whom we do not know. His voice was cold, and he rudely interrupted the Prince of Constellation. But please do not open your mouth, lest we deepen the misunderstanding. Thales was rendered speechless by the interruption. He stared at Barney Jr., who turned his head sideways to look at him. He felt that the latter's gaze was a little scary. Misunderstand? Thales was stunned. Barney Jr. snorted coldly. Yes. Barney Jr. pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword and turned his gaze to the other side. He stared at the equally puzzled Quick Rope, who could not help but shudder. For example, the so-called attendant Casso beside you, who impersonates others, lies, and only wants to sow discord between us and Zacriel. His words echoed in the dungeon. They were hollow and piercing. Thales took a few seconds to digest these words. Impersonates others. Full of lies. Sow discord. The so-called Casso. Wait, does that mean? Thales turned his gaze away in a daze. As expected, Quick Rope was dumbfounded. He could not believe it. He stared blankly at Barney Jr., whose eyes were as sharp as knives. The man's gaze was very cold, as if it could pierce through everything. At that moment, Quick Rope felt a chill run down his spine. No way. Hey Thales. Quick Rope flashed an ugly smile. He tugged at the corner of the prince's shirt awkwardly, whispered, and slowly retreated. I think we should leave for a while so that they can catch up in private. However, the moment Quick Rope turned around, the other 2 people appeared behind the rookie mercenary like shadows and blocked his path of retreat. That was not all. At some point in time, Tardin, Nalji, Cannon, and Nair surrounded Thales and Quick Rope from 4 directions. 2 of them were in front, and the other 2 were behind. They had more people than the number of people who intercepted Zacriel. The 4 of them sized up Quick Rope, whose smile was even uglier than his crying face, with vigilant and scrutinizing gazes. The sudden incident caused Thales to be unable to help but be thrown into disarray. How? Please stay where you are. Do not act rashly, Attendant Casso. Tardin held a knife in one hand and a sword in the other. There was a mocking tone in his voice as he looked at Quick Rope, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. By the way, Waya. Tardin shook his head in contempt. His gaze was hostile. Your mother, Viscountess Gilbert Casso, is my sister. What? Quick Rope's eyelids immediately twitched and his heart sank. She died 18 years ago, and it was precisely because she protected her young son during the turmoil in Eternal Star City. Tardin's gaze flickered slightly. He slowly raised the weapon in his hand, and Quick Rope was so frightened that he took a step back. That is you, Waya Casso, my dear nephew. Nephew. Quick Rope's face became even paler and more unpleasant. Even Thales was stunned. Tardin is Waya's uncle? Obviously your mother is not as healthy as you said, and she is definitely not he. Tardin stared coldly at his nephew. Also, liar, next time, remember to change your Camian accent. Constellations do not speak like this. The moment he finished speaking, the 7 prisoners stared at him in an extremely hostile manner. At that moment, Quick Rope's smile completely froze. As he endured the scrutinizing gazes of the prisoners and was exposed, he cast an innocent and awkward look at Thales, asking for help. Are we going to be unlucky? But even Thales could only sigh silently in his heart. He wanted to slap himself on the head, or Quick Rope's face. This bastard who thinks he's smart. *T. Thales sensed the 7 men's doubtful and unfamiliar gazes again, and he instantly felt a great deal of pressure. Just now, the unfriendly atmosphere between the 7 men and Zacriel had made him feel slightly lucky. But now, after Quick Rope was exposed, he had lost the trust of the 7 men, and he had fallen back into the most dangerous situation possible. On the other side, Zacriel watched Thales, who was surrounded from afar. He did not say a word. Barney Jr. snorted softly and shifted the topic of the conversation back to the opposite side. As you can see, Zacriel, everything that happened today is full of suspicious points. Barney Jr. gestured with his chin. For example, this strange and mysterious prince, his attendant who is full of lies, and you, who are behaving abnormally now. His words brought everyone's attention back to the present. We believe in you, Zacriel. You never do meaningless, crazy things. Barney Jr. glanced at Thales and said softly, "So what is the reason why this so-called prince must die? Why did you target him the moment you were released from prison? Why did you target the last bloodline of the royal family? Is that why you targeted him? The last bloodline of the royal family, the moment you were released from prison? The reason why he must die?" He seemed to be immersed in his own thoughts as he muttered and repeated. At that moment, Thales' face turned pale with rage, and his heart was filled with bitterness. At that moment, Thales' face was livid, and his heart was filled with bitterness. The reason why he must die. The reason why he must die. Even Quick Rope realized that they seemed to be facing imminent disaster. The 7 prisoners stood quietly in their spots. 2 of them stood in front of the Night of Judgment, for surrounded the prince and Quick Rope, and Barney Jr. stood in the middle, waiting for Zacriel's answer with a composed expression. Zacriel snapped out of his daze and glanced at Thales again. The meaning behind his gaze was indescribable. Thales' heart was gloomy. With a sorrowful expression, he watched Zacriel clench the battle axe in his hand. The wrinkles on his face rose and fell. But something unexpected happened. Zacriel shook his head impatiently and uttered a few words in a nonchalant manner. "I'll explain it later." Thales' heavy heart instantly froze. The moment he finished speaking, Zacriel stepped forward without hesitation. He walked towards Thales. The 7 people waiting for his answer, including Thales, were shocked. "Explain it later?" Barney Jr. frowned. Belden and Bruley looked at each other. They saw surprise and puzzlement in each other's eyes. But in the next second, the 2 former members of the Royal Guards moved at the same time and raised their weapons. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the cold blades sliced through the air and stopped in midair. Their movements were smooth and clean. They were only an inch away from the Night of Judgment. He had no choice but to stop walking towards the prince. "I'm afraid that I would prefer you to explain it now, Zacriel." Barney Jr. stared at him sternly. "We have been in prison for so many years, and we are a little clumsy. But if we want to spar, which we haven't had for a long time, it is not a problem." The situation in the field became tense again. Zacriel did not even look at the weapons in front of him. He only lowered his head, took a deep breath, and curled up the corners of his lips. "Ah, cool Barney Jr. He's still that stubborn person. He's still that paranoid person." In front of the Night of Judgment, Belden's gaze was gloomy and calm. Bruley's expression fluctuated, and his eyebrows rose and fell. "If I explain it clearly," Zacriel looked away and sighed. "Will all of you help me?" His words made Thales tremble in fear. He looked around, but to his anguish, he found that the royal guards had never relaxed in their protection and surveillance of the prisoners. Zacriel swept his gaze over each of his former colleagues, and continued to speak in a hoarse voice. "Even if this means pointing your sword at the blood descendants of the Jadestar royal family?" His voice was like a sharp blade, and it was incredibly piercing. When he said this, the former royal guards' breathing became disorderly, and they frowned. Belden subconsciously turned to look at Barney Jr. As expected, only Barney Jr. remained calm among the 7. He answered him in an unusually calm manner. "That depends on how you explain it. Everything happens for a reason." During the tense confrontation, Zacriel fell silent. "Yes," he said dejectedly. "Everything happens for a reason." Seeing him like this, Thales could not help but remember the Night of Judgment who went berserk in prison, and spoke to the other world. When he saw that Zacriel was showing signs of compromising, Barney Jr. nodded slowly. Under his signal, Belden and Bruley put down their weapons and waited for Zacriel's response. This made Thales even more nervous. That's right. Zacriel only needs to explain his identity as a mystic to them. He was a highly respected person among the royal guards. As long as he gave a slight explanation, they would have no reason to help him. And these constellations who were born as nobles, their attitude towards the legendary calamities in the Battle of Eradication. Thales closed his eyes. The more he thought about it, the heavier his mood became. He even began to think of a way to break out of the encirclement by force. But what about quick rope? Should I try using mystic energy? I'm sorry you had to see this, Your Highness. Zacriel's sudden voice interrupted Thales' thoughts. Thales opened his eyes and was surprised to see that the Knight of Judgment, who was filled with murderous intent and wanted to kill him not long ago, was now standing in the distance. He was staring at the Prince of Constellation with a gaze that Thales could not understand. This is due to my incompetence and incompetence. Zacriel's face was filled with sorrow and pain, but he still flashed an ugly smile that was covered in wrinkles. It complemented the ferocious brand on his forehead. But don't worry, it will be over soon. He nodded slightly. His tone was gentle, as if he was comforting a dejected child. Everything will be fine. It will be. As Zacriel spoke, he lowered his head slightly. Thales was completely stunned. He is caught in his other world again? The 7 people who were confronting each other looked at each other. When Barney Jr. saw Zacriel like this, he seemed to become more and more impatient. Zacriel, the watchman. He spoke again. This time, Barney Jr.'s tone was not as polite as before. It sounded stiff and unpleasant to the ears. Answer my question. Is there anything we need to know about this prince? Barney Jr.'s words were very cold, and sounded more like a threat. Thales gritted his teeth. Even Quick Rope, who was beside him, tightened his grip on his crossbow in fear. 1 second. 2 seconds. In the small tunnel, the light from the torches waned, and figures could be seen everywhere. Finally, Zacriel raised his head slowly. He flashed a cold smile and uttered the word that surprised everyone. No. The Knight of Judgment swept his gaze over everyone in front of him coldly. You have nothing to know, Chief Vanguard Barney. You only need to know that I have to do this. That is enough. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Thales himself was the one who was the most shocked. Why? Thales blinked. He wanted to kill me, didn't he? Because I'm a mystic. He only needed to say this reason. But why? Why did he keep my secret? Isn't it better to explain the truth, and use righteousness to convince them to target me instead? Thales stared at him blankly. He could not understand it. Why is this person so strange? Zacriel. Finally, Barney Jr. could not hold back anymore. He shouted angrily. Don't force me. Barney's roar echoed in the area, but in response Zacriel chuckled softly. Force you? I know. I have been a penal officer for a long time, and I have offended many people. His gaze swept past Belden and Bruley, who were frowning and their weapons. But has my popularity deteriorated to this extent? He sounded like he was joking, but also like he was mocking them. Including you, Barney. Why? Are you still jealous that I snatched the position of watchman? At that moment, Thales saw Barney Jr. clench his fists with a pale face. Behind him, Nalji sighed softly, and Tardan shook his head secretly. This is bad. When he saw that the situation was bad, Belden exhaled and spoke through gritted teeth. It is precisely because you are popular, commanding officer. Belden still insisted on addressing Zacriel respectfully. That is why we cannot believe it. His expression was tense, as if he had something he could not say. He spoke through gritted teeth. That is the Jadestar bloodline, commanding officer. It is an existence we once swore to protect. Belden pointed at Thales and spoke in a suppressed voice. Why did you do this? When he heard his former subordinate's question, the originally smiling Zacriel's expression slowly turned cold. The Jadestar bloodline, an existence he once swore to protect. He paused for a few seconds, and the ghost of a smile appeared on his face. Because this is my mission. Zacriel spoke softly. His voice was gentle and calm. It was as if he was saying good night before bed. Enough, Zacriel. Barney Jr.'s angry shout interrupted Belden, who was about to speak again. I am not in the mood to beat around the bush with you. When he heard Barney Jr.'s angry rebuke, Zacriel did not react. Instead, he snorted softly, as if he was sleepwalking, and nodded. This made Barney Jr. even more resentful. I don't know what you are hiding, but if you think that you can brush it off by being vague. The atmosphere began to change. But as he listened to them arguing about his secret, Thales, who was the center of the conversation, suddenly had a feeling. No, they are not talking about me. At least, it's not just me. When he saw that the conflict was becoming more intense, Nalji, who stood at the back, coughed violently. Barney? Chief Zacriel? He extended a hand to both sides, forced a smile, and tried his best to ease the conflict. If you ask me, we should all calm down. But Nalji misjudged the situation. In the next second, Thales felt his hair stand on end, and a figure flashed before his eyes. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the wind howled, and the light from the fire trembled. No, Barney Jr. roared in exasperation. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales tried his best to open his eyes. But the next scene he saw was Belden and Bruley. The two strong warriors grunted and fell to the sides under the heavy blows until they crashed into the wall. And the opponent who knocked them down, Zacriel, who had been calm and composed just now, had long since turned into the Knight of Judgment with a fierce expression and murderous intent. He broke through the two people in an instant, and with an aggressive momentum, he charged forward like he could destroy mountains. Chapter 448. Flames flickered and shadows moved. Zacriel's ambush brought with it a strong gust of wind, and it was accompanied by Barney Jr.'s shocked and angry shouts. Just when Thales' hair stood on end, and he was prepared to grit his teeth and face the attack, the former royal guards reacted unexpectedly quickly. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Asterisk the blade of the axe flashed, and the hammer sliced through the air. Both of them chased after Zacriel from behind. The Knight of Judgment heard the sound of the wind to his left and right behind him, and he could not help but sigh. It was Belden and Bruley. They were not knocked down by Zacriel's sudden attack. On the contrary, Belden used the recoil from the wall to charge forward, and Bruley roared as he took a firm step forward. The two of them adjusted their balance within 0.1 seconds, and before Zacriel could move past them, they jumped up and launched a counterattack. Zacriel was forced to stop moving forward. The Knight of Judgment's attacks were fierce and efficient, from Shadow Shield to Disaster Swords. Whenever he attacked, he would definitely be able to kill. It was difficult for him to meet someone who could last one round against him. Speaking of which, this was the first time Thales saw someone who could withstand the pressure with ease and quickly organize a counterattack under his attack. As he thought about it, Belden's axe was fierce and unyielding, and it brought with it a presence that could tear through everything. Bruley's strong body charged forward with an aggressive momentum, and he pressed down on Zacriel at the same time as his ferocious hammer. Thales remembered that these two were the ones who stood in front of the battlefield just now. One of them broke through the formation, and the other ruthlessly killed the Disaster Swords. As expected of my old comrade, they're really difficult to deal with. With that thought in mind, Zacriel spun around, as if he had eyes on his back. He avoided Belden's axe, and first moved to Bruley, who was behind him to his right. Asterisk clang. Asterisk with a soft sound. The battle axe in the Knight of Judgment's right hand spun in an amazing arc in his palm. It accurately jammed Bruley's hammer from the side. Bruley furrowed his eyebrows tightly. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk just as he expected, with the sound of the wind, Zacriel closed in on him as if he was dancing face to face. He nimbly and cunningly moved past Bruley's heavy hammer, and perfectly brushed past Zacriel's aggressive body. He brushed past the imposing Bruley by a hair's breadth. They were like two gears in a clock that moved at each other, but only intersected at one point. Oh no! That was Bruley's next thought as he stared at Zacriel's expressionless face. In the next second, Bruley felt a strange force coming from his opponent's axe blade, pulling him in an uncontrollable direction. Bree was about to clench his teeth and resist when he suddenly felt a shock in his knee. Boom. Bruley immediately realized in shock that his weight-bearing leg was hit by Zacriel's sudden kick, and he lost his balance. In less than a second, all his attacks had missed. He had lost his balance in his lower body, and he could not control where he was going. All that was left of him was his sturdy body, and he was now a big sandbag in the air that Zacriel could do whatever he wanted. Thales recognized the tripping kick. Just now, he was defeated by Zacriel with the same move and narrowly escaped death. No. At that moment, Bree, who had lost her balance, understood something. Zacriel's target was not him, but, in the next moment, when he missed his attack, Belden caught up to him from the side and felt his skin crawl. He saw Bruley's bear-like figure flying towards him. *T. Right when this thought flashed in his mind, he subconsciously swung his axe horizontally to support Bruley's back. Under the tremendous weight and impact, he took a few laborious steps backwards to stabilize his body. At that moment, Belden looked over Bruley's shoulder and saw Zacriel's cold and merciless gaze. "Damn it, commanding officer." Belden felt a chill run down his spine. But before he could react, the axe handle instantly shot out from under Bruley's armpit like a venomous snake hissing. It flashed like lightning and was as swift as thunder. Boom. The surging force gathered at the end of the axe handle, and it hit Belden's left shoulder. Ugh. Belden's body swayed, and he grunted in pain. The tough man who dared to fight back against the disaster swords could no longer hold on. His limbs went limp at the same time, and he fell on his back like a landslide. He rolled on the ground with Bruley. Zacriel skillfully pulled out his axe handle. He did not seem to be sweating at all. No. Barney Jr.'s enraged shout was heard at that moment. Thales stared at Belden and Bruley in disbelief. The two men had been showing off their prowess on the battlefield just a minute ago, but after their second exchange with Zacriel, they fell to the ground pathetically, stirring up a cloud of dust. From the moment the two men counterattacked, the Knight of Judgment turned around, and the two men fell to the ground. It had only been slightly more than a second. 1 second to decide the victor. Thales was immersed in hell's senses, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. This time, when he faced Belden and Bruley, who were even more difficult to deal with, Zacriel's agility, his positioning was ingenious, and his attacks were cunning. He was far more agile than when he fought against the Shadow Shield assassins. He fought them with speed, and no one could stop him. He turned, dodged, swung his axe, pulled them back, tripped them, and struck with his hilt. Everything was done in one go. He was like a gentle breeze that blew past him at the perfect moment. He did not need to use any strength to easily defeat the two men's aggressive joint attack. It even made Thales think that he saw Jayla, who moved and dodged, or Ida, who was agile and swift. In Thales' impression, every Supreme Class elite had something they were good at, and they could maximize their advantages in a duel. Yodel's instantaneous kill, the Blood Clan sisters' swift and elusive attacks, Aida's dreamy and swaying movements, the Kingdom's Wrath's invincible charge, the Fortress Flower's impenetrable defense, Nicholas' strange and difficult to distinguish movements, the Fire Knight's powerful attacks that collided with steel, and the Raven of Death's violent attacks that were like thunder in the silent night. But this man. Thales frowned as he stared at Zacriel. He was a bloody lion that attacked swiftly and fiercely just a moment ago, but in the next moment, he turned into a nimble and agile bird that glided across the water. What exactly is he good at? Half a second later, the sound of Zacriel's sleeves fluttering in the wind snapped Thales out of his daze. After he easily broke through the two men's interception, he did not stop moving. He attacked again. Tardin and Nalji, who were in front of him, instantly became nervous. But this time, the moment he took his next step. Ah! On the other side, another figure roared and swung his sword at Zacriel. The enemy was like a sudden avalanche. He appeared strangely in Zacriel's danger perception, bringing with him a piercing cold wind. The Knight of Judgment quickly swept his gaze over his opponent's entire body, and he found 3 flaws in his opponent's ordinary attacks. His left elbow, his lower abdomen, and the 3 spots on his opponent's sword. He just needed to act like he did in the past, act according to the situation, and seize these flaws to counterattack. Whoosh. The wind generated by the sword came charging at him. At that moment, Zacriel subconsciously tensed all his muscles, and his hair stood on end. Strange. His body, which had experienced countless battles, had a strange instinct, and it forcibly restrained his right arm, which had been itching to attack. Know what's going on? Zacriel stared incredulously at his opponent, who was getting closer and closer. He stared at the sword that was pointed straight at his heart. Is it because my movements are slow? Zacriel gritted his teeth. As he stared at his opponent's ordinary moves, he forced himself to take a step forward to face his opponent. The blade of his axe went straight for his opponent's lower abdomen. As long as I force my way in, I can adjust the strength and angle of my opponent's sword, force him to change his posture, and then launch a series of consecutive attacks. In the end, I can... Ding. Just as Zacriel expected, the blade of the axe grazed his opponent's sword. In the next second, Zacriel's nerves jumped again. No, Zacriel felt as if thunder had exploded in his heart. No. When the axe and sword clashed, he sensed the force from his opponent's sword, and he stared at his opponent's cold gaze. He suddenly came to a realization. All his opponent's gaps and flaws are not the key. The key lies in his strongest point. Zacriel watched in astonishment as they fought at close quarters. No matter how I adjust, how I change my moves, and how I cause irreparable damage to him, he will not care. And no matter what, his sword will find a way to pierce my heart. Hiss. The tip of the sword grazed the axe by an inch. I'll die. Zacriel suddenly had this thought, which he had not had for a long time. Aha! In the next moment, the Knight of Judgment let out a shout, which was rare for him. But contrary to his imposing manner, Zacriel instantly withdrew his axe, turned his body sideways, took a step back, cradled his chest, and dodged. Thales watched in astonishment as the Knight of Judgment, who seemed to be invincible, retreated in a somewhat conservative and even pathetic manner. He distanced himself from the seemingly ordinary sword strike. Whoosh. The blade of the axe and the tip of the sword scraped against each other for more than an inch in the air. Then they crossed paths, and the distance between them widened. The person who intercepted Zacriel's attack missed. He lost his balance, fell sideways to the ground, and slid a few meters away. But he did not lose control of his body. Instead, when his shoulder scraped against the ground, he turned his elbow and regained his balance like a carriage that was making a sharp turn. He instantly got up from lying on his side, knelt on one knee, and faced Zacriel again. That was the end of this strange meeting. Thales saw in puzzlement that Zacriel was holding the handle of his axe. His eyes were wide open, and he was actually panting slightly. His opponent stood up quietly and also panted softly. It was as if they had just experienced an unprecedented battle. The surprised Zacriel suddenly raised his hand and touched his forehead. It was cold sweat. The Knight of Judgment was rather surprised. He could not quite react to it. Zacriel froze. He was surprised to find that he was trembling. A few seconds later, Zacriel clenched his fists. The corners of his lips slowly curled up, and he looked up. From the shivers to the hairs on his body, from his heartbeat to his trembling, all the signs on his body reminded the old warrior that there was a threat in front of him. It had only been a few moments since he was released from prison, but the enemies he met, whether it was those so-called mercenaries or Shadow Shield, all of them disappointed him. At best, they were just warm-up fights. Even young Yodel, whom he had not met for a long time, was only good at assassination. But now, Belden Bruley, both of you have regressed. Zacriel sucked in a deep breath. His smile became a little more colorful, and it was filled with a little more life. He looked at Belden and Bruley, who were helping each other to stand up. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. But you... The Knight of Judgment raised his head and stared at the opponent who forced him to retreat with one strike. He stared at the cold gaze of the man. He recalled the feeling he had at that moment just now. At that moment he broke out in cold sweat, was nervous and trembled. I will die. Zacriel joyfully felt the long-awaited excitement, and hot blood slowly surge in his body. The fighting spirit and impulse he had not felt for many years returned to his veins. That's right. This is the feeling of fighting and killing. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. What's going on? Thales was not the only one. At that moment, all the royal guards felt their nerves jump in their daze. The prince noticed that Zacriel's gaze had slowly changed. It was as if the person standing in front of them had changed from a dangerous crocodile lying lazily in the water, waiting for its food, to a hungry cheetah crouching on a tree, eager to hunt. Zachriel's smile grew wider. "You're different now." The Knight of Judgment smiled and looked at the man who got up from the ground. He stared at the brand of sin on the right side of the man's face that stretched from his chin to his right cheek. He recalled the terrifying sword strike he delivered just now. "Your sword is even more lethal than before." The corners of the knight's lips curled up. "Chief Vanguard, Quill Barney Jr., has anyone ever told you that you are probably the one who, over the past half a century in Constellation, used the Northland military sword style that has long since become outdated? The one who used it to perfection?" Across from Zachriel, Barney Jr., who had intercepted him with his sword just now, slowly stood up from the ground. He straightened his shield, and his breathing slowly calmed down. He still stared coldly at Zachriel, who was filled with fighting spirit. "Northland military sword style? That's not all," Barney Jr. said quietly. "You don't know. Zachriel, you don't know." Barney Jr. stared at him from afar, and suddenly remembered the past. When his father told him that he had entered the Watchman's candidate list, that he had a chance to become the next commander of the Royal Guards, and that he would become the leader of the Praetorian Guards whose name would be recorded in history, he remembered how excited and worried he was when he was young. Barney Jr. slowly tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. "You don't know, Zachriel. You don't know. And I asked Prince Horace for this sword style that I practiced when I was young, which is often mocked by Constellations and Southerners, despised by the martial arts faction and the offense and defense faction, which is even more Northland than Northland, and which has been lost even in Extet. And I practiced hard day and night, dismantled every move, learned from the Northlanders, and personally went to the battlefield to experience that feeling. It was to seize the last chance to find out the secret of Northland's martial arts and defeat my greatest competitor. Defeat that genius. Defeat that person whom I had to look up to ever since I joined the team. I chased after him desperately, but I could never touch him. Defeat that person who is better than me in terms of background, achievements and skills. The strongest Imperial Guard. The strongest elite. You don't know, Zachriel. You don't know. How many years has it been? No matter how many people have chased after you, you've always been that arrogant bastard who left everyone else in the dust. You'll only look up at the stars from high above. Even if there are endless waves in front of you, you'll never look behind you. You'll never look down. You'll never look back. Never. Barney Jr. clenched his nails fiercely and used the pain to pull himself back from his memories. For Sunset's sake, Watchman. Barney Jr. calmed himself down. He ignored Zachriel's increasingly undisguised fighting spirit and said softly, "What secret do you have that you can't tell us, your former brothers?" His tone was calm, but there was a hint of desolation in it. It was a stark contrast to his previous aggressiveness. The Royal Guards looked at each other. This caused Zachriel to be slightly stunned. What secret? His vigorous fighting spirit cooled down a little. What exactly do you hold in your hands that you think we don't have the right to know? Barney Jr. walked forward slowly and shielded Thales behind him again. He sighed softly. What is it that you have on you that you have to carry alone? These two sentences dazed Zachriel for a moment. I have to carry. The joy of meeting an opponent slowly faded away. The light from the fire dimmed. Zachriel's gaze became unfocused. His face looked a little desolate. That's right. The Knight of Judgment looked at his battle axe and the blood-stained blade. He listened to Belden and Bruley's panting, and suddenly felt a little dispirited. Even his fighting spirit and desire just now seemed so ridiculous. That's right. So many years, so many things have happened. I'm no longer that high-spirited and confident. The Knight of Judgment. Zachriel lowered his axe gently, sighed, and flashed a faint smile. Quill Barney, why are you so stubborn? Zachriel swept his gaze over every one of his former colleagues. At that moment, it was as if he had turned back into a middle-aged man who had nothing to do with the world. All his murderous intent evaporated from his body. There was a deep melancholy in his words. Why do you insist on knowing the answer? When he said this, The royal guard shuddered at the same time when they sensed the pain and struggle in his words. Quickrope, who did not understand, turned his head to look at Thales. He wondered whether he should look for a chance to slip away. But he was surprised to see that Thales' breathing was rapid. He was watching the situation in the field attentively. Strange. That's not right. Thales thought absent-mindedly. They were arguing, and interrogating each other. Because you don't understand. Barney Jr. lowered his head deeply and closed his eyes. You've never heard of it, have you, Zacriel? Different names came out of his mouth one after another. Alan Walker, Morian, Toby Roth, Kamal. These former brothers. Thales saw that Zacriel's body swayed every time he said a name. Among the royal guards, the veins on Belden's hands bulged. Bruley moaned deeply. Tardin shook his head expressionlessly. Nair held his dart tightly. Nalji covered his forehead. Cannon hid his face in the shadows. His expression could not be seen clearly. You didn't hear their cries before they died. You just lived through it quietly alone. You never had to bear that kind of burden. Barney Jr. spoke in a hoarse voice. It sounded as if he was suffering in an endless hell. Just like in the past, we all looked up to you, but you never lowered your head to look down on us. Zacriel's pupils shook. So you don't understand. Barney Jr. opened his eyes. His words continued, but his tone slowly changed from a cry of despair to a hateful tone that resembled a viper's. It's been 18 years. This damn stubbornness of wanting to know the answer, even if you can never touch it. And this. Barney Jr. extended his trembling hand and touched the brand on the right side of his face. He immediately withdrew his hand, as if it was boiling lava. He held the hand that had touched the brand, and it trembled nonstop. It was as if he had not just touched a useless piece of dead skin, but a filthy and ominous plague. These are the things that allow me to carry their pasts and grievances on my shoulders, and to survive in the endless darkness. Barney Jr.'s last few words were practically ground out from his throat with his blood. The only reason. Thales saw Zacriel's breathing become faster and faster. Barney Jr. still glared at him. His eyes were bloodshot, and they looked as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Under the dim firelight, the Knight of Judgment turned his head around with a pale face and averted his gaze. I'm sorry, Quill. His tongue trembled slightly. Yes, I'm sorry. Thud. Barney Jr. took a step forward in an imposing manner and shouted angrily. I don't need your apology. The vanguard was filled with a piercing chill again. Barney lowered his voice, but it was difficult for him to suppress his anger. I need answers. He gritted his teeth on the last word. Answers. Thales breathed quietly. At that moment, he suddenly understood something. The fire in Nalji's hand slowly extinguished, and the entire tunnel became darker. Shing. Tardin picked up another torch, and after a few tries he lit it up expressionlessly. The fire was lit up again. Thales noticed that Zacriel's entire body had relaxed. He was expressionless, but he stared at Barney Jr. with disdain in his eyes. Sometimes, the answer is not as pleasant as the question. Thales could not hold it in anymore. What are you talking about? The teenager's voice rose loudly, and it echoed in the underground prison, attracting everyone's attention. Quickrope stared at the bold Thales in shock. He did not understand why he did this, but all his attempts to slap Thales' face disappeared into thin air. There was no response. Thales ignored Tardin and Nalji, who stood in front of him. He took a step forward, unable to suppress his anger. Since just now, all of you have been talking too much nonsense. The former royal guards exchanged glances quietly and frowned at the same time. Then Thales coldly said his next sentence. But in the end I heard it. What, you're not that crazy, are you? What, the reason why you must die? What about targeting the bloodline of the royal family? Pointing the sword at the Jadestar bloodline. Everything has a reason. What existence that I swore to protect? What unspeakable secret? What answer? With every sentence the prince said, some of the guards' faces turned paler. Your Highness. Nalji interrupted him with a troubled expression, but he was interrupted by Thales' voice, which had become louder again. From the beginning to the end, all of this, you're not talking about me at all. Not the F** King Thales Jade Star. Thales was a little agitated. He extended his arm without hesitation and pointed at Barney Jr., then at Zacriel. But both of them had unpleasant expressions because of what he pointed at. You're questioning him, and he's avoiding something else. Is that so? Thales' last question echoed in the darkness, and it was faintly audible. But regardless of whether it was Zacriel, who had his head lowered, or Barney Jr., who had questioned him loudly just now, the former royal guards did not reply. Then another man's voice rose faintly from behind Zacriel, apart from the people in the room. You're very smart, Your Highness. What they're talking about is indeed not you. Or perhaps not only you. His voice was tired, and there was a hint of sadness in it. At this moment, Zacriel and the other 7 people's expressions changed. When he heard the familiar voice, Thales also looked up in surprise. He looked over Zacriel's shoulder, and saw the person who appeared on the stairs. It's him. Chapter 449. Under the boundless silence and the people's gazes, Barney Jr. frowned and looked behind the Knight of Judgment. He stared at the man who suddenly appeared with a scabbard and a brand on his face. It's you, Barney Jr. said softly with faint disdain. Finally, Zacriel, who had been listening quietly, sighed and turned around slowly. He flashed a weak smile at the person behind him. I'm glad you're all right. Samuel. Colin Samuel, the former vice flag bearer of the Royal Guards, the culprit who brought the disaster swords to this place, and the person who was knocked unconscious by Yodel just now, widened his cold eyes and stood behind Zacriel. Thales suddenly sighed a little. 18 years had passed, and the remaining 9 former royal guards were reunited in the deepest, darkest, gloomiest, filthiest, and sunless prison of bones with 9 ugly brands that they could never get rid of. When they saw Samuel, many people's expressions were a little complicated. Wow, everyone's here. Nalji's voice entered the room at an inopportune moment. His smile was very forced, but Thales could tell that he was trying his best to ease the atmosphere. Barney, Zacriel, and of course you. Samuel, I really think that old friends like us should sit down. But Samuel did not care about them. He just pointed at Zacriel and interrupted Nalji. And him. The respected Zacriel kept his mouth shut, and did not say a word, and would rather respond with force, because that matter is related to the dirtiest and darkest secret in the depths of his heart. Samuel spoke word by word, but each word seemed to contain some sort of magical power. It made everyone's breathing become disorderly and difficult, and the atmosphere in the room became even more solemn. Thales frowned and looked at Samuel. The latter sneered and swept his gaze over the 7 prisoners before he continued to speak. And when they asked, they were secretive and hesitant. Because that is also the most terrifying nightmare in their hearts, isn't it? The 7 prisoners outside Zacriel exchanged glances, but Thales could sense panic and avoidance in their eyes. Barney Jr. even closed his eyes. It's not just Zacriel. Samuel's words were as sharp as a knife. Inch by inch, he cut open the seemingly indifferent expressions of his former comrades. In fact, all of them are running away from it. They are unwilling to face it. They don't dare to believe it. They are unwilling to reveal it. Because of that secret. Samuel roared angrily and raised his arm to point at Thales. The secret that drove Zacriel to harm this child and Prince Thales coincidentally explains the past, doesn't it? Thales felt his heart skip a beat. The past. In the next second, Barney Jr. suddenly opened his eyes. You have no right to speak here, Samuel. He looked at Samuel angrily. You're just someone who betrayed the guards. But as if he wanted to return all the anger he felt during the confrontation, Samuel also widened his eyes and retorted with a voice that was even louder than Barney Jr.'s. And that secret, Samuel said fiercely. When the chief flag bearer went south, it was Zacriel, whom we respected the most, who took over part of the flag bearer's duties. And our watchman happened to be the person who was closest to the crown prince and could come into contact with his warrant every day. Thales said with a smile. When he said this, it was as if someone had turned off the sound. Everyone's breathing, footsteps, grinding of teeth, and the rustling of clothes disappeared without a trace. Only Samuel's words could be heard through gritted teeth. Zacriel was the one who brought you me him, most of the Defense Division and Vanguard Division to Renaissance Palace, along with the most elite members of the guards to provide reinforcements. They fought bloody battles against the assassins and the rioters, but they were still one step too late. They were powerless to reverse the situation, and could only watch as the late king and crown prince met with misfortune. Thales breathed in a daze. The guards trembled as they breathed, and Zachriel breathed in a daze. Including Clang. Barney Jr. could not take it anymore. He slashed the wall with his sword and shouted amid the piercing noise. Enough! Shut up, traitor and coward who ran away! Samuel shuddered. He instinctively gritted his teeth and shut his mouth. Barney Jr. pointed his sword at Samuel. This is a conversation between us and Zachriel. A traitor like you has no right to speak. Samuel was silent for a moment before he chuckled. Ha 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 ha. He lowered his head before he raised it again. He pointed at Barney Jr. with his scabbard and mocked him. Did you know, Barney? Just now, I was the same as you. Barney Jr.'s pupils shrank even more. Until I saw myself clearly. Samuel spread his arms and sneered, as if he wanted to embrace all the darkness in the underground prison. What are you afraid of? Thales felt that Samuel seemed to have changed into a different person. After his colleagues turned against him and Ricky died, he appeared in front of everyone again like an evil god who could bewitch people's hearts. Are you afraid of the past, afraid of the truth, afraid of the answer, or afraid of your incompetent, cowardly, ostrich-like self? What happened to the unquestionable courage and resolution you had when you accused me just now? What happened to your smug attitude of I have suffered so much, so I have the right to scold all of you? Where did it all go? Cool Barney Jr.? Samuel's smile was huge. Every word he said seemed to pierce deeply into the guards' hearts, and the thickest of blood flowed from them. In the name of the chief vanguard. Barney Jr.'s voice trembled along with the tip of his sword. The murderous intent in his eyes burned. I'm saying this for the last time. Shut up, your stinking mouth. Samuel's smile became even brighter, like the fireworks that were about to disappear in the next moment. He raised his hand and shook his head. There was a provocative look in his eyes. Before the situation in the hall started to go out of control, Nalji's words cut in again. But this time he was especially careful. Barney, Samuel, I think maybe we shouldn't be so rash. Barney Jr. turned his head swiftly. You shut up too, Nalji. This is the Vanguard's order. Nalji was rendered speechless, and his expression instantly turned unpleasant. Barney Jr. tried his best to regulate his breathing and looked away. A shameful traitor is accusing you, Zachriel. Barney Jr. stared coldly at the silent night of judgment. Because 18 years ago, you were loyal and devoted to your duty, but 18 years later, you went berserk and suddenly pointed your finger at the bloodline you once swore to protect. And don't you have anything to say for yourself? Quick Rope was so frightened that he glanced at Thales. Barney paused for a moment and took a deep breath, as if what he was doing at that moment was an incredibly difficult task. For example, you know some secret that we don't, and it's related to this prince, so you have to find him? Or do you have a better reason, like this prince is an imposter? Or is there some secret hidden in the Jadestar bloodline? Like what you said, you were ordered by the late king, and you have a mission that you must complete. There was faint hope in Barney Jr.'s eyes, as well as a barely discernible pleading look. Or even, that he is a scourge that must be eliminated? Something like that? Thales' heart skipped a beat again. But he did not know why. He knew. He did not have to worry. It became very quiet in the hall. It reminded Thales of the gutter in the abandoned house. There were only corpses there. Barney Jr. stared at Zachriel with a gaze that he probably did not know what emotion he was feeling. He waited for Zachriel's answer. Samuel still had a cold smile on his face. He looked at everyone in disdain. The other members had different expressions on their faces. The atmosphere in the hall became more and more unbearable. No, we were once brothers in the Royal Guards. We should not have fallen to this state. Nalji gave up on the possibility of communicating directly with Barney Jr., but he did not give up. Instead, he turned his head around and asked his colleague for help. There was even a hint of pleading in his voice. Belden, your position is higher. I beg you, say something. Even Quick Rope could tell that this weak soldier was trying his best to distract everyone's attention, hoping to delay the arrival of that moment a little longer. Unexpectedly, Penal Officer Belden shook his head with a sorrowful expression. According to the rules, unless there is an order from the captain of the guards, penal officers are not allowed to interfere with Vanguard's decisions during wartime. Nalji's words came to a halt. During wartime? But now. At this moment, Zakriel, who had been standing in a daze and had not spoken for a long time, suddenly raised his head. His dull voice rose in the prison of bones again. It's okay. But this time, there was a faint hint of joy in his voice, as well as relief. The Knight of Judgment looked at his former colleagues with a gentle gaze. Nalji, Belden, and Samuel. It's okay. He turned his head slowly. His gaze met Barney Jr.'s, who had been staring at him. But there was no spark. There was only heaviness in his gaze. Someone needs an answer. That's all. Zakriel said hoarsely. Thale's breathing became tense without him realizing it. He immediately noticed that he was not the only one. Many of the other royal guards' expressions were a little unstable. Thank you, Barney. Zakriel's tone was very calm. There was a faint hint of gratitude and friendliness in it, just like a kind and gentle uncle next door. Thank you for asking so much. And thank you for being willing to ask so much. He looked at Barney Jr. with an unfocused gaze and nodded. Thank you for trusting me. The moment he met Zakriel's gentle gaze, for some reason, Barney Jr. shuddered violently. He stared at the vaguely mighty target in front of him, the target he used to look up to, was once jealous of, and swore to defeat. At that moment, Barney Jr.'s tone softened. He was no longer aggressive, nor was he cold and unpleasant to the ears. Answer me then. He spoke laboriously, and there was a barely noticeable pleading tone in his voice. I beg you. No one spoke. Zakriel stared at Barney Jr. quietly. He knew that he knew what kind of answer Barney Jr. wanted. He knew Barney Jr.'s expectations and conflict. But Zakriel lowered his head and exhaled deeply. He revealed a comforting smile. You already have your answer, don't you? Barney Jr. shuddered a little. Zakriel's gaze swept past each of his colleagues, and finally stopped at the empty space. When you reunited with Samuel before this, when you were finally certain that Samuel was not that person. His gaze was a little dazed. You already have your answer. At that moment, Thale sensed many things from the people in the room, from the sudden change in their breathing and heartbeats. Relief, pain, stupefaction, surprise, resentment, sadness, disdain. I'm sorry to have dragged all of you into this, all of you. Zakriel raised his head and swept his gaze across the ceiling. His melancholic frown made him look like he was staring at the setting sun. But I just have to complete the unfinished business from that year, he said in a daze. Barney Jr.'s body swayed. His chest rose and fell. The unfinished business from that year. He forcefully suppressed the lump in his throat, gritted his teeth, and asked, What did you do that year, Zakriel? What does it have to do with this child? In Thale's eyes, Zakriel was still staring at the dark ceiling, as if his exit was there. The corners of his lips curled up wider and wider. He raised his hand gently and touched his forehead. He squeezed out a clumsy smile that looked like it was made by hand. In his daze, there was a kind of forlorn smile with tears in it. That's right. Zakriel opened his mouth faintly, as if he was telling a bedtime story. Barney, the answer you have been searching for years, is right here. Thales frowned and stared at the Knight of Judgment. If that's the case, under everyone's complicated and profound gazes, Zakriel first took a deep breath before he slowly exhaled. 18 years ago, Thales tensed up. The person who forged the Crown Prince's warrant in Renaissance Palace and deliberately transferred all of you away from the Hall of Stars to create an opening, so that Shadow Shield and Charlton could assassinate the late king's men. And the person who deliberately led the team away from the palace gates and left the Crown Prince to the assassins. The Knight of Judgment slowly pulled back his palm and combed his fringe to the top of his head and the back of his head, exposing the ugly brand on his forehead to the air. He lowered his head and looked at each of them. Without the fringe covering his face, the facial features of the Knight of Judgment became sharper and more threatening. While everyone waited in fear, his words became colder and colder. The key figure in that great rebellion betrayed the royal guards, betrayed the crown prince, betrayed His Majesty the late king, caused the destruction of the Jade Star family, the bloodline of the entire royal family to wither, and the kingdom to descend into chaos. Every word and sentence was incomparably calm and lukewarm, like the sounds of sutras being chanted in temples that made people drowsy. But it made everyone in the hall tense up. The night of judgment continued faintly. The person who should have been charged with colluding with the enemy, but despicably hid the truth for 18 years. The shameful, sad, hypocritical, disgusting, self-righteous, hypocritical, and hypocritical man. The night of judgment curled up the corners of his mouth. That's me. As many people sucked in breaths uncontrollably, the night of judgment exhaled. With a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, his smile did not change. After a series of descriptions and titles, he added an unusual name that caused everyone's expressions to change. Emmanuel Zacriel. Chapter 450. Zacriel's voice faded away. The entire tunnel instantly fell silent. Thales could not describe the atmosphere at that moment, but he could clearly see that the prisoners had different reactions. Bruley looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He shuddered and whimpered. Tardin closed his eyes in anguish. His expression was one of anguish. Cannon and Nayer's gazes were wooden, as if they had expected it. Barney Jr. stared at the ground in a daze. He did not move. So you still said it in the end. Samuel sneered. He seemed to have vented the resentment he had been holding in for a long time. Zacriel, you. Zacriel did not say a word. No. Belden raised and put down his weapon a few times. He seemed to be in disbelief. It's really you, sir? His eyebrows furrowed. He looked indignant, and he wanted to ask for help from his companions. Nalji stared back at him in a daze and shook his head subconsciously. Quick Rope seemed to be quite shocked as well. He whispered to Thales, "My God! They're right. You Constellations really have a lot of thoughts in your heads. The White Blade Guards don't have so many thoughts." Thales twitched the corners of his mouth stiffly. He ignored him. Obviously, when I questioned him earlier, he wasn't in the right state. Samuel interrupted coldly. There was an inexplicable bitterness in his voice. And now, does anyone still doubt me? The prisoners were silent for a while. As he watched all this, Thales suddenly understood. When Quick Rope let Barney Jr. and the others out, the 7 prisoners had already seen through the imposter Waya. But these 7 ruthless people did not choose to immediately get rid of this lousy liar, because Quick Rope, who thought himself to be smart, provided another piece of information that he embellished. Zacriel is chasing after the prince. It was ironic. To a certain extent, Quick Rope's blabbermouth had saved his life. Hence, the 7 prisoners followed Quick Rope with a different mindset. It was not just to fulfill their previous oath to protect the Jade Star bloodline. It was also to confirm their suspicions. To confirm whether the nightmare that had tortured them for more than 10 years was in Zacriel's body. Now they finally got what they wanted. Nayer's harsh voice rose. Turn yourself in, Zacriel. Whatever your reason, come with us to His Majesty. Whoever it is, turn yourself in. The logistics officer seemed to be trying very hard to control himself. When he said the word His Majesty, his face darkened. Go and clarify the truth for our brothers in the guards who have been tainted for 18 years, whether they are alive or not, and clear their names. Then receive your judgment and punishment. He bit out the last word. As the center of attention, the night of judgment appeared to be unusually calm. After listening to Nai's words, he paused for a moment before silently speaking. I can't. The faces of the guards changed. Some of them even instinctively reached for their weapons. Zacriel's face was shrouded in darkness and could not be seen clearly. Only the brand of a sinner on his forehead was exposed under the firelight, and it looked very strange. His eyes reflected the faint light of the fire as he looked at Thales, causing the latter to feel uncomfortable. As I said, I have to finish what I have yet to finish. Unfinished business. Samuel snorted. Looks like violence is the only way. But Zacriel did not move. It was as if he had sunk into a bottomless abyss. He did not hear anything, much less answer. This made the already anxious Thales even more uneasy. Tardin, who had his head lowered, could no longer take it. He took a step forward and roared. What bullsh *t unfinished business? Watchman Zacriel. Tardin's roar echoed in the tunnel. In the face of such a calm night of judgment, Tardin seemed to be enraged. He was exceptionally irritable. Do you really know what you are doing? Did you go mad 18 years ago? Zacriel moved a little. Did I go mad 18 years ago? He raised his head. Under the light, his face was as calm as still water. His gaze drifted to the empty space. Perhaps. He curled his lips into the ghost of a smile, as if he was talking to an invisible person. I have to do this. I have to. When Tardin saw this, he became even angrier. You bastard. However, a calm order interrupted everyone's thoughts. Quiet. It was Barney Jr. The royal guards turned their heads around. They were either indignant, tired, or in pain as they waited for their chief vanguard to speak. The latter's gaze was unfocused. He stared at the ground numbly, and without moving. Only the rising and falling of his chest proved that he was awake. Zacriel. Barney Jr. raised his head slowly. His voice was numb and hollow. Do you remember how the old captain died in battle in the Hall of Stars? Zacriel's breathing froze a little. Old captain. When they heard this name, all the royal guards, including Samuel, fell into a strange silence. Thales sensed a faint hint of sorrow in it. Do you remember how Tony died of exhaustion? Do you remember my father? Do you remember how he faced multiple enemies? Barney Jr. paused, as if he could not continue. Zacriel was silent for a long time. His heavy breathing could be heard clearly. A few seconds later, Barney Jr. spoke in a hoarse voice. And the others, many people. Those who lived and died with us, who thought that they could entrust their lives and wealth to us, all died in the past. They died because of your betrayal. Zacriel loosened his grip on the axe handle gently. The axe landed heavily on the ground. Thud. He leaned his entire weight on the axe. His chest rose and fell slightly. Of course I remember. The Knight of Judgment's shoulders trembled slightly. I remember everything. Barney Jr. stared at him in a daze. His face slowly contorted. You remember? He stared at Zacriel in disbelief. And you simply admitted to it. The traitor Zacriel? Barney Jr.'s voice trembled a little, but as he spoke, the corners of his lips curled up into a smile. Sunset Goddess, you look like you're saying, yes, I stole your lunch. Zacriel opened his mouth to speak, but as Barney Jr. spoke, he bent down deeply, as if he had thought of something interesting. He laughed hoarsely. Stole your lunch. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was unpleasant and piercing to the ears. It echoed in the walls around them. But Zacriel did not laugh. The royal guards did not laugh either. Ha ha ha. Thales could feel the atmosphere around them and Barney Jr.'s laughter. It was incredibly bitter. Barney Jr. finally had enough of laughing. He slowly straightened his back. The smile that seemed to have been forced out was still on his face. When you look like this, you make me feel. Oh my God, it's as if the 18 years we spent in prison, the 37 guards who passed away, and even Samuel. It's as if the pain and torture they went through were all meaningless. The royal guards looked sorrowful. Nalji even covered his forehead in pain. Barney Jr.'s smile became chilling. Because to you, this is just something you mention in passing after you've had your fill, right? Zacriel pursed his lips. Barney Jr. took a step forward. His smile remained, but his words were laced with deep sorrow. You should have been our role model, Zacriel, controlling punishment and protecting the legacy. How many young royal guards treated you as their idol, and spread your deeds by word of mouth? How many people wanted to chase after you, defeat you and surpass you? Belden stared at Zacriel sadly and shook his head slowly. The Knight of Judgment was dazed for a moment. His face turned paler. Barney Jr. forced the tears in his eyes back into his eyes. His tone became aggressive. You should have been the target of every emperor's Praetorian Guard. He thumped his chest heavily. Including me. Including me. Barney Jr. trembled. His smile turned frosty. And you chose such an ending to bid farewell to your career as a royal guard, and fulfill your oath as a Praetorian guard? Zachriel sucked in a deep breath and shut his eyes tightly. He seemed to be afraid of what he would see when he opened his eyes. That's not all. Barney Jr. took a step forward. His voice was stern. You pushed His Majesty into a trap of death, and he will never be able to escape. You pushed the kingdom into the abyss of chaos, and he will never be able to rise again. You pushed your companions into the dark, filthy abyss, and he will never be able to escape. You stepped on the Praetorian Guard's oath, which we engraved for our entire lives, and threw it away like a pair of worn-out shoes. Thales watched the confrontation between the two highest-ranking former royal guards with a complicated expression. But the questions in his heart only increased. Zachriel's shoulders sank lower and lower. Thales could even see that the center of his eyebrows was twitching, as if he was experiencing a nightmare. Barney Jr. looked at him in disgust. Tell me, Zachriel, how do you sleep every night? Especially when your hands are stained with your companion's blood. Your shoulders bear the debt of the king's blood, and your mind is filled with the blood of the past. Every time you breathe, don't you find the stench of blood on your body pungent? Finally, when he heard this, the pale Zachriel opened his eyes, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. He could no longer support his body. He leaned on his battle axe and knelt on one knee. "Ah!" The Knight of Judgment roared in pain. "I know." He gripped the axe handle tightly with his right hand and pressed his left hand against his forehead. The twitching between his eyebrows grew more intense, as if he was fighting the most intense battle. Everyone watched Zachriel in silence. No one made a sound. Thales sighed in his heart. He knew that the Knight of Judgment's mental state was not stable. He probably met the other world again. But everything has a cause. I wonder what caused his other world to form, and how did it manifest itself? When he thought of this, Thales suddenly had a thought. Wait, this might be a breakthrough? I know. After a few seconds, Zachriel's tone became humble, and it sounded more like he was begging. But I have to do this. I have to do this. He opened his eyes, held his head, and kept repeating this sentence. Only then did his emotions gradually calm down. I have to. But in the next moment, a sword that shone with a cold light pierced through the air. Thales was immediately shocked. Later, I still have questions to ask. Nalji cried out involuntarily. No, Barney. At that critical moment, Zachriel, who was in pain, acted like a beast whose territory had been invaded. He subconsciously swung his axe. Asterisk clang. Asterisk as the metal clashed, he took 2 steps back. He was disheveled, but he managed to block the fatal ambush in time. The Knight of Judgment panted harshly. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Barney Jr., who was trembling while holding his sword. No, Thales furrowed his eyebrows. He could not let the situation continue like this. The hatred and anger between them would overwhelm his rationality. Besides, he still had things he wanted to know. When he thought of this, Thales suddenly said, Zachriel, what do you have to do? The prince's interruption caused Barney Jr.'s sword to stop moving. Nalji could not help but look back at him. Thales ignored the other's gazes and spoke to himself. What reason do you have to betray us? He wanted to make Zachriel speak. Now, while he was emotionally unstable and mentally unstable, this was his only chance. Thales said in a cold voice, Why do you have to do it? Is it because of the dragon breaker? Is it because of the weapon that the 2 empresses are wary of? When the prisoners questioned him just now, Thales already had a vague sense of what they were going to ask. The bloody year. For a long time, this piece of history had shrouded Thales' life like a haze. It was as if there was a thread in the dark that controlled his fate from afar. At every moment, it brought him panic and fear, as if he was a lonely boat crossing the sea, and he was drifting about uncontrollably. Hence, he did not know where it came from, but an impatient desire and impulse to know the truth about the bloody year arose spontaneously. They surged towards him like a tidal wave and seized Thales' brain in an irresistible manner, making him feel as if his heart was on fire. What happened during the bloody year? What does the death of the Jade Star royal family mean? The dragon breaker, the blade of purification, the calamities. What does it have to do with me? who was not even born at that time. The Dragon Breaker. Zacriel seemed to remember something when he heard this, but he only stared at Thales in a daze and did not answer. When Thales saw this, he could only grit his teeth and recall the first time he met Zacriel. This is my only chance. A chance to dig out the truth. Do you still remember the rotten skin with maggots and flies on it, Zacriel? Thales said coldly. Skin. This sentence was very baffling. But Barney Jr. was shocked to see that when he heard Thales' words, the steel like Zacriel suddenly swayed. At that moment, the Knight of Judgment shuddered, and he was drenched in cold sweat. He widened his eyes and stared at Thales in disbelief. Thales suppressed the reluctance in his heart, and continued to add more information from the other world. Yes, think about it. There are also countless heads on the ground that are stuck on the tips of spears. Think about what they say to you every single night. Thales spoke faster, hoping that the Knight of Judgment would admit defeat as soon as possible. Are those the guards that you killed? Under everyone's incredulous gazes as Thales spoke, the terrifying Knight of Judgment felt as if he had returned to a nightmare. He subconsciously took a step back and stared at the dark space with a face full of terror and fear. Aside from Samuel, everyone else was shocked when they saw Zacriel like this for the first time. And the hanging corpses hanging from the ceiling with their tongues stretched out, their eyes rolled up, and their heads swaying non-stop above your head, and the crying of babies that never stop. Did you see and hear all of these? Asterisk clang. Asterisk Zacriel's axe fell to the ground. The crowd was surprised to see him hugging his head with his hands. His face was pale, and he panted while he knelt on the ground. Tell me, Zacriel, what in the world happened 18 years ago? Thales braced himself and raised his voice. What made you have to betray the late king's trust, slaughter the Jadestar bloodline, kill your own colleagues, sacrifice innocent blood, tarnish your own honor, and experience this terrifying life where you have to face these faces, heads, hanging corpses and endless crying of babies every single day and night? In the next moment, Zacriel seemed to be unable to take it anymore. He covered his head and roared in pain. Aya! Everyone was startled. You don't understand. Zacriel lowered his right hand and pounded the ground in pain. I had to do this. His face was contorted, and his eyes were filled with panic as he stared at the air. I had to do this. Thales clenched his fists. He ignored Quick Rope's attempts to stop him, and took a resolute step forward. Why? The prince shouted angrily. Why? Why, Zacriel? Why did you betray me? He shouted loudly. As the last of the Jadestar bloodline, in the name of the deceased Jadestars, Thales Jadestar orders you to tell me. Thales was a little agitated. His voice echoed in the area. The former royal guards were all surprised. They began to size up the unfamiliar teenager again with a gaze that was rarely seen on them. Thales Jadestar. When he heard the familiar family name, Zacriel, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, trembled violently. He raised his head in a daze and stared at Thales. His gaze was helpless and desolate, and it made Thales feel terrible. But the teenager's strategy seemed to be effective. I had to do this, Zacriel said absent-mindedly. It was because of the late King 80. At this moment, everyone in the area, including the royal guards, Thales and Quick Rope, were stunned. What? The late king? The late king? 80 the second? Greatly shocked, Thales felt that he had grasped something. He probed further. He asked tentatively, Did the late king order you to do what you did? Zacriel trembled violently again. No, because of the late king. He shook his head absent-mindedly. Because the late king was no longer the late king. Thales was stunned again. This sentence was still very confusing and puzzling. What do you mean? Barney Jr. stared suspiciously at Zacriel, who was obviously not in a normal state. What kind of crazy things are you talking about? A few seconds passed. Zacriel's panting slowly died down. The pain and madness in his eyes also slowly disappeared. After going through the frenzy that was like a storm just now, Zacriel stood up with some difficulty. He shook his head and regained his composure. The Knight of Judgment, who had regained his senses, was the first to be stunned. Soon, Zacriel looked at Thales with a complicated gaze. You. Judging from his expression, he seemed to have realized what he had just said. But Thales did not intend to show weakness. The prince took a deep breath and continued to speak. What do you mean, Zacriel? Why is the late king no longer the late king? Zacriel stared at Thales quietly. Unknowingly, the teenager, who had been standing awkwardly among the prisoners, had turned from a hostage to a protected person. Zacriel closed his eyes and finally sighed. At the end of the day, he is a jade star. Just like them. He chuckled softly, as if he had let go of something in his heart. Under everyone's skeptical and wary gazes, Zacriel opened his eyes and spoke languidly. As all of you know, after Queen Natalie passed away in childbirth, the devoted King Adi remained single for many years. Until that day. As he listened to the old story that only the elders of Constellation knew, Thales could not react for a moment. But Barney Jr. frowned slightly. That day, Zacriel sneered, but there was a hint of anguish in his voice. That day, King Adi met an old friend he had not seen for many years outside the palace. Old friend? Thales still looked puzzled, but some of the former royal guard's expressions had already changed. The Knight of Judgment's gaze was pained. He recalled the unforgettable past. His Majesty ignored the objections of the important ministers and princes, and insisted on bringing that lady into Renaissance Palace to marry her as his new queen. Tardin, who stood in front of Thales, reacted. His eyes widened. You mean? Zacriel nodded silently. His dry voice echoed in the cold and dim underground. It was filled with a sense of ruin and vicissitudes. Just like that, after an incredibly hasty and controversial wedding, we welcomed the new mistress of Renaissance Palace, King Adi's second queen. New queen? Queen Fiosa? Barney Jr. muttered to himself as he recalled. Fiosa? Why have I never heard of her before? The unfamiliar name puzzled Thales. He looked at Quick Rope, and the latter also had an expression that asked, Who is she? Strange. Thales remembered very clearly that he did not see this name in the Jadestar royal family's tomb 6 years ago. When he heard this, Samuel could not help but interrupt him. What does this have to do with her? Zacriel picked up his axe, turned around, and cast a glance at Samuel. He repeated his words in a mocking manner. He repeated his words in a mocking tone. What does this have to do with her? At that moment, the Knight of Judgment's expression suddenly became stern. She is the source of all misfortune. His voice was chilling, and it was filled with the murderous air of autumn frost. But the old captain, Barney Jr., and even Lord Hanson did not notice it. Barney Jr. and Belden exchanged a glance. An ominous feeling rose in each other's hearts. As Zacriel spoke, he seemed to be immersed in his own memories. But I should have noticed it. As the watchman of the royal guards who are in charge of the ancient books, I should have noticed it a long time ago. He slowly tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, and his face tensed up. I should have warned him. I should have advised him. But I failed in my duty. The knight showed indignation, resentment, and pain. The uneasiness in Thales' heart grew stronger. What do you mean? What did you notice? Zacriel did not answer immediately. He slowly raised his gaze and stared at Thales, making the latter even more nervous. One day, in the vast number of legacy scrolls of the royal guards, I coincidentally found it. Without realizing it, everyone in the room held their breaths and stared. They waited for the Knight of Judgment's answer. Zacriel stared at Thales for a full 3 seconds. I discovered that our queen, the second wife of King Adi, who has always been in question, is not called Fiosa at all. She is also not a descendant of some so-called fallen noble family, as recorded in the Jadestar family register. Zacriel's dry voice rose again, but it was filled with hatred and anger. In fact, she has lived longer than all of us in the royal guards combined. As early as 1,000 years ago, before the empire collapsed, she was already famous for being good at manipulating people's hearts and creating illusions. At that moment, the expressions of the people who were listening changed. What? 1,000 years ago? Manipulating people's hearts? Thales was stunned. The Knight of Judgment spoke in a hoarse voice with deep wariness and inexplicable reverence. At least 600 years ago, the ancestors of Constellation used another name to call her. A taboo name that I can only find in the ancient scrolls. A taboo name? In an instant, everyone's nerves tensed up. In the next second, Zacriel fiercely spat out the name that made many people's expressions change. Sensory Mystic. Chapter 451. Zacriel's words rang in Thales's ears. They echoed among the broken walls, but they sounded like a bronze bell being rung in a city tower. His voice lingered in the air and echoed. Sensory Mystic. The Night of Judgment's words were so shocking that Thales only recovered from his shock after a while. He pondered over the horrifying meaning behind his words. Senses. What kind of name of origin is this? Thales thought in a daze in the silent dungeon. And she's the queen of the late king of Constellation, 82nd? What's her relationship with the Bloody Year? Thales was shocked by too many things that night. Thales did not even have time to care about the reactions of the people around him. He could only sense the people's emotions from the chaotic and rapid breathing around him. Barney Jr. was in a daze. Belden tightened his grip on his weapon. Tardin and Nalji widened their eyes at the same time. Bruley's panting and Cannon's low whimpers rose into the air one after another. Samuel's gaze was fierce, and Quick Rope bit his left index finger tightly, trying hard to make himself look inconspicuous. No, you mean. The second logistics officer Sazel Nayer's trembling breathing came from the dungeon. Everyone stared at Zacriel in disbelief. His chest rose and fell, and his emotions became unstable. Impossible. When she entered the palace, we all saw Queen Fiosa. We all remember what she looked like. Penal Officer Belden's face was pale. He seemed to be unable to believe his memories of the past. Even when Prince Kessel splashed hot black tea on her during the wedding banquet, she did not. The Night of Judgment snorted coldly. Really? The problem is, do you remember her face? Or is it what the sensory mystic wants you to see? Belden's gaze froze for a moment. Zacriel questioned him coldly. What are you talking about? Ask yourself, did you see Queen Fiosa, or the Calamity Fruland? Fruland. Thales took a deep breath as he muttered the name. Confusion flashed in his eyes. Fruland? Suddenly, Thales' memories trembled. It was as if a bell had rung from the distant past. Thales' gaze gradually froze. Fruland. He heard that name before. Thales stared at the shocked crowd in confusion. He tried his best to remember. He must have heard it somewhere, but at that time, he must have been doing something that he couldn't afford to be distracted, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Where was it? His Majesty's Queen Shizaya. Barney Jr.'s eyes were lifeless as he mumbled to himself, as if he was still digesting this fact. Tardin's laughter could barely be heard. No, she hasn't done anything abnormal during her reign. She hasn't even killed a chicken. Tardin looked at Zacriel expectantly. Perhaps you've misunderstood, or perhaps you've mistaken. But the Night of Judgment was obviously unmoved. That's what I thought in the beginning, and I also hoped that I was wrong. Zacriel said slowly. There was a gloomy look in his eyes. More than anyone else. His gloomy face, filled with despair and madness, made everyone's heart sink. At this moment. Ha 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 ha. Everyone turned their heads around and saw Samuel covering the brand on his face. His eyes were closed, and his shoulders were shaking. He laughed without a care in the world. Is this the reason for your betrayal? The reason why we have to bear the guilt, stigma, torture, and pain for so long? There was misery in Samuel's laughter. In the end, it was because the king married a woman of unknown origins? He smiled and shook his head, but there was no mirth in his cold eyes. When he heard this, Zacriel's expression became even more gloomy. You don't understand. The knight shook his head laboriously. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a sharp sound was heard. It was Barney Jr. stabbing his sword into the ground. I really don't understand. Barney Jr. seemed to have suffered a huge blow. He used all his strength to squeeze out a few intermittent sentences. Regardless of who the king wants to marry, be it a calamity, a great dragon, or even an elf or an orc, no matter how absurd, strange, illogical, or unbearable it is, Barney Jr. paused for a moment. His cheeks twitched, and he said resolutely, but that is His Majesty's decision. If you are dissatisfied, if you have doubts, then protest and remonstrate with him in a dignified manner. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. That should not be an excuse for you to participate in the rebellion and collude with the enemy to kill the king. No one knew which word stimulated Zachriel's sensitive and unstable nerves. He grunted in pain and also slammed his battle axe into the ground. Thud. I did it. Zachriel was like an enraged beast. The veins on his neck bulged, and his hair stood on end. His fierce gaze swept through the area like a blade. Everyone was shocked by him. I tried to remonstrate with His Majesty and warn him of the threat that came from his bedside, but he always brushed it off with a smile. I tried to contact the nobles who were still loyal to the royal family and trusted by the king, hoping that they could influence His Majesty. The Knight of Judgment paused between each sentence. His voice was filled with resentment. I tried to ask for help from the Crown Prince and Lord Hanson of the Secret Intelligence Department, but it was useless. When he said this, Zachriel showed a pained expression and shook his head while he trembled. It's too late. Everyone looked at each other. Among them, Barney Jr. and Samuel's gazes were the coldest and most unforgiving. The Knight of Judgment lowered his head. His tense shoulders and tone softened at the same time. There was helplessness and despair in his voice. I don't know when it started. His Majesty seemed to have changed into a different person. He was once gentle and tolerant, but he became tough, unyielding, and a man of his word. His confused gaze slowly focused, as if he wanted to seek acknowledgement from the people in front of him. You know it, you've seen it before. His meetings with the important ministers became shorter and shorter, and he summoned his private advisors more and more frequently. He began to alienate his ministers, ignore their advice, and even his family, who were related to him by blood. He took back the Crown Prince's position, reprimanded the second prince, who led the army, and demoted his brother, the Duke. Thales, whose mind was shaken, could not help but frown. The knight's complaints and bitter words continued. His relationship with the vassals worsened. He even scolded the Duke of the Northern Territory, who had always been on good terms with him, and issued orders to reprimand the disgruntled Duke of Blade Edge Field. He issued royal decrees in a domineering manner, and even convened the High Nobles' Parliament to punish the loyal nobles, investigate the dissenting ministers, and believe in the deceitful and delusional people who incited national politics. Every word was hoarse, and every word was filled with pain. He ordered to increase taxes, expand the army, borrow money, and get rid of officials. Every order challenged the patience of every subject in the kingdom, be it those who were loyal to him or those who were disgruntled. As they listened to Zachriel's words, many of the former royal guards had melancholy and indistinct looks in their eyes. Until the people in the kingdom had no way of making a living, emotions surged, the ministers and subordinates were divided, and rebellions rose everywhere. It destroyed his good reputation of eternal rule, which he had built up for decades. When he said this, Zachriel's shoulders twitched. Like a terrified child, he said in a trembling voice, "At that time, I knew. Our beloved King 80, the former king of eternal rule, was no longer our king." The audience around him had different expressions. Some were angry, some were sad, some were hesitant, and some were sad. But all of them remained silent, as if Zachriel's words had poked at their weakness. He is no longer our king. Thales listened to these words in a daze, but he had a strange feeling. Their original King 80. How was he? Or should I say, how should he be? Zachriel's voice grew deeper. He has been bewitched, coerced, and controlled by the most evil existence in the world. His voice became downcast, and his eyes became dull. He was like a weak traveler who had been trudging through the desert, and had drunk his last drop of water, before he finally fell before the mirage where his hopes were extinguished. While the crowd panted in silence, Nalji put down the torch. Zachriel's body drew a long shadow on the wall. Bewitched? By the queen? By the calamities? After a long while, Barney Jr. squeezed out a sentence from his dry throat. How did you know? You judged the queen's crimes and sentenced the late king to death, based on a few words dug out from a pile of yellowed old papers? Zachriel snapped out of his daze and chuckled. How would I know? That night. His gaze drifted about, as if memories had been evoked. That terrifying rainy night. The Night of Judgment forced these words out of his mouth, and it sent chills down everyone's spine. Rainy night? His Majesty dismissed all his followers, servants, and guards in the name of meditation, including the old captain and Barney Jr., who were in charge of the Supreme Shield and the Judgment Spear. And he held his new queen's hand alone, and went to attend that unbelievable invitation. The royal guards felt their hearts tense. What invitation? Nalji could not help but ask. Zakriel's expression became dazed. It was as if he was lost in the past, and could not walk out of the shadow of the past. That night, I held the supreme sword tightly, and with its power, I followed them to the sacred hall of stars. I hid in the shadows behind the pillars, and I did not even dare to breathe loudly. The Night of Judgment's pupils slowly shrank. Finally, I saw them. The dungeon was very quiet. Only the waning light from the torch illuminated the dilapidated old walls of the magic tower. It was like the dead silence after a coffin was buried. Barney Jr.'s expression was still stiff. Samuel pursed his lips, and the others looked at each other in confusion. Thales held his breath. Them? Nalji subconsciously asked with a tremble in his voice. Zakriel did not look at him. He only nodded. The storm that night was so strong that it could even overturn the sentry tower. In the dark dungeon, Zakriel spoke of the terrifying past in a faint voice. On the balcony of the hall where lightning flashed, thunder roared, wind blew, and rain fell, two mysterious guests appeared one after another without warning. Mysterious guests appeared without warning. In Eternal Star City 18 years ago. No. Thales felt his heart begin to beat faster. Zakriel's words were mixed with his uncontrollable breathing. They rose and fell. They were like the legendary gods who descended to the human world, but also like demons who woke up in a terrifying manner in the abyss of evil. Gods. Demons. Who are they? Thales asked stiffly. Zakriel suddenly lowered his head, and cast Thales a cold glance. It made the latter's heart skip a beat. A few seconds later, a dry voice came out of the Night of Judgment's lips, which were almost drained of blood. That man appeared in the rain. His posture was elegant, and his actions were calm. But his body was as dry as ever, and as clean as new. Untouched by the wind and rain, he arrogantly sized up Renaissance Palace, as if he was looking at a chess piece that would be eaten sooner or later. Thales subconsciously tensed his body. In the dungeon, the knight's former colleagues stared at him without blinking. And that woman? Zakriel shook his head. His eyes were filled with fear and wariness, which he only saw when he was acting abnormally. When the storm and wind hit her, the scene was unforgettable. It was as if the wind and rain had instantly sunk into her skin, which seemed to be alive. They were absorbed completely, and not a single drop was left behind. Everyone slowed down their breathing, as if they were afraid of waking up a sleeping beast. They either respectfully or disdainfully called the queen by her real name, Fruland. Zakriel shuddered for some reason. Similarly, our queen also called them by their names, as if she was reuniting with old friends. Those are two equally taboo names. Thales squeezed his eyes shut. Barney Jr. interrupted the knight's narration with a panting voice. Watchman, you are saying no, you are accusing His Majesty. But Zakriel's voice rose abruptly, and he spoke loudly. I saw it with my own eyes that night when it rained heavily. Barney Jr.'s words came to a halt because of his provocation. Zakriel's face was illuminated by the firelight. Only the brand on his forehead was hidden in the darkness, revealing his usual determined and indifferent face. That night, King Adi was the witness, and Constellation was the wager. The Night of Judgment's voice seemed to be infused with some kind of power. As he spoke, it caused the people's blood vessels to throb loudly. Your Majesty. Sensory mystic. Air calamity. Blood calamity. The firelight was dim. Zakriel no longer cared about the people's expressions. He said coldly, the unprecedented alliance between the Supreme King of Constellation and the three great calamities. And so it was formed. At that moment, Thales opened his eyes. He remembered. Fruland. He'd heard this name before. 6 years ago in Dragon Cloud City, when Shield District was about to be reduced to dust, when he held the shivering girl in his arms with gritted teeth while he was caught in a confrontation between two terrifying existences. Have you forgotten the original purpose of our cooperation, Giza? At that time, the air mystic, who was elegant and had a cold gaze, said so. The cooperation between the three of us, regardless of whether it was my plan, Froland's ideals, or your persistence, was all for the sake of the mystics one day. To break free from those shackles? Yes. Froland. Thales was drenched in cold sweat, and his breathing quickened. But the others had no time to care about his loss of composure. You don't understand what kind of taboo His Majesty broke. In the underground prison, Zachriel raised his head and spoke coldly in front of the increasingly nervous people. He tried to touch the power that mortals should not covet, hoping to use it to rule the kingdom we are proud of, to rule the kingdom we built on the ruins of the Battle of Eradication. The Night of Judgment's complicated gaze swept past every listener, and finally stopped on Thales' face. In his speech, His Majesty even called them, the three monsters, his. Chapter 452. Many people had the same thought, that mystics could coexist peacefully with other races, and even help each other. At that moment, a conversation from a long time ago flashed in Thales' mind. It was in Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago. Giza had just disappeared under the blade of purification, amidst the ashes that filled the sky. When Thales vowed to search for a new future for the mystics, the scholarly and elegant Asda spoke to him casually, intentionally or otherwise. Whether it was mystics, humans, or even elves, there were countless similar efforts and attempts. They all failed. That pleasant voice lingered in Thales' ears, but the cruel truth before his eyes shook his heart. They all failed. Thales stared at Zachriel solemnly, but he was thinking about another figure. Asda, how many things have you hidden from me? 18 years ago you and Giza, and what did you do? In the extreme silence, Tardin spoke in disbelief. His Majesty formed an alliance with the Calamities? Ore and Blood? Oh, I still remember Blood Bottle Gang, right? Nair, who seemed to be deep in thought. Their voices broke the silence, and the shocked people began to speak. In the midst of the uproar, Barney Jr. suddenly took a step forward and shouted, "Silence!" The noisy underground prison instantly quietened down. Barney Jr.'s expression was still stiff, but Thales could see that there were surging emotions hidden under his calm exterior. Barney Jr. said coldly, "That's it? The alliance of three calamities?" Across him, the Night of Judgment withdrew his gaze from Thales, as though he was immersed in his own world. He murmured, "Those calamities, they did not have good intentions. They did not care about Constellation's future. On the contrary, they only wanted to use the kingdom to achieve their goals, regardless of the misfortune and disaster they would leave behind for us." And that was just the beginning. Zachriel's dry and hoarse voice rose into the air, as though he was disillusioned from a dream. It was as if the kingdom was struck by endless natural disasters overnight. Grain harvests failed, goods were blocked, sea routes were blocked, the trade and agriculture in the kingdom were in chaos, all industries were abandoned, conflicts broke out, and rebellions rose one after another. The situation deteriorated, and it was out of control. Everyone's faces sank when they heard this. At this time, when we are busy suppressing rebellions and trying to pacify the country, the entire world seems to have received a certain order at the same time. The Night of Judgment stared blankly at the air. Our allies and companions are strangely and coincidentally silent. Whether it is the three kingdoms of the Mystery Sea, the Sacred Tree Court, the Hall of Kings Chronicles, or even Taishian Palace on the other side of the sea, they are all very secretive about aiding Constellation. Our enemies and opponents are united like never before. From Camus Union's trade boycott to the Great Desert's military invasion, the Kasai's plunder at sea, Handball's blockade of the sea route, Extet's provocation in the north, even the rebels seem to have endless support behind them. It's as if they have agreed to attack together. He recalled the history of the bloody year bit by bit, and the sorrow in his words infected the atmosphere, causing the expressions of the royal guards to become more and more unsightly. Thales frowned without realizing it. Unfortunately, The source of the mystic guns purchased from the Empire has been cut off for no reason. The eternal oil and crystal drop ores can't keep up with the demand. It has become extremely difficult to obtain conventional weapons and military supplies. Zachriel continued to speak. His voice grew tighter, as if he was slowly suffocating. We did not just lose the war. The king and his vassals were at odds with each other. The nobles' protests rose one after another. The relationship between the three great temples and Renaissance palace fell to a freezing point. The shameless Tower of Eradication even sent a letter to criticize His Majesty's rule. Everything came together and turned into the most disadvantageous situation for us. His eyes were filled with pain and sorrow. And what you can see is the number of our brothers in the royal guards dwindling. For duty and honor, they abandoned their wives and children to follow the Jade Stars. One by one, they set out for the battlefield. They would either reply with a letter every half a month to inform us that they are safe, or they would never be heard from again. At that moment, the royal guards, including Samuel, did not speak. But each of them had their own reactions. They either lowered their heads or averted their gazes in an unnatural manner. Cannon even whimpered softly. But do you think that everything that happened that year was really just a coincidence? Zachriel stared at the firelight in Nalji's hand in a daze. As he recalled, his words slowly became savage. I know why. I know why we have become the target of public criticism. No matter what His Majesty's original intentions were, walking with the calamities is the origin and beginning of our disaster. It caused Constellation to fall into an unprecedented predicament and turned the entire world into our enemy. F***ck. Nalji slapped his thigh and cursed. No one knew whether it was for King Adi or for Zachriel. The entire world will become our enemy. Thales's breathing became disordered without his knowledge. Why? When he heard this, Barney Jr. interrupted Zachriel coldly. If you think that this is the source and reason, why didn't you tell us at that time? Why didn't you ask for help from the old captain, or even my father? They must have a way. Why did you make the decision on your own? Zachriel's gaze moved. The knight slowly swept his gaze over the royal guards. Thales noticed that quite a number of people subconsciously avoided his gaze, which was as sharp as a knife. A few seconds later, Zachriel chuckled in a mocking manner and lowered his head. You don't understand. By the time I really wanted to do something, it was already too late. He shuddered slightly. The situation worsened, and it went from bad to worse. Even the most elite guards who were protecting the princes would occasionally receive bad news. In less than a year, the rebel army's momentum grew stronger. They attacked cities and seized land. Our army's morale was low, and we retreated step by step. The flames of war in Western Desert and the Southwest spread to the interior and burned the entire country. The people of the kingdom were in a state of panic, and they could not rest easy. With every word Zachriel said, the royal guard's eyebrows furrowed a little. Until Extet, the terrifying great dragon who had just subdued the Golden Passage and the Camions, bared its fangs and joined the ranks of those who hit us when we were down. They mobilized the entire kingdom's army without hesitation. 100,000 elites were unstoppable, and their iron hooves thundered as they charged towards us. I think that was the final attack our enemies prepared for the kingdom. It was the final chapter of this epic of the destruction of the kingdom. Thales could not help but think of Nuvan VII, the king who was old, but whose might did not diminish. The cunning, shrewd, fierce and valiant lion. He also remembered what the Raven of Death had told him about the purpose of Extet's army heading south in the past. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but wonder. Did King Nuvan really dispatch his army so decisively just for political purposes? And we were already badly battered and at the end of our rope. We couldn't even form a decent army. Zachriel's words became even more painful and unbearable. Just like that, Constellation, which had borne the glory of the empire and stood for 700 years, reached the brink of destruction. It was just one step away from falling into the abyss and completely coming to an end. But even so, even though the calamities had already brought the kingdom step by step towards Hell's River, all of you could not imagine how stubborn His Majesty was. When he said this, the Knight of Judgment raised his head abruptly and looked forward with anger in his eyes. It was hard to imagine his unwavering trust in the woman by his pillow, in that monster. And all of this originated from that night. Zachriel slowly stopped talking. Barney Jr. closed his eyes and took a deep breath. So, you betrayed the kingdom and rebelled? You sided with His Majesty's enemies? The vanguard seemed to be trying his best to suppress his shock and shift his focus to the present. Zachriel was silent for a long time. He seemed to be hesitating. His Majesty was bewitched. Finally, the Knight of Judgment spoke faintly. He could not see that the calamities were the source of everything. He had to be clear-headed. The Knight of Judgment's gaze gradually became clear. As long as we stay away from those monsters with ulterior motives, cast aside their sinister schemes, stop placing our hopes on the taboo, and return to the right track of the kingdom. He was like a traveler who was struggling in pain in the abyss and saw hope at the last moment. The strange alliance formed by the enemy to hit us while we were down will lose its foundation and fall apart on its own. Even the two great forbidden existences, who are said to be high above us, will shift their attention away. The supply of mystic guns and eternal oil will be restored, the attitude of our allies will be restored, and the hostility that has nothing to do with benefits will be eliminated. The backstage reinforcements for the rebel army will stop, and the predicament of being attacked from both sides will be reduced. The divided and scattered people will gather together, and the precarious situation at the front lines will turn for the better. The only thing we need to worry about is our old enemies. Constellation will be able to survive this catastrophe. Zachriel's expression became more and more excited, but after a moment, it became gloomy. But before that, someone must stand up, shoulder the responsibility, and turn the tide. Even if it means the most unforgivable betrayal and the most unforgivable stain on our reputation. His eyes shone with deep pain. He stared at his own fist with rapt attention. Someone must save us, before His Majesty turns the whole world into an enemy and brings the whole kingdom into the abyss. Someone has to put an end to this hopeless and unnecessary confrontation. No one spoke. Even Samuel, who had a mocking look on his face, kept his mouth shut. Barney Jr., who stood at the forefront, had his eyes shut. He seemed to be thinking. Beside Thales, Nalji heaved a deep sigh. He was not the only one. The others also looked worried, and their hearts were heavy. The prince's mind was in a mess. He recalled the time in Mindy's hall when Yodel had a showdown with him regarding the matter of the mystics. Yodel had encouraged him hesitantly in private. I have seen those calamities more than once. From the moment your family was born, they were destined to be entangled with those calamities. More than once. That was definitely not just for Asda. Perhaps it also included Fruland, and even Giza. Speaking of Yodel, he remembered the Secret Intelligence Department and the Black Prophet. What role did they play in that calamity? Thales also remembered how Duke Arund of the Northern Territory questioned and blamed King Kessel hysterically in Renaissance Palace 6 years ago after his conspiracy failed. Just like your damn father, both of you knew what your choices would bring, but you never cared. If you didn't bring that monster back, they were probably talking about the new queen, Fruland. He had seen Kessel's face, especially the scene where the Iron Hand King coldly sent him to Dragon Cloud City. It was still fresh in his mind. Was my grandfather, 82nd, also like this? Thales also remembered Archduke Pofrit's evaluation of 82nd inadvertently revealed in the Hall of Heroes in Heroic Spirit Palace after losing the duel. Sooner or later, a madman like Constellation's 82nd will appear, dragging his entire kingdom to hell. Thales stared at Zachriel with a stupefied expression. As the trusted watchman of the royal guards, he should have been the most loyal guard. But no. In the dungeon, a faint, emotionless whisper rose in everyone's ears. Even if it has to be someone, it shouldn't be you. You shouldn't be the one to do it. Thales turned his head in surprise and saw Barney Jr. slowly raise his head. His gaze was sharp and cold as he stared at the Knight of Judgment. Imanu Zachriel. Zachriel was silent. You are not His Majesty. You are not Crown Prince Midir, not Prince Horus, not the Prime Minister, not an administrative officer, and definitely not His Majesty's military and diplomatic advisor. Barney Jr. seemed to have gotten over the shock brought about by his colleague's betrayal and the truth of what happened that year. He seemed to have figured something out. At that moment his voice was not loud, but his words were sonorous, forceful, and firm. You are not even the captain of the Royal Guards. You are only His Majesty's servant, the second son of Viscount Zacriel. Barney Jr. sucked in a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and asked, "What right do you have to arrogantly predict the future of the entire kingdom?" Zacriel did not speak, but there was a deep pain in his eyes. The vanguard's voice grew louder and more determined. "What right do you have to stand in the depths of the filthy darkness and claim that you saved the world?" The guards were stunned. They looked at each other, and their scattered gazes gradually became unified. They looked at the Night of Judgment at the same time. In the face of Zacriel, who was frowning and struggling, Barney Jr. snorted coldly. "Do you still remember the Praetorian Oath?" The Night of Judgment was slightly startled. The Praetorian Oath. But before he could react, Barney Jr. opened his mouth and spoke. "I swear that I will dedicate my life to the throne, and will forever serve the royal power. There is no other master. I swear that I will only wield this sword for the Emperor, and will only break it for the Emperor. There is no other use for me. I swear that I will either be buried in the throne's resting place, or my bones will be buried in the middle of my royal life. There is no other end." There were only 3 sentences, but Barney Jr.'s voice was very loud. It echoed in the walls, and the hatred from before was gone. He seemed to have returned to the solemn, calm, steady, and magnanimous vanguard. As Zacriel listened to these familiar sentences, he slowly became absent-minded. "They did it. The old captain, Tony, and even my father." Barney Jr. suppressed the bitterness in his throat and kept his voice calm. "And all the brothers who sacrificed their lives in and outside Renaissance Palace, and even on the front lines. No matter where His Majesty wants to go, they swore to follow him until death. They did not ask why he left, and they did not suspect him." Zacriel's body trembled. Old Captain Cullen, Chief Protector Tony, Vice Captain Quill Barney Sr. Thales did not just see Zacriel in his eyes. All the guards were in different states of mind. Samuel lowered his head, and sank into a deep melancholy and internal struggle. Cannon leaned against the wall and covered his face as he trembled slightly. The big Bruley covered his chest tightly. Nalgie stared at his torch expressionlessly, as if there was a beautiful magic trick in it. Tardin, Belden, and Nair were all in a daze. "I believe, even when we are on our way to Hell's River." Barney Jr.'s voice also began to tremble. "They will also do their best to snatch the boat to ferry His Majesty. And what about you?" The Night of Judgment's chest heaved. But Barney Jr.'s words were like a sharp sword that pierced through his weak points. "What you have said, Zacriel, does not absolve you of your sins. It is just a dream that you convinced yourself of because of your own selfishness." Barney Jr. finished his words, leaving behind only a disgusted and scornful gaze. His words were obviously very forceful, and the royal guard seemed to have figured something out. They cast aside the hesitation and reluctance they had for their former brothers, and their gazes were replaced with the same disgust and rejection. This time, Zacriel was silent for a long time. Then he opened his mouth with great difficulty. "I do not want to absolve myself of my sins or shirk my responsibilities, much less ask for forgiveness." "You said you wanted answers," the Night of Judgment said softly. "This is my answer. Everything that happened in the past, all the sins, I will bear them all." Barney Jr. stared at him for a very, very long time. Then, Barney's expression returned to normal. He seemed to have figured something out, and he shook his head with a wan smile. "No." Chapter 453. The prison regained its frightening silence. At that moment, "That's not right." Samuel, the only person among the royal guards who had escaped prison, interrupted coldly. "If your goal was only to make the king sober, why didn't you take the legendary anti-mystic equipment and assassinate the so-called Queen of Calamities alone?" At that moment, Samuel was cold and resolute, as if he was no longer the former royal guard. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. He remembered what Gilbert had told him about the calamity the Jade Star royal family faced during the Bloody Year. and he could not help but frown. Why did you use such an extreme method? Zacriel did not speak. Samuel continued to question him. And why did you put the entire Jadestar royal family on your elimination list? Why did you not stop until you slaughtered them all? Zacriel's lips trembled. The blood drained from his face, and he stared at Samuel in a daze. Yes. Tardin joined the conversation with a pale face. You know, even the most innocent concubines and grandchildren, and the most lively and naive Princess Constance, even they. He bit his lip and could not continue. Zacriel stared at Samuel and Tardin for a long time. Then he sighed. That was not my intention. Thales felt complicated when he saw this, but he immediately thought of another problem. Then whose intention was it? The prince's words attracted the other's attention. You did not tell the whole truth. Thales raised his voice. Tell me, who were the people who worked with you to assassinate the king, the people who intended to overthrow Constellation? Most importantly, what were the group of calamities and King Adi plotting to bring about such a calamity? Thales asked through gritted teeth. Zacriel seemed to be stumped by the question. He was silent for a long time. In the end, he only shook his head and did not answer. Also, Samuel spoke again. If what you said is true, then why? The former flag bearer stared at the former Knight of Judgment. Since you've already accomplished your goal, why didn't you stand up and admit that you were the traitor? You are not someone who is afraid of responsibility or death. You are even willing to take the blame for me when I escaped. With your personality, shouldn't you confess the truth openly and accept your trial like what you are doing right now? Zacriel pursed his lips tighter and tighter, but the prisoners gradually noticed that something was off. They frowned and looked at him. Why did he hide for 18 years? We tortured him for 18 years. Samuel's questions were layered, and there was indignation and indignation hidden in them. Why did you wait until now to suddenly jump out and tell us these things? Tell us that you are that damn traitor? If I hadn't stepped into this place and they hadn't released you, would you have continued living like this until you died? Zacriel did not move. He just sank his face into the darkness where the firelight could not reach. Samuel gritted his teeth and swung his arm, giving Thales a fright. In fact, I'm afraid that Samuel will not be able to do anything to you. Why is your target this prince? At that moment, Thales was shocked. Oh no. Why is it the prince? What are you still hiding? Samuel hissed. What secret is there that you would rather bring to Hell's River than tell us? Thales exchanged glances with Quick Rope, who had been restless and wanted to escape. He had a bad feeling. Why, are we back to this topic again? All the guards, including Barney Jr., scrutinized Zacriel suspiciously. Quite a number of them cast their gazes on Thales again. This is bad. Thales gritted his teeth. Zacriel did not reveal my secret before, perhaps because he still feels guilty towards the royal family, and does not want to tarnish the Jadestar family's reputation. But now, Thales glanced anxiously at Zacriel, who seemed to be hesitating. Now he had already revealed the truth about 82nd's alliance with the Mystics. He no longer has anything to hide, right? At that moment, Zacriel opened his mouth quietly. Summon souls. The Knight of Judgment said flatly. This caused the others, especially Thales, to be stunned. Summon souls? What does he mean? Zacriel inhaled slowly. His eyes were filled with wariness. Be it the invasion of the Prison of Bones today, the appearance of this prince, the disaster swords, Shadow Shield, or even the Dragon Breaker. None of them are coincidences. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. Not coincidences. Zacriel raised his head abruptly and looked at Thales. Your dagger, your highness. Dagger? Thales could not help but gulp. What? Under the other people's doubtful gazes, he resisted the urge to reach out and touch the JC. The Knight of Judgment's tone was cold, and there seemed to be a chill in his words. I know that it is made of dark steel that dwarves smelted underground. It is similar to the material of the Supreme Sword, but it is mixed with special crystal drops for another purpose. It is exceptionally different. Without waiting for Thales to react, Zacriel's next words revealed the origins of the JC. That is the Assassin's Flower, the unique weapon of the Charlton family. It is also proof that every Charlton has ended their training, and officially started their career as an assassin. Everyone was shocked. Even Quick Rope looked at Thales in horror. As for the main topic of the conversation, Thales himself felt his entire body stiffen, and he could not move. He knew. But Zacriel's gaze was filled with vigilance and wariness, as if the mentally unstable prisoner who had just escaped from prison was just an illusion. The appearance of this dagger in your hands, Your Highness, as well as the threatening and tempting attitude of those Shadow Shield assassins just now, shows what it means. As participants of the assassination that year, I do not know why they infiltrated the Jadestar royal family again, and got close to the special, you. When he said the word special, Zacriel paused again, and it made Thales break out in cold sweat. But it must have something to do with the misfortune those calamities brought that year, and their failed plot. The gazes of the prisoners flickered as they moved back and forth between Thales and Zacriel. This time, the Knight of Judgment's face was filled with wariness, as if his eyes were filled with enemies. I can feel that there are people who are indignant. They are unwilling to let go of the tragedy that happened in the past. Zacriel's gaze burned. They are still digging up the taboo of the past, searching for the legacy of the past, and trying to for the catastrophe and disaster 18 years ago. Soul beckoning. Soul beckoning? Thales stared at Zacriel blankly. No, it's not like that. He turned his head around with great difficulty. This dagger was given to me by Jayla in the past. But when he thought of this, Thales' thoughts froze for a moment. Wait a minute. The police and the assassin's flower might be a misunderstanding, but Shadow Shield. Thales could not help but remember what Stake said in my home. From almost madly assassinating the members of the royal family 18 years ago, to now doing everything in their power to ensure the prince's survival. The change in Tung's attitude before and after can only mean one thing. The prince's existence must mean something. Zacriel no longer paid attention to the prince's abnormality. He continued to speak, and his words were as cold as ice. They must be stopped. He emphasized the word stopped, and his voice was firm and unquestionable. Before the tragedy of the past reappears, and before the next mistake is made. When Zacriel finished speaking, Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Samuel smiled. Soul beckoning, Samuel repeated while he shook his head. He seemed to be disdainful. What a lame reason. But you have yet to answer my... Enough. At this moment, Barney Jr. seemed to have lost his patience. He interrupted Samuel without hesitation. Samuel cast a displeased glance at Barney Jr., but the latter ignored him. So, you are not prepared to surrender, and you intend to continue attacking the prince, right? Barney Jr. stared straight at Zacriel, who was in front of him. Zacriel was silent for a second. He did not answer directly. He only coldly repeated what he said just now. They must be stopped. When he heard this, Barney Jr.'s expression became even colder. Very well. The former vanguard removed the shield hanging on his back, raised his longsword, and pointed it at Zacriel. His murderous aura surged. Then, you must be stopped as well. All hesitation and apprehension disappeared from Barney Jr.'s face. He said coldly, in the name of the royal guards, we must account for our sins and severely punish those who betray us. In return for justice. Thales immediately sensed that everyone's bodies and nerves tensed up. Belden, Bruley, Tardin, Cannon, Nair, Nalgi, and the prisoners of the royal guard slowly spread out. They picked up their weapons again, stood in formation, and revealed their murderous intent. But they no longer targeted Thales and Quick Rope. Instead, they targeted the Knight of Judgment in front of them. Even Samuel, who stood on the other side, slowly drew his longsword. It was as if they had returned to their wartime state, and the scene of them meeting their old friends just now was just an illusion. Thales subconsciously tightened his grip on Ricky's sword. Quick Rope rolled his eyes and raised the crossbow in his hand. Are you ready to accept your judgment? Barney Jr. stared at Zacriel rudely. The disgust and hatred in his eyes practically overflowed. Traitor? The Knight of Judgment quietly endured their gazes. Of course. Zacriel sighed and slowly picked up his axe. As he spoke, the grief on his face turned into determination. Every day, every hour, and every second. I'm ready. At that moment, it was as if someone had dragged the timeline back to just now, and the Knight of Judgment and his former colleagues became enemies again. Quick Rope tugged at Thales, asking him whether he should escape now or when the fight started. But Thales shook his head. He felt the solemnity and tension in the hall, but it did not come from the two parties who were confronting each other. And it was just one of them. Barney. Nalji raised his weapon and stared at the former watchman in front of him. He gulped in distress and said carefully, "He is alone and we are 7. Barney frowned. "No, 8. Samuel interrupted faintly. He held his sword and walked to Zakriel's side. His eyes shone with anger. "All the debts must be settled today." Zakriel glanced at Samuel. An unknown emotion flashed in his eyes, but he did not say anything else. Barney Jr. also cast a glance at the coward who escaped from prison, whom he looked down upon. He pursed his lips and shook his head. "Very well, 8. Hence, the 9 former royal guards, the 9 people with the Jadestar brand of sin on their faces, the 9 people who had not seen each other for 18 years, at this moment, they faced each other and picked up their weapons. 1 against 8. No. Nalji sighed softly and mumbled to himself. The disparity is too great. The other royal guards frowned. The disparity is too great? A thought appeared in Thales's mind. He heard the heaviness in Nalji's words. Zakriel swept his gaze over them and sized them up again, as if he was observing a battlefield. "Yes, I know," he said softly. He got rid of all the emotions that he should not have and became the calmest and most terrifying Knight of Judgment once again. "I will fight against 8 of you alone." Zakriel held his battle axe upside down and took a step forward. Asterisk thud, thud thud. Asterisk indeed for all of you. His aura and pressure slowly accumulated with each step he took. It was like a monstrous wave that seemed to be moving slowly in the distance, but would eventually come crashing down. More or less. Zakriel raised his axe and faced his opponents, who were ready for battle. His gaze was serious. Chapter 454. When Zakriel's axe collided against Barney Jr.'s shield, the reactions of the prisoners were beyond Thales's expectations. Barney Jr. took the lead. He used his sword and shield to block Zakriel's angle of attack without any fancy moves, preventing Zakriel from attacking Belden and Bruley. But the others moved back Samuel. Amidst the swift gust of wind from the axe and the flash of the sword, Barney Jr. blocked one of Zakriel's slashes and pushed away the handle of the axe that came at him. He shouted at Samuel, who wanted to get closer to the battlefield. "I'm in the first round. Nair, cover me." As Barney Jr. roared, Nair leaped out of the crowd and joined the battle. But the other royal guards did not rush forward. They also stayed away from the battlefield, which was out of character. Nalji and Bruley did not say anything. They forcefully dragged Thales to the left and leaned against the wall. Barney Jr. and Nair were the only 2 people on the battlefield. To be precise, Barney Jr. was the only one on the front lines. He faced Zakriel's sometimes agile, sometimes swift, and sometimes stormy attacks. He seemed a little clumsy. Nair, who was supposed to support him, stood in the distance. He held a small knife and a dart in his hands while he watched the 2 people fighting fiercely. He did not move an inch. What? Thales did not understand. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the calm Zakriel suddenly swung his arm horizontally. He used the advantage of his body to push Barney Jr.'s shield away, and the blade of his axe went for the latter's neck. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Barney Jr. grunted and spun around to collide with Zakriel. The 2 of them separated right after they came into contact with each other. They each avoided their opponent's next attack, but it seemed that Barney Jr. was at a disadvantage. A wound appeared on his right arm. As he watched their fight, Thales, who was puzzled, finally gave up struggling. He turned his head and asked the people beside him anxiously, "What's going on?" But before anyone could answer, Samuel, who was on the other side, found an opportunity to squeeze his way over. The moment he entered his old colleague's formation, he pointed at Barney Jr., who was in the middle of a fierce fight, and asked in exasperation, "What's his plan? Is he trying to get himself killed?" Asterisk whoosh. Another gust of wind from the axe was neutralized by Barney Jr.'s perfect counter stance. However, he was immediately caught up in Zacriel's subsequent attacks. He seemed to be in a difficult situation. Faced with Samir's impolite interrogation, the other's expressions turned ugly. But Belden did not care. He looked worriedly at the two people who were engaged in an intense battle. He paid attention to the entrance of the stairs that Zacriel had blocked behind him. Barney said that the first round is a test. We'll act according to the situation and try to break through to the ladder. Samuel frowned and seemed to be a little hesitant. Thales could no longer hold back the questions in his heart. He cast a glance at Quick Rope and asked resolutely, "Why didn't you help him?" The prince looked at Barney Jr., who was surrounded by danger, and he was very anxious. "There are 8 of you." But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Belden's hoarse and intermittent voice. "I can't." Thales was stunned. "Can't do it?" He turned his head and glanced at the others, only to find that they all had the same expression on their faces, solemn and helpless. "Why?" On the other side, the duel between Zacriel and Barney Jr. was reaching its climax. Both of them seemed to be truly enraged. Their faces were ferocious, and their movements were fierce. Zacriel had just roared and pulled back an axe strike that nearly split his skull open when Barney Jr. used his life to force him to launch an equally fierce and risky attack. A strong gust of wind blew, and steel clanged. "We can't help him." Nalji sighed softly. He stared at the battle between the two people and said softly, "Zacriel is not an ordinary person, and he's definitely not a normal supreme-class warrior." "Not an ordinary person?" Thales and Quick Rope were both stunned. Nalji stroked the weapon in his hand and stared at the two people who were fighting to the death. There was a gloomy look between his brows. "His power of eradication is called Chaos of Armies. It's a rare variant of Pegasus music. The key lies in his unparalleled perception." When they heard Nalji say this, the royal guards were a little dazed. Pegasus music. Thales found it a little familiar. "Wait, I heard Waya, the real Waya, say that it's Miranda's power of eradication." When he thought of this, Thales became serious. "Chaos of armies? Perception? What do you mean?" This time the one who answered him was Belden. "Focus." Belden's voice was hoarse and incoherent, as if it had been washed by sand. But this did not affect Thales from hearing the anxiety in his voice. He also saw the hesitation in Belden's eyes. A person's energy and attention are limited. He cannot multitask. Even when he is fully focused, he can only pay attention to 1 or 2 things at the same time. If there are more things, we will lose enough attention to our targets. We will be unable to pay attention to the things in front of us, behind us, and to the left. Focus. Thales chewed on this word. On the other side, Barney Jr., who was at a disadvantage, finally made a somewhat successful counterattack. At the cost of a knee strike from Barney Jr., he sliced open Zacriel's shoulder. It was only a few millimeters away from Zacriel's vital spot. Thales thought that it was a pity. But Zacriel is different. Belden's words became even more solemn. At the same time, there was pride in his honor, and the pain of his old friend's betrayal. Chaos of armies takes the perception, observation, and rhythm emphasized by Pegasus music and pushes it to the limit. Zacriel can effectively distribute his attention within a certain area without distracting himself. He can multitask and grasp all the variables in a battle. His upper limit is unknown. Multitask. Thales looked at Zacriel, who swung his axe skillfully, and then at Barney Jr., who attacked with all his might. Puzzled, he asked, "What do you mean?" Samuel snorted coldly and interrupted. "It means that the Knight of Judgment has countless eyes, and he can observe countless targets at the same time. He is no longer afraid of being surrounded, and he is no longer afraid of group battles. His attention when he faces 10 people is no less than when he faces only 1 person. He will never lose sight of others because he is outnumbered." Samuel held the sword in his hand tightly. His gaze never left the battlefield, as if he was ready to attack at the next moment. His words made the prisoners look even more worried. Bruley even snorted and pointed at Nair, who was still holding the dart tightly in his hand. No Bruley. Tardan shook his head, as if he understood Nayer's indecipherable groan. Nayer cannot easily attack unless he is in a life-threatening situation. That might be disadvantageous to Barney. He will never lose sight of others because he is outnumbered. Thales carefully understood this sentence, and his expression changed drastically. What is this? The knight will not die when he is alone? There are no openings in his back? He remembered the scene just now when Zachriel faced 5 or more Shadow Shield assassins. The unparalleled Knight of Judgment who attacked consecutively within a few seconds and killed 5 people at just the right time. Another muffled thud rose. This time, Barney Jr. used a charge that was almost suicidal to force Zachriel, who seemed to be apprehensive, to retreat. The prince turned his head to look at the battlefield and asked anxiously, "So, whether it is 1 against 1 or against many, it makes no difference to him?" This time, Tardan's voice was desolate and resigned. It was as if he had seen through the world. "It is worse than that." Tardan shook his head. He seemed to be sentimental as well as bitter. Zachriel is a genius rarely seen in the world. He has developed the advantage of the chaos of armies to the extreme. He is multitasking, and it is not just when he is fighting against his enemies. Regardless of whether it is our enemies' bodies, weapons, intentions, movements, the positions of our surroundings, the environment, the situation, the state of our bodies, the increase and decrease of force during a duel, the sand and stone obstacles under our feet, and even sudden accidents, everything on the battlefield is within Zachriel's grasp. He has even taken it a step further, and perfectly transformed it into his strategy to fight against his enemies. In addition, he has trained himself through thousands of duels, and his skills are not at all inferior to his judgment. Tardan's expression was tense. He stared at Zachriel, who used the terrain, the length of his axe hilt, and the weight of his opponent's shield to force Barney Jr. into a pathetic state again. Those who fight against him are always at the greatest disadvantage. All the factors and variables on the battlefield are within Zachriel's attention and observation. Those who stand on his side will be able to control the situation with ease. It is as if they are assisted by God, and their teamwork is seamless. It is usually hard to tell, but those who have fought against him have the feeling that he is flawless and unstoppable. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. Everything is within his grasp, and he transforms it into a strategy to fight against his enemies. All the factors and variables on the battlefield are within his attention and observation. He can control the situation with ease, and he can control the situation with ease. Flawless, unstoppable. He could not help but shudder. That nightmarish night from 6 years ago where flesh and blood were spilled all over the place reappeared in his memory. What followed was another person's low murmur. Only those who have everything in their hands, the world in their hearts, and the entire situation under their eyes, are qualified to be called true elites. Thales watched the duel in a daze. He stared at Zachriel, who became more and more courageous as he fought. He seemed to have understood something. He could tell. Barney Jr.'s attacks might seem fierce, but it was difficult for his normal attacks to be effective. Zachriel could always easily neutralize his attacks with the most energy-conserving, concise, and effective method. Only those desperate attacks, which involved exchanging injuries for injuries and paying a heavy price, could leave some marks on the Knight of Judgment. Unfortunately, every time he launched a slightly effective killing move, he seemed to miss his target by a hair's breadth. But Thales understood that it was not as simple as a hair's breadth. Tardan sighed and said, "In this situation, it's not just the encirclement of many people that no longer works on him. On the contrary, the more enemies there are in a chaotic battle, the more variables there are, and the more chaotic the situation is, the more Zachriel can find the most suitable position for himself. He can use openings and gaps that ordinary people can't imagine to seize the chance to survive and win. The more he fights, the stronger he becomes." The expressions of the royal guards became increasingly unpleasant. Thales clenched his fists. Beside him, Quick Rope had a look of disbelief. Thales turned his head around in disbelief. So when the Knight of Judgment fights against many people in a chaotic battle while he is outnumbered, compared to Zachriel in a one-on-one fight? Nalji nodded. He continued the conversation with a worried look on his face. It's countless times stronger. If we rashly join the battle, we will only increase Zakriel's leverage. Thales was shocked when he heard this. Beside him, Quick Rope even opened his mouth in the shape of an O. So for Zakriel, fighting against 8 people alone is more advantageous? He's practically the human version of the blood mystic? He gave me pointers on my sword style, Samuel said coldly by the side. So I know that when you face him, you won't just be facing Zakriel, but the entire battlefield known as Zakriel, which truly belongs to him. The chaos of armies. His words were sonorous and forceful, but they made people feel heavy-hearted. Thales frowned hard. Just like an army? Samuel stared at him. He was silent for a second before he nodded. Just like an army. In the distance, Barney Jr. moved in a flash. He roared and crashed into Zakriel's body with a dual stance that he did not hold back at all. Asterisk thud. Asterisk both of them fell to the ground at the same time, then jumped up at the same time. Both of them panted. Let go, Barney. This is not the ending you want, Zakriel said softly. Barney Jr. snorted coldly. Why didn't you let go in the past? In the next second, both of them moved, and their weapons clashed against each other again. By the side, Quick Rope could no longer hold back. Isn't this a little too much? The rookie mercenary rubbed his face and widened his eyes. He pointed at Zakriel, who was fighting the enemy in silence. Can he fight against 100 people alone? Can he fight against an entire army alone? In the face of Quick Rope's rather doubtful words, the prisoners stared at him with hostile expressions. Quick Rope could not help but tremble. He remembered the grudge he had formed with them, and he took a step back in embarrassment. Thales looked at the group and felt that they had something to say. As expected, the corners of Nalji's lips curled up. Do you know the battle that made Zakriel famous? The battle that made him famous. The prisoners shuddered at the same time. Quick Rope blinked, and he immediately put on a wary look that said, I'm not going to take the bait. Nalji stared at the Knight of Judgment, whose expression did not change even in the midst of the fierce battle. A fascinated look appeared in his eyes. When Zakriel was young, he went to Dragon Cloud City with Prince Midir. His Highness was too eloquent, and he made the Northlanders unhappy, so they used force to make things difficult for them. Midir, Dragon Cloud City. Thales recalled the relevant scenes in his mind. Barney Sr. told me that at that time Zakriel, who was only 17 years old, faced the enemy alone. Nalji clicked his tongue and shook his head. He spoke in a tone that was half proud and half despondent. He used more than 10 minutes. Alone. He took down 40 White Blade guards. Quick Rope was stunned for a moment. Thales' thoughts also stopped for a moment. In the next second. What? His mouth, which had no place to put it, opened and closed, as if he wanted to scream but could not make a sound. Thales snapped out of his reverie. An endless shock and fear rose in his heart. 40? White Blade guards. He remembered the group of masked warriors with swords 6 years ago. They were the elite soldiers who swore not to retreat under Black Sand Region's fierce attack, fought to the end, and even counterattacked, causing Lampard's men to be battered and injured. They were the brave guards who did not hesitate to use their bodies to block arrows for him and Little Rascal. The White Blade guards. Nicholas, Merc, Monty, and Justin. One person took down 40 of them? Thales' face stiffened. How is that possible? It was obvious that Quick Rope suffered a greater blow. He looked at Zakriel in the distance in disbelief, then at the prisoners with gloomy expressions. His face contorted, and he spoke incoherently. He seemed to be smiling, but he could not smile. Are you kidding me? 40. White Blade guards. They were all veterans. Quick Rope waved his hands blindly in the air, as if he could throw his question further away. Impossible, this is such a big thing. Quick Rope opened his mouth in a daze, as if his outlook on life had been greatly impacted. Why, Nico? Why didn't anyone tell me? He stared at everyone in a daze. He could not accept this shocking news. No one answered him. Thales sighed in his heart. Get ready, Tardin, Belden said coldly at that moment. Barney is retreating. Everyone's expressions froze. In the distance, Barney Jr.'s attack slowed down. So he has no problem fighting against 100 people alone. Thales frowned. When they faced the prince, the prisoner's attitude was clearly much better than when they faced Wyacasso. Samuel said softly, "You must know that no matter how big the battlefield is, there is still a limit to how many people can benefit from it. Other than the special battle formations, even if 1,000 people attack one person at the same time, only 6 or 7 people at the innermost part of the circle can attack the enemy with all their strength at the same time." He looked at Barney Jr. from afar and said sternly, "As long as he has enough stamina and energy, there is no reason for Zacriel to lose." Thales' heart sank. No. Since that was the case, the royal guards present were not enough. There was no hope. "Barney, what are they doing? You know, there was once someone in the royal guards who was bored and made up a rhyme." Nalji shook his head. Behind him, Bree raised a finger and pointed at Nalji with a blank expression. The last sentences, Nalji cleared his throat and said with a serious expression, "Nothing can hurt Tony. There are no regrets in punishment." Chapter 455. The seemingly evenly matched duel between Zacriel and Barney Jr. only lasted for a few minutes. Right after Nalji finished speaking, Zacriel pressed forward with his entire body. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a piercing sound rose. Barney's blade was caught by Zacriel's axe at a strange angle. Barney Jr.'s pupils shrank. "You fight like a Northlander." Zacriel crossed his left arm diagonally and accurately caught his opponent's shield, which was used to attack him. "But your thoughts are still that of a constellatiate." Barney Jr. gritted his teeth and withstood Zacriel's strength. The two of them were in a stalemate, and they trembled slightly. You must know that Northlanders have no distractions. In the contest of strength, Zacriel leaned towards Barney Jr., who was very close to him. He shook his head expressionlessly. "Never hesitate." As everyone cried out in surprise, Zacriel suddenly let go of the axe hilt and allowed Barney Jr.'s sword to cut his shoulder, causing blood to flow. In the next moment, before Barney Jr. could celebrate his victory, he felt his legs go weak. He could not dodge in time, and Zacriel seized the opportunity to grab his waist and lift him up. Damn it. In his shock and anger, Barney Jr. only had this thought before he was thrown to the ground by Zacriel. Asterisk thud. Asterisk under the intense pain. The dizzy Barney Jr. knew that he had lost the upper hand. He endured the pain and shouted, "Nair Tardin!" At that moment, 2 piercing sounds of wind drew close to the back of Zacriel's head. In the blink of an eye, Zacriel quickly dodged and barely avoided the 2 life-saving darts that Nair shot out. When he turned his head around, what welcomed him was Tardin's merciless blade and blade. The trajectory of Tardin's sword and blade was incredibly strange. For a moment, the empty-handed Zacriel was forced to take a few steps back and pick up a warhammer left behind by a mercenary. Barney Jr. took the opportunity to stagger to his feet and tumble out of the battlefield in a disheveled manner. He was caught by Belden. "How is he?" Belden asked calmly. "His skills aren't as nimble as they were back then, and so is his stamina." Barney Jr. panted softly as he watched Tardin, who took his place to fight against Zacriel. "There's also a rather serious new injury on his back. It's making his movements a little sluggish." The prisoners of the Royal Guard surrounded Barney Jr. and rearranged their weapons. They listened attentively to the conversation between the vanguard and the penal officer. "Very good, so we have a chance?" Samuel touched his sword and asked with narrowed eyes. As Thales watched their brief exchange, he suddenly realized that this was like a small military conference during a war. Barney Jr. glanced at his colleagues and remained silent. A few seconds later, he shook his head under everyone's disappointed gazes. "I don't think so. His instincts and consciousness are still clear. He can turn his weakness into an advantage at any time." Barney Jr. took the sword and shield from Bruley and coughed loudly. "I even suspect that he purposely let me discover the wound on his back, just now to lure me into attacking his side. Then you all saw it. If I didn't attack with that sword, perhaps I wouldn't have." Everyone shuddered. On the other side, Zacriel and Tardin's movements became faster. The latter's attacks were strange and urgent. The sounds of weapons clashing against each other sounded like wind chimes. Then, what should we do? Belden's expression did not change. He was like an unmoving hill. Barney Jr. watched Tardan's movements closely. Tardan's movements are very sneaky. He can stall for time, but he did not say anything else. But Thales could feel that the mood of the guards had become gloomy. Barney Jr. shook his head and stood up. His gaze became sharp. I will replace him later. This time, I will not test him. I will kill him at all costs. At all costs. When he said this, the expressions of Belden and the others darkened. Samuel also frowned. Barney. Nalji looked hesitant. He wanted to say something, but he did not. But Barney Jr.'s expression was firm. He did not give anyone a chance to refute him. More importantly, I will force him to give way. All of you will seize the chance to bring the prince and run upwards. He turned to Thales, causing the teenager's heart to tense. Until we escape from the prison of bones and reach the surface. Everyone's expressions instantly changed. Samuel frowned and crossed his arms over his chest. Belden remained silent. Bruley's neck was red, and he stuttered. Nalji and Cannon looked at each other. They were dejected. Looking at them, Thales had a bad premonition. Very well, we run away. Samuel shook his head sarcastically. These words were barely audible in the midst of Zacriel and Tardan's fierce battle, but to the people who heard them, they felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. Barney Jr. ignored Samuel's sarcasm. He was silent for a while before he spoke again. If Nair and I don't succeed, and he catches up to you, he calmly glanced at everyone and slowly said, next, the order of going up is Samuel, then Cannon, then Bruley, Nalji, and finally Belden. When he heard this, Thales' heart sank. Go to the top. They were going to. Every opponent's fighting style is different, and there's a huge difference between them. Zacriel needs time to get used to it, so he can drag the fight for a longer time. Samuel snorted coldly. How long? Barney Jr. whipped his head around. As long as you can. He cut Samuel off coldly. Do you understand, Vice Flag Bearer? Or are you not satisfied with being the first in line? Samuel snorted softly, and did not say another word. Thales noticed that Barney Jr. no longer addressed Samuel as a coward. The teenager stared at the people with brands on their faces. They were dirty, ragged, but had stern expressions. He could not help but speak. In fact, we can also help a little. But Barney Jr. rejected him bluntly. No, you must run away, Your Highness. Barney Jr. put his hand on Thales' shoulder. His eyes were filled with emotions. Run to Bladefang's camp, and use your identity to find the army. Thales frowned. Barney Jr. turned solemnly to Zacriel, who was engaged in a fierce battle. Let them use the hooves of the cavaliers and the mystic guns to seek justice and clear their names. The breathing of the guards quickened. Nalji opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Thales could not hold it in anymore. He shook off Quickrope's hand, which was pulling him back, and took a step forward. Do you really intend to die here? Barney Jr. paused slightly. Die? Of course not. He turned around and cast a glance at the dark scene in the prison of bones. With a complicated expression, he exhaled a long breath. Today we can be considered to have lived in this place. His tone was bleak. Thales was immediately startled. When they heard this, the guards, who had been slightly agitated, fell silent at the same time, as if they had gone mute. And I am honored to fight alongside you, guards. Barney Jr.'s back was facing them. He pressed the hilt of his sword against his chest and sighed softly. May the legacy not be destroyed, and the empire be eternal. There was silence. Behind Barney Jr., Belden raised his fist expressionlessly, and pounded it against his chest gently. Aside from Samuel, the other guards also raised their fists and pounded their chests lightly. As he watched them, Thales felt his chest tighten. Before the slightly dejected Thales could adjust his thoughts, in the next second, Barney Jr. sped up and charged towards the battlefield. Tardan! He shouted loudly. Tardan, who had been gradually losing his strength, retreated without hesitation when he heard this. He jumped out of the battlefield in an unpleasant posture. Zacriel frowned and turned around. Without stopping, he charged towards Barney Jr. again. Come, let's end this, watchman. Asterisk clang. Asterisk their weapons clashed. Barney Jr.'s expression was ferocious. This time, his movements were obviously much more dangerous than before. He swung his sword boldly, and he did not care about himself at all. This made Zacriel shudder involuntarily. That sense of danger rose in his heart again. He knew that this time his opponent was serious. From now on, I will take over the command of the vanguard. On the other side, Nalji had just supported Tardin, who was drenched in sweat as he retreated. Belden then spoke to the group decisively. Barney will create a chance for us to break through. We will seize the chance to rush to the stairs. Do not care about anything else, and go up with all our might. If Zacriel stops one of us, he cast a glance at everyone. The answer was self-evident. The guards glanced at Zacriel, who was in the middle of the battlefield, and started to move. Fail's arm was grabbed by Belden and pulled forward. He stared at Barney Jr., who had practically given up on defense, and was madly charging at Zacriel with the determination to die. He also stared at Nair, who was holding a dart by the side. He felt terrible. Is there a better way? But at that moment, another arm appeared out of nowhere and pressed down on Belden's shoulder. It stopped him and Thales from moving forward. Thales could not help but be shocked. The others were also stunned. Belden frowned and looked at the person who stopped him in puzzlement. Samuel, if we follow Barney Jr.'s plan, we will all die, Samuel said coldly. He turned to Thales, and there was a cold glare in his eyes. Including him. Samuel's warning gaze made Thales' heart tremble. Belden was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Barney Jr., who was attacking like a madman. Then his anger showed on his face. That is the best way, and it is also the vanguard's order. But before he could finish speaking, Samuel interrupted him fiercely. We have to climb a total of 18 steps to reach the surface. Samuel pointed at Zacriel and said resolutely, there are only 6 of us left. Even if we don't care about our lives on the ground, will we be able to hold him back for even 6 minutes? Belden was stunned. You were both penal officers before Belden. Many of the special prisoners up there were escorted by you from the capital. He is familiar with the terrain here, and he will catch up to us sooner or later. That is not a good idea. Use your rationality and think. We can't escape. Samuel looked at each of them sternly. We have to find another way out. We can't escape. Belden fell silent. He knew that what Samuel said was true. The others also froze. Find another way out. Thales thought of something. Belden was a man of few words, but he had a strong personality. He watched Samuel's actions in displeasure. Just as he was about to flare up, Thales suddenly spoke. Do you mean that you have an idea? Samuel nodded and pointed at the stone stairs. Go down to the bottom. I know a path, a mysterious exit. Zacriel doesn't know about it. It might be our only chance of survival. Thales' eyes lit up. Are you saying that there is another exit in the Prison of Bones? It was built by the wizards of the Alchemy Tower? Alchemy Tower. Belden frowned and exchanged glances with Tardin. Samuel turned to the other prisoners. His tone was slightly agitated. Believe me, that is the escape route that we, the Disaster Swords, originally prepared. Our leader is meticulous and reliable. If he says there is one, then it must be true. Belden looked at him suspiciously. Then where is your leader? Samuel was instantly speechless. He looked at Thales with a complicated expression. Ask him. Thales quirked an eyebrow. He subconsciously put the sword in his hand behind his back. He forced a smile and changed the topic. That should be true. Shadow Shield fought with them because of this. Are you sure that the exit will work? Samuel panted and ignored the displeased gazes from the people around him. Ricky has already found Black Prison, hasn't he? Even if it doesn't work, after he catches up to you, you will die on the way up the stairs or on the way down the stairs. Which would you choose? Thales frowned. His gaze moved past the 2 men fighting fiercely, and looked at the stairs behind them. Up. Down. In the battlefield, Barney Jr. rammed a desperate blow into Zacriel's ribs, but he was hit by Zacriel's knee. Both of them grunted and retreated at the same time. I know what you're planning. Zacriel glanced at the people in the distance, then at the stone stairs behind him. That won't work. Across him, Barney Jr. trembled as he lifted his shield. He sensed the numbness in his limbs. This is bad. This battle was harder than he imagined. Zacriel knew his determination, so he blocked his way in front of the stone stairs and did not give them any chances. He was prepared to use the safest and most effortless method, to grind him down. As long as I kill you, Barney Jr. said through gritted teeth. It will work. I have to fight for a chance. He pounced on Samuel again. On the other side, Belden was silent for a while, but he still shook his head. Barney is doing his best to fight for a chance for us. The path he chose might not have much hope, but I will not risk the prince's life with you. Samuel stepped forward and pressed down on Belden's shoulder. He gritted his teeth and said, You know that it's an order that will lead to your death, but you still stubbornly move forward. This is foolish. Belden's eyes burned with anger. He pushed Samuel away. Penal Officer Belden, Thales said when he saw that the two were about to fight. Maybe it's worth a try. He's right, we can't escape. Belden's expression changed. Your Highness. But Thales shook his head and tightened his grip on the longsword in his hand. In the name of the Jadestar family, I released all of you today. Compared to watching all of you die one by one, Thales stared into the distance with a profound gaze. I'd rather take the risk. His words stunned everyone in the area. Even Belden, who was in a hurry to refute him, was rendered speechless. Quick Rope exhaled and shrugged. Ah, that's him. The royal guards fell silent. At that moment, Barney Jr. roared and crashed into Zacriel. The two of them rolled together. No matter where we go, we must go. Tardin, who had been paying attention to the battle, tightened his grip on his sword. He sensed something. Now is the time when Barney's offense is at its strongest. Zacriel might not be able to free himself to stop us. Belden widened his eyes and looked at Samuel, then at Thales. He seemed to be hesitating. Nalji interrupted cautiously. I think that what His Highness said makes sense. And I hate climbing stairs, and I hate being chased upstairs even more. Belden's eyebrows furrowed even more. Thales no longer cared about the hesitant royal guards. Instead, he turned to the two people who were fighting. His expression was tense. If we want to go down, is there a possibility that we can save Barney and Nair? Belden pursed his lips. His expression was one of pity. Your Highness, but they were prepared to be sacrificed here. Thales clenched his fists. Samuel snorted coldly. Zacriel is not a hound who will obediently run away after throwing a frisbee. He watched the increasingly intense battle and said in a cold voice, Someone must restrain him, before he cuts us to pieces. Hold him back. Thales stared at Zacriel and furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Did you just say that the key to the Chaos Army is to surpass a normal person's perception, observation, and attention? Belden sighed. Yes. But Your Highness, please reconsider. However, the teenager ignored him. Instead, he turned to the others and muttered, Perception, observation. Thales suddenly raised his head and swept his gaze over the crowd. Is Zacriel invincible in the world? Is there no one who can defeat him? Defeat the Night of Judgment? The prisoners of the royal guard stared at each other. Quite a number of them were obviously still struggling between Samuel and Belden. They were struggling between orders and risks. There is. At this moment, Nalji spoke faintly. There is a follow-up to the battle that made Zacriel famous. A follow-up? Thales narrowed his eyes. Nalji shrugged. It's still what Barney Sr. said. When the young Zacriel defeated 40 opponents and made the Northlanders' faces turn ashen, that uncle came. Thales asked curiously. Uncle? What uncle? The prisoners of the royal guard stared at each other. Nalji raised his head and glanced at Zacriel, who was locked in a stalemate with Barney Jr. That was Zacriel's only defeat in his life. The enemy he cared about the most was also the humiliation he had deep in his heart. He challenged him twice in the next few decades, but he never won. Thales was instantly shocked. Only defeat? Nalji stared at Zacriel in the distance, who had a calm expression on his face. He sighed and said, It was not only because he lost, but also because of his enemy's skills, bloodline, and identity. In short, everything about that uncle made Zacriel care about him so much that he felt ashamed. The enemy I cared about the most. Thales rolled his eyes. Most importantly, before they fought in front of everyone. Before Nalji finished speaking, he spoke with a faint sigh and pity, like a bard. That legendary uncle said something like this to the young and hot-blooded Zacriel. One sentence. As he listened to Nalji's words, Thales' pupils slowly shrank. A few seconds later, Barney Jr. strenuously withstood Zacriel's counterattack and took a few steps back. He had just managed to leave a sword wound on Zacriel, but he did not manage to force his opponent to move away from his original position. Damn it. If this goes on, we won't be able to find a breakthrough. At that moment, Caslin Lampard, a teenager's voice rose. It was loud and sharp, and it echoed in the dungeon. Do you remember him? Barney Jr., who was deep in thought, was stunned for a moment. When he heard the name, Zacriel, who was standing opposite him, shuddered. A face that had never faded appeared before his eyes. The Knight of Judgment cast a glance at the panting Barney Jr., then turned his head around expressionlessly to look at Thales, who stood in front of the group of royal guards. Belden's expression was incredibly tense. Samuel paid full attention to him. But this could not compare to what Thales said next. Thales stared at Zacriel and said softly, Caslin is dead. He died in the hands of his disciple. Zacriel's eyes slowly widened. Caslin Lampard. The Knight of Judgment's heartbeat slowly sped up. Dead? He asked in return, as if he had not noticed anything. Yes, Caslin the Earthshaker is dead. Thales took a deep breath and walked forward slowly. But the person who defeated him, the undefeated and invincible strongest man in the Western Peninsula, the star killer Sori Nicholas of the White Blade Guards. Zacriel stared at Thales quietly. His expression gradually became perplexed. It was as if he had returned to the past. Thales exhaled and suppressed his increasingly rapid heartbeat. He did not forget you, nor did he forget his teacher's opponent. When you were in prison, he asked someone to deliver a message to the royal guards. Thales stared at the perplexed Zacriel and gritted his teeth. A sentence that you are very familiar with. Just as he expected, he saw Zacriel's eyebrows slowly furrow together. A sentence? A very familiar sentence? Thales took a deep breath and puffed out his chest. He recalled the old man who treated him to a drink in the tavern 6 years ago. He imagined the old man's heroic, majestic, and imposing manner. Come, little brat from the south. Thales was calm and composed. He placed his hands behind his back and spoke in a gruff and disdainful voice. I can give you a handicap, with 2 hands. Give you a handicap, with 2 hands. At that moment, it was as if time had stopped. Zacriel stared at Thales stiffly. He did not move, as if he had lost consciousness. Little brat from the south. No, he mumbled in a trembling voice. A scene from many years ago slowly appeared before his eyes. Give you a handicap, with 2 hands. No. Zacriel lowered his head and slowly puffed out his chest. The veins on his neck popped up, and the muscles on his arms formed inch by inch. No. Thales subconsciously gulped when he saw the Knight of Judgment moaning with his head lowered. A chill that he had never felt before rose from the soles of his feet. The sin of hell's river roared uneasily in his veins. Immediately after, a heart-wrenching roar exploded in the underground prison. No. Before Thales could react, Zacriel, who was roaring ferociously, instantly rose to his feet and charged at him with the force of a tsunami. Caslin. His aura was shocking. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. The guards behind him were just about to take action when 2 strong gusts of wind rose from behind Zacriel. But the Knight of Judgment, whose eyes were as red as those of a wild beast, seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. The warhammer in his hand flew behind him in a seemingly unintentional manner, and Barney Jr.'s fatal longsword was deflected. It crashed into Nayer's dart, which came from the other side. It only left a scar on his back. At that moment, he only had eyes for the figure in front of him. Just like many years ago, that person held his hands behind his back and puffed out his chest, mocking him with contempt. That damned Yankee. 2 hands for you. 2 hands. How dare you, how dare he? Lampard. Thud. Zacriel roared furiously. His expression was ferocious, and his charge was unstoppable. At that moment, Thales felt the sin of Hell's river boil endlessly. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. The next second, he closed his eyes and turned around. His back was facing the night of judgment. Barney Jr. panicked as he chased after Zacriel. He exchanged a glance with Nair, who was also chasing after Zacriel desperately. No. No. But before he could roar, something suddenly slipped out of Thales' hands, which were behind his back. Asterisk thud. Asterisk it was a round ball. It fell on the ground and bounced a little. Everyone was stunned. Then the round ball trembled slightly between Thales and Zacriel. It buzzed. Zacriel's rationality returned to him in an instant. He then frowned. That is. On the ground, the strange metal ball bounced about freely. It was like a naive, happy and ignorant child. I hate this. This was Zacriel's last thought. In the next moment, Thales felt an unparalleled impact coming at his back. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk it devoured his entire body. Asterisk boom. Asterisk at that moment, an earth-shattering sound exploded on the ground. The strange alchemy ball released a terrifying energy and an endless amount of light, as if it was a landslide. Piercing, dazzling, magnificent. It completely engulfed the small underground prison. Everyone. Chapter 456. Your grandmother sent you a letter. She wants you to go back. His father's voice rang in the night shift room. His familiar tone made him sit up straight. What? He asked instinctively. Even though he was gradually getting used to the weekly report, and was used to his father's businesslike tone, he could not help but be stunned when he heard his father say such unprofessional words after the routine report. The night shift room of the guards was located in a remote corner of Renaissance Palace. Compared to the noisy palace gate that faced King's Lane and the Hall of Stars that made people hold their breaths, this place was not noisy or quiet. The atmosphere was just right. His father spoke faintly and his voice was hoarse. Your cousin is not in good health. In truth, it is very bad. He is not doing well in managing his fiefdom, and he needs help. Grandmother. Cousin. These two names that he had not heard for a long time echoed in his mind, and he was dazed for a moment. It was as if he had returned to the distant past. Help. But he only instinctively thought about it before he spoke without hesitation. No, I'm not going back. When he heard his answer, his father crossed his arms behind the table. He leaned back in his chair while his armor clanked. His eyes burned, and he revealed the awe-inspiring aura that he had cultivated over the years. This made him feel a little uneasy. It had been a long time since he was alone with his father and talked about housework without a third person. But his father did not frown, and he did not show any hesitation. He seemed to have expected his answer. Your grandmother means that if anything happens to your cousin, someone needs to inherit the family's fiefdom and title, his father said softly. This made him frown. Fiefdom and title. Someone needs to inherit. He instinctively frowned, then snorted softly. He tried hard to suppress the disdain in his words. They won't be so kind. What are the conditions? His father's expression remained the same. He did not know whether it was because his many years of career made him unable to show his emotions, or because he knew too much about himself. His father said faintly, the condition is that after your cousin passes away, you have to marry your sister-in-law, who is your grandmother's grandniece. You have to give birth to an heir with her to maintain the relationship between the two families. Marry my cousin's widow? When he heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He was satisfied that he found a reason to be disdainful. As expected. I understand. He crossed his arms as well, and there was a hint of contempt in his nasal voice. Tell them I won't go back. Let them do as they please. His father nodded without any surprise at his refusal, as if he had not just refused the right to inherit a noble title, but merely said, I'm not going home for dinner tonight. His father's gaze shifted to his bandaged finger. This time, the former truly frowned. Are you still practicing that sword technique? He subconsciously put down his arms, but before he hid them behind his back, he changed his posture at the last minute. He naturally assumed a posture of supporting himself with the arms of the chair. He nodded and tried to answer in the most nonchalant tone. Yes. However, his father's brows did not relax. Instead, they furrowed even tighter. Do you think you have a chance to defeat him in the next night competition? Or at least be on par with him and not be at a disadvantage? These words made his heart clench. Defeat him. Defeat him. It was him. That's right, just like that, defeat him. Just like that Northlander, he wanted to say, in a confident, relaxed, steady tone. But for some reason, he changed his words at the last minute before he said them. His tone was a little deeper. We will know when the time comes. His father was silent for a while, but his eyes were still fixed on him. This made him very uncomfortable. I think you should know that skill is not the only criterion when it comes to the selection of the watchman, his father said slowly. His eyebrows were still furrowed. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. He unnaturally changed his sitting posture. I know. His father continued to stare at him. But even so, your chances of being a watchman are not optimistic. It was as if there was a string in his heart that was tightly pulled taut. Zakriel's martial arts are the best, and he is deeply trusted by His Majesty. Nolaner has the support of the entire Northern Territory, and a good relationship with others. Tony is someone Captain Cullen thinks highly of, and Cox's battlefield command and experience are highly praised and recommended by Prince Horace. They are all popular candidates. His father stared at him and said things that everyone knew clearly. It was like a seal that was deeply imprinted in his heart. But you only have me as your father. He did not know if it was an illusion, but when he said this, he seemed to hear his father exhale softly through his nose. He was a little annoyed. His father's gaze forced him to avert his gaze and look elsewhere. I know. But his father did not seem ready to let him go. In the Guards, people from the same family usually do not hold important positions at the same time, especially positions like the vice captain and watchman. There was an imperceptible sadness in his father's tone. There is a high possibility that you will not be chosen. His breathing stopped for a moment, and he only managed to recover after a few seconds. I know, he said with some difficulty. His father finally averted his gaze and looked at the door of the night shift's room. But you still stubbornly want to try? For some reason, even though he frowned in the face of such a father, he felt an indescribable sense of relief. Yes. He put down his arm and was still for a few seconds. Finally, he inhaled and answered. I still have to give it a try. This time, his father was silent for a long time. And even the atmosphere in the night shift's room, which was not very relaxed to begin with, became solemn. It was so long that he frowned and wondered whether it was time for him to interrupt and bid farewell. You know, the royal guards are not just guards who guard the king. It is also a contract, an idea, and a tradition. His father exhaled slowly, but he did not look at him. Instead, he looked at the wall of the night shift's room. There was a schedule with the names of the guards members written on it. Cullen, Arund, Barney Tardin, Garth, Talon, Dagistan, Norfolk, Godwin, Canny, Havia, Nalgi. He did not know why his father mentioned this, but his father's gaze seemed to be a little profound. Since the era of the King of Renaissance, the powerful noble families sent out their blood descendants. Regardless of whether it was the eldest son, the second son, or the main branch, they protected the king and cultivated a relationship with the royal family to win Renaissance palace's trust. The king also used this to maintain a tacit understanding with the vassal families and ensure his influence over the fiefs of his subordinates. His father sighed. His voice was a little different from usual. There was less toughness and more resignation. In a sense, for hundreds of years, the royal guards were a miniature version of the kingdom's territory. From the 6 great clans to the 13 distinguished families, from the 7 Jadestar attendants to the new nobles, the rise and fall of many families of various sizes were reflected in it. He frowned fiercely. He had a premonition that his father was a little different today. His father had always been very serious since he was young. He's never been so earnest? Sir. He frowned and looked at his father. He instinctively called out the title he was most used to. What are you trying to say? His father seemed to have been called back by this, sir. His father paused for a moment. When he spoke again, he had already returned to being the tough commanding officer he was used to. I know that you don't have a good impression of your family, and you don't have a good relationship with your cousin. His father looked at him again and sat up straight. His tone was stern. But if you go home, get a promise from your grandmother and cousin, and let His Majesty know that you have a high possibility of inheriting the title and fief from your cousin. He felt a chill in his heart. This again? Inherit? His father continued to speak, and told him the whole story expressionlessly. Then, at least when considering the candidate for the watchman, His Majesty will look at you in a different light. I think he would prefer the person who is in charge of the kingdom for him to be a loyal guard close to him at all times. In fact, I can even resign and retire. This may increase your chances. Is that so? As long as I do this, as long as I accept it, my chances will increase greatly. He sighed silently. A faint sense of disappointment surged in his heart. After so many years, he and his father were certainly not the perfect example of a father being kind and filial. But at least he thought that his father's view of that land, those memories, and those people should be the same as his. But, do you really want me to go back and inherit the family so badly? He spoke quietly. His tone was filled with a sense of alienation and hostility that even he himself was surprised by. But he did not want to retract this emotion. Instead, he let it slowly ferment and turn into cold, bone-chilling words. Go back and inherit the so-called family that forced us to wander, caused my mother to fall ill, and caused my sister to die early because of lack of medicine? In his cold snort, it was as if someone had opened the cold window of winter. It made his father suddenly turn into a terrifying ice sculpture. Only a pair of eyes were left, and they were aggressive. After a long while his father answered stiffly, "This has nothing to do with them." "Then what is it for?" He retorted rudely. "If it has nothing to do with them, why do you have to involve me? Why don't you just go back yourself? Inherit that title yourself. Marry that young and beautiful wife yourself, and become a good son of grandmother and a good subject of His Majesty." Bang. There was a loud bang. He silently looked at his father's fist that hit the arm of the chair. The atmosphere became tense and oppressive. He realized that they were both panting slightly, and his father was like hundreds and thousands of times in the past. He used the gaze of an officer training new recruits to stare at him coldly, as if he was going to take out a whip the next moment. But this time he held his head high and puffed out his chest. He met the officer's gaze without flinching. After a while his father, whose cheeks were twitching, forced out a sentence from between his teeth. "Because you are of my blood." His father exhaled. For some reason, his father slowly relaxed his stiff expression, relaxed his tense tone, and even averted his gaze, which was a rare sight to him. "I think that you should be the one to choose." "My son," his father said stiffly. He shuddered slightly. "Son? How strange. This isn't him." He looked at his father in front of him and said quietly. For many years, regardless of whether it was in public or private matters, his father, who was tough and rigid, had always called him by his name or title. Ever since his mother passed away, he had not called him that for a long time. "My son?" This made him not know how to face it for a while. Just like in the past, he was filled with anger, but at that moment, he could not find an opponent to vent it on. In the end, he could only force himself to snort coldly and turn his head in disdain. "So we still can't escape, right? Even if we moved out of the family's fief, came to the capital, joined the royal guards, and relied on ourselves for so many years," he said scornfully as he glanced at the schedule on the wall. "But we are still like animals in the wild who seek shelter from the rain. No matter where we go, there is always a dark cloud above our heads." His father looked at him quietly and sighed. His tone was a little tired. "No, we can't escape." The father and son were silent for a long time. "You have two choices. Accept your grandmother and cousin's conditions, and you can win a respectable title and fief. You can even become the next watchman or even the captain of the guards." Finally, his father sighed and spoke again. Perhaps it was because he stayed up late, but there was fatigue in his voice that could not be dispelled. "Or you can refuse." He cut off his father's words. I refuse. I don't care about the title and the title, he said resolutely and left no room for doubt. He stared at his father without showing any signs of weakness. I won't go back. I don't even want to have anything to do with them. That so-called family with a black heart. He thought coldly. His father frowned. Even if this means that you might lose the competition to become the watchman of the royal guards, and that you will only be a small. Yes, he answered without hesitation. This time his father stared at him for a long time. For a long time. During that time, his father's gaze changed a few times. His emotions were unclear. But he also stared at him quietly without wavering. Finally, his father averted his gaze. Very good. His father snorted softly, and his voice became much lighter. Then don't go back. This surprised him quite a bit. In his memories, his father had never given up so quickly when they were in a fight. He could only cross his arms again, and work hard to get rid of the anger that he had nowhere to vent. He felt that the air on that day was particularly unsuitable for him. The two of them seemed to be a little awkward. They were silent for a few seconds. All right. His father cleared his throat. Then today's report is over. You can leave. His father sat up straight and said faintly, Vanguard Quill Barney. In an instant, his father's expression became cold again. It made him almost unable to believe that the tired father who called himself his son just now was the same person as the cold, indifferent, and stern officer now. He stood up stiffly and felt that the disdain and resentment that had not disappeared from his body had found an outlet again. All right. He also returned to his most habitual tone. Before he left the night shift's room, he glanced at his father one last time and closed the door coldly. Sir Vice Captain Quill Barney. Crack. The door to the night shift's room was closed with a bang, and Barney Jr. was jolted awake from his muddled memories. He gradually regained his senses and felt that he was moving. Thanks Sunset, you're better now. I thought we were going to lose you. It was Nalji's voice. There was a faint joy in his voice. It was hazy, as if it came from afar. It did not sound real. Lose me? Am I still dreaming? Barney Jr. tried to open his eyes, but he groaned in pain. His eyes hurt, and when he opened them he cried. There was also a strange buzzing sound in his ears. What's going on? Nalji put me down. He endured the pain and opened his eyes. He could only see a blurry light and shadows. He could vaguely see a small team formed by a few people fumbling about as they moved forward. He was among them. He was supported by Nalji as he staggered forward. No, I don't think you can stand steadily now, sir. Nalji sounded a little tired, and his footsteps were not very steady. Barney Jr. shook his head hard. Although the ringing in his ears did not subside and his eyes were still in pain, he had regained some of his consciousness. He could vaguely see Belden's back as he staggered in front of him. He remembered some things. The prison of bones, Zacriel, and the alchemy ball. Where are we? Hell's River? Barney Jr. accidentally stepped on a piece of gravel and staggered. A somewhat unfamiliar, but somewhat familiar voice of a teenager came from behind him weakly. Of course not. We need to take a boat to Hell's River. Barney Jr. furrowed his eyebrows. He extracted a name from his slowly recovering memories. It's him. Before he could turn around, the owner of the voice staggered towards him. It was a pathetic teenager. He was covered in blood, and there was a frighteningly red and swollen cheek. He had his left hand on the shoulder of an impatient red-haired young man, and in his right hand was a smooth longsword that shone with a silver light. He limped. Is he all right? When he heard the teenager's words, Nalji frowned and turned to Barney Jr. He extended his hand and shook it. Can you see me clearly, Barney? Barney Jr.? Barney Bunny? How many fingers do I have now? Damn it. This talkative guy. When I recover. Barney Jr. blinked furiously, but he still could not blink away the blurry double image in his eyes. But he did see Nalji. 4. He snorted softly and said in annoyance. But, do you mean the one on the left or the one on the right? Nalji raised his eyebrows and retracted 2 of his fingers. He hummed happily. He patted Barney Jr.'s arm and turned to the teenager. He flashed his teeth happily. It's okay. He's fine. The teenager also raised his eyebrows and turned his head around. What the F***ck do you mean by fine? At that moment, wow. In front of them, the person supported by Belden suddenly spoke loudly. He was surprised and delighted. I think I heard a voice. His voice was so loud that it reverberated through the tunnel and stimulated their eardrums. It shocked everyone. A huge commotion broke out in the tunnel. Most of them were complaining in dissatisfaction. For a period of time, the tunnel was filled with wails. Oh my God, make him shut up. Knock this bastard out. Boo-hoo boo-hoo. Chop him up. However, Tardin, who was supported by Belden, continued to shout happily. Hey Nalji, great poet, hurry up and say something. I think my hearing is recovering. His voice became louder and louder. The entire group swayed as if they had been hit by an earthquake. Beside Barney, Nalji shuddered violently. Damn it, lower your voice, Tardin. My ears hurt when you talk. But Tardin did not seem to have any self-awareness. Ha! He turned his head around with a puzzled expression and opened his mouth in an exaggerated manner. What did you say? What hurts? Can you speak louder? His voice lingered in the air, and it was deafening. The group wailed loudly again. Don't talk to me. Nalji covered his ears in pain. His voice also became louder. Even now, I still see double and I still bump into walls when I walk. The more Barney Jr. listened, the more agitated he became, but he slowly calmed down. They were all there. Quiet. Barney Jr. found that his sense of balance was recovering, so he slowly steadied his footsteps and removed some of his weight from Nalji's shoulders. What happened? Barney Jr. knew who he should ask. He turned to the teenager beside him. Your Highness, that alchemy ball. What's going on? Beside him was Thales Jadestar, whose eyes were also glazed over. He grimaced in pain and yawned. He exchanged glances with Waya beside him and smiled at him rather awkwardly. That's... Thales paused for a moment. You saw it. Thales shrugged. The sudden movement made quick rope and him sway. They clumsily held onto the wall so that they would not fall. That alchemy ball is a... Thales racked his brains and finally found a word that was easy to understand. What do you mean, flash bomb? Flash? Barney Jr. was silent. He mulled over the word for a while. Flash bomb. Thales frowned and looked at the royal guards who were shaking their heads like a group of drunkards as they supported each other to go home. It's not just a flash. There might be some sound effects from a stun grenade. I only regained my hearing after a few minutes. It's still buzzing. And that light. Thales closed his eyes in frustration. Even though I covered my eyes in advance, it still hurts. Barney Jr. was silent for a while before he asked the question he was most concerned about. What about him? The group fell silent. They knew what he was going to ask. Thales glanced at Barney Jr. and saw anxiety and longing on his face. Barney Jr. had a bad feeling. Tell me, what about him? The vanguard frowned. Did you kill him? Barney, about that, Nalji said in a troubled manner. Zakriel. Barney Jr. quickly asked. What happened to him? The group was silent for a while. In the end, Belden still spoke. Let's put it this way. The penal officer's calm voice rose. It sounded like he had not recovered from the shock of the alchemy ball. Zakriel's senses and attention were more sensitive than ours, and he was also more focused. After he lost his sight and hearing, he was more affected than anyone else. He roared at the air. Barney Jr. felt that something was amiss. He cast aside these details and asked directly, Did you kill him? The entire group froze because of his question. Samuel, who was at the forefront, coughed and said faintly, He went crazy. He's gone berserk. But his battle instincts are still there, and he's even more aggressive, swinging his weapon madly. Samuel panted, as if he was relieving the pain in his eardrums. You should have seen how he was at that time. He searched for every living thing without a care for his life, and tried to cut everything within a 2-meter radius into pieces. Nalji tried to get close, and he almost got his head chopped off. As for me, Samuel patted the bloody bandage on his left arm and sighed. Barney Jr. paused for a while and gritted his teeth. Long-range attacks? Belden shook his head and said softly, We tried. I've tried. That guy is Tardan's fake nephew. Do you remember him? He tried to shoot an arrow from a distance, aiming for Zachriel's head. I don't know why, but he missed. He only shot his shoulder. Thales felt Barney Jr.'s gaze on him. Quick Rope, who helped him move forward, lowered his body and lowered his head in fear, as if he wanted to stuff his entire head into Thales' arms. Missed? Barney Jr. stared blankly at Quick Rope, who lowered his head in embarrassment. Belden sighed and said, Zachriel felt pain. Zachriel felt the pain, and felt the direction of the arrow. He ran into the darkness in the opposite direction. Barney Jr.'s expression froze. Tell me. After a while, Barney Jr. stared at the darkness under his feet and said in a daze, You killed him. No one spoke, and Thales subconsciously fell one step behind him. Many of the royal guards also lowered their heads. Barney Jr. exhaled heavily and gritted his teeth. Why? He stomped his foot so hard that Nalji, who was beside him, staggered. Why? Why didn't you chase after him and kill him? His tone was filled with hatred, and his voice was loud. It was so loud that everyone's fragile eardrums hurt again. Barney. Belden spoke calmly. The power of that alchemy ball was extraordinary. We were also affected by it quite a bit. Many people, including Quick Rope, instinctively stared at Thales. The prince could not help but raise his eyebrows. What does this have to do with me? For a few minutes, all of us were deaf. It was as if someone was blowing a conch in our heads. We had problems with our balance, and when we stood up and took 3 steps, our heads would sway. Belden sighed and said, Even if our situation was better than Zachriel's, it still took us quite some time to stand up and escape down here. Barney Jr. stared at Belden in disbelief, then at the others, but many of them turned their heads away from his gaze. Don't worry, Samuel said softly. Zachriel's senses are more sensitive than ours, and he was more affected. I guess he needs more time to recover compared to us. He might not be able to fully recover. At least we're still alive. Barney Jr. fell silent and lowered his head quietly. The entire team continued to move forward slowly. Then where did it come from? Just when Thales thought that everything was over, Barney Jr. suddenly spoke. Alchemy ball? Thales' eyelids twitched, and he exchanged glances with Quick Rope. What do I say? It's the Jade Star royal family. They always have some reserves. Thales said hesitantly. Barney Jr. frowned. Why didn't you use it earlier? Or just give it to us? Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Then he relaxed them and said confidently, Isn't it the best time to release it when he's fully focused? If I waited until Zachriel saw it before I threw it, I don't think it would be so effective. Am I supposed to tell you that it's because I forgot to use it earlier? Fortunately, Barney Jr. pondered for a while and stopped asking. Thales retracted his resentful gaze. Besides, everyone, including Zachriel and Quick Rope, thought that it was a powerful explosive alchemy ball, just like the one Raphael used in the secret tunnel in Dragon Cloud City. But in reality, hey, how do you know that this alchemy ball only has flashes and sounds? As expected, Quick Rope poked his ribs restlessly and whispered. When Stake took it out, he clearly said. Thales sighed in his heart. See, this is my biggest concern. I just know. Thales smiled and shrugged with a look that said, I'm very knowledgeable. I know that this thing is not fatal. Quick Rope frowned when he saw this. But what if it's the kind that explodes? You must know that there are no obvious markings on alchemy balls. Only a few people. The rookie mercenary looked at him in dissatisfaction. Many years ago, I saw one. Thales coughed softly and stopped the topic. It's not. The Jade Star royal family has a long history, and they have a way to identify alchemy balls. He smiled mysteriously. Just like how our blood is golden. Quick Rope put on a disgusted expression that said, Forget it if you don't want to say it. He turned his head around in boredom. Thales sighed in relief. Indeed, when he faced this alchemy ball that Stake used to threaten him and Zachriel, he was also trembling in fear at first. But all the mysteries were revealed after he found the anchor point, and rationally entered a state of losing control. In that magical state, Thales saw the inner layer of the alchemy ball clearly. It was a ball of spinning energy. And at that time, he vaguely knew that the spinning energy inside was actually very empty. Even if all of it was released, it would at most send a few feet of dust flying away. More importantly, there are no obvious markings. In fact, when Thale's vision penetrated the inner layer of the metal shell, he found that there were a few words in the language of the modern empire that he was not familiar with engraved on the inner layer of the metal shell, that could not be seen from the mysterious alchemy ball. Blinding glare XX film plus XXXX film. Alchemy tower, battle wizard XX honorable product, XX no. E1109-8-17 creator. First class XX master D. Charlton. Used to suppress perception, XX suppression, XXXX, XX etc. Unified XX. Limited to use in the tower, strictly prohibited from exporting XX. Prohibited areas include, but are not limited to Soul Tower, Bright God Church, XXX, the Third Ring, Hell's Gate, XXXX, Temple of Knights, the Empire and XXXXX. This strange line of words contained a lot of information, such as the creator's surname. There were also a lot of unfamiliar terms in it, but it was enough for Thales to understand its function. Hence, when he thought of what he could use to restrain Zacriel, who had outstanding perception, it came in handy. Quick Rope frowned and said thoughtfully, "That's right. So just now Stake threatened you with a fake bargaining chip and threw us around in circles?" "It seems so." When Thales thought of the cunning Stake, he shook his head in annoyance. "Actually, it's not wrong. I should have thought of it a long time ago. How could someone like him have the courage to die together with us?" At this moment, thud, thud. Thales was the first to be shocked. Under the torment of that XX film, everyone's speed of recovery was different. They supported each other as they moved forward unsteadily. But at this moment, almost everyone tensed up. Thud, thud, thud. Behind the team, in the dark tunnel, a series of undisguised footsteps suddenly sounded. Thud, thud, thud star. Chapter 457. Thud, thud, thud. Perhaps it was because his damaged hearing had just recovered not long ago. But the sudden footsteps in the dark dungeon were exceptionally frightening. The royal guards, who were not in good condition, reacted very quickly. All of them immediately extinguished their torches and held their breaths. Pursuers? So fast? This was the first thought that appeared in Thale's mind after he was chased continuously for half a month. Thud, thud, thud. Belden made a light gesture, and the entire royal guards quietly and swiftly spread out to both sides of the tunnel. They found a spot for an ambush, held their weapons in their hands, and were ready for battle. Thales was pressed behind Barney Jr., and even Quick Rope was pulled into a corner by Bruley. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps drew closer, and the corner of the tunnel gradually lit up with torches. The prince did not need to listen to know that everyone's hearts were slowly racing. In the dark, Belden aimed his sword at the corner and prepared to strike suddenly. Then, the owner of the footsteps appeared from the corner with a torch in his hand. "Cannon!" Nalji was the first to shout in surprise. "Stand down." When he saw who it was, Belden breathed a sigh of relief. He patted the nervous Barney Jr. behind him and said gently, "It's Cannon. Our scouting cavalier trailing behind us." The royal guards released a long sigh of relief, put away their weapons and lit their torches. "It's Cannon." Thales also let go of his nervousness and anticipation. "It's not him." Cannon, one of the 7 royal guards who had just turned the corner with a torch in his hand, looked at everyone's expressions and understood something. "You know, you almost scared the sh*t out of us." Nalji shrugged. He looked as if he had just escaped from a difficult situation and punched Cannon's chest. Cannon shuddered a little and lowered his head. "I'm sorry, my ears haven't fully recovered." Cannon pointed at his left ear and winced a little. "I can only control my footsteps based on habit. And my scouting skills have also regressed." Barney Jr. patted his shoulder. He seemed to be very pleased. "No, you did very well, Cannon, as always." Barney Jr. forced himself to smile. "How are things at the back?" When they heard this, The royal guard's expressions froze slightly. Cannon handed the torch to Nalji. His expression was stern. He should have recovered some of his sight, and perhaps his hearing. He treated his wounds, lit a torch, and moved along the wall. He didn't move fast, but he paused for a moment and looked at the crowd. He's chasing in the right direction. Am I on the right track? Everyone's expression changed. Thales felt a chill in his heart. He knew who Cannon was talking about. I left a few traps, but I don't think they can delay him for too long. Zachriel is familiar with all the tricks of the Vanguard division. Cannon's voice became more dejected. The atmosphere became heavy and stiff. Barney Jr. was silent. He seemed to be thinking. Can we ambush him? Belden asked with a frown. I don't think so. The second logistics officer, Nair, shook his head. I don't need an assessment to know that this is not the best time for us to face the enemy. If we hope that Zachriel's condition is worse than ours, we will lose even more. Tardin ended the suggestion with a sigh. The guard's expressions became even gloomier, and this made Thales secretly realize that he was in trouble. Nalji observed everyone's expressions and coughed. Everyone, I don't think the most important thing right now is to fight head-on against Zachriel. In fact, I think we should avoid him if we can. Thales noticed that even though Nalji was looking at everyone when he said this, his gaze always drifted to the quiet Barney Jr., as if he knew that this was the key. Everyone was smart enough not to say anything. They just waited for the Vanguard's decision. Finally, after a brief change between Barney Jr.'s eyebrows, he raised his head, exhaled, and said, Nalji is right. Thales swore that he felt the crowd more or less heave a sigh of relief. From now on, our first goal is no longer to kill Zachriel. Barney Jr. turned to Thales. His eyes shone with a strange light. Instead, it is to protect His Highness. Thales' eyebrows twitched. He awkwardly returned a friendly smile to a few pairs of gazes that were directed at him. Perhaps you should be glad that they are still quite loyal? Quick Rope whispered to Thales. No, not completely loyal. Thales stared back at Barney Jr.'s expectant gaze and said in his heart. Then let us seize the moment. We will no longer rest and continue moving downwards. Samuel, the leader, walked forward and glanced at Barney Jr. Maybe we can find the exit before he catches up to us. Barney Jr. frowned. Wait, go downwards? He looked at his other colleagues in surprise. Aren't we going to the surface? After Belden sighed and Samuel explained the whole story in a cold tone, Barney Jr.'s face darkened. But when he saw the slightly troubled expressions on the others' faces, he did not say anything. He only clenched his fists and urged everyone to continue moving downwards. Hence, the royal guards and the two princes continued moving forward. But this time, their footsteps were much faster. You better find the so-called exit, Samuel. Barney Jr. walked to the front of the group and stood beside Samuel. He suppressed his emotions and spoke in a calm tone. But Thales could feel the Vanguard's dissatisfaction. Otherwise, everything we do today will be meaningless. Surprisingly, Samuel did not refute him. He only cast a profound glance at Barney Jr. and continued moving forward. The group of people walked quietly in the deep darkness. They felt less relaxed and more solemn. Samuel led the way forward. While he recalled what Ricky told him, he discussed their route with Penal Officer Belden, who had some understanding of the prison of bones behind him. Barney Jr. occasionally joined the discussion, but his communication with Samuel was still stiff. Behind the Vanguard were Thales and Quick Rope, who were trembling in fear. Nalji and Nair stood guard beside them. Bruley and Tardin, who could not speak, stood behind them like two iron walls, acting as a second barrier. Cannon was still at the back of the group, constantly paying attention to the movements behind him. In a few minutes, they walked down many stone steps and finally arrived at the empty hall on the last floor. The moment the torches illuminated their surroundings, everyone's expressions froze. Corpses. Corpses all over the floor. They were the Disaster Sword's mercenaries. There were more than 20 of them, and they were scattered all over the floor. The blood that flowed out from the corner of the wall in the distance to the floor tiles under their feet was enough to soak the entire hall. These people died in different ways. Some died from decapitation, some had their throats slit, Some had their necks broken in an irregular shape, some had their bodies pierced by crossbow bolts, and there were even some who had been nailed into the wall by a terrifyingly large axe. Without exception, their faces were still filled with terror before they died. When he saw the scene before him, Thales almost thought that the blood mystic had returned. This guy died from his companion's sword. This one has 7 or 8 wounds. He should have been held hostage and used as a human shield. As for the one on the wall, he should have been unlucky enough to bump into the axe beside him when he was attacking. Barney Jr. swept his gaze past the corpses with a stern expression. His expression was not very natural. It's Zacriel. It's his warm-up work when he was just released from prison. Samuel stared expressionlessly at the faces of the corpses that he was either familiar or unfamiliar with. He stepped over a corpse whose abdomen had been cut open. Nalji gulped softly. As the guards moved forward, the puddles of blood on the ground grew from sparse to dense. In the end they pointed to a tunnel. Thales stared at the dark tunnel that led to Zacriel's prison. He looked at the blood in front of him and frowned deeply. He remembered that he and Yodel had sneaked out of Zacriel's prison through that tunnel. And after they left, he remembered that Zacriel had said that the disaster swords ran away. Ran away? They must have thought that they had the advantage in numbers, and that there was only one of them, so they swarmed forward. Belden raised his torch and looked at the hellish scene. He shook his head slowly. But this time, they don't know what they're facing. 40 white blade guards. Arg. Quick Rope mumbled subconsciously with a ghastly pale face. He accidentally stepped on a blood clot that might have been an intestine or something else. Chaos of armies. Thales muttered the term in his heart. His nerves tensed up. He stepped over a mercenary who had a crossbow bolt stuck in his left eye socket. Nalji kicked away a corpse who had a short knife stabbed into his chest. He sighed and said, "I'm guessing. He's still considered polite to us, isn't he?" No one answered him. Samuel walked past the crimson tunnel that led to Zacriel's prison, and lit up another fork in the road. Ricky said that this leads to the storage room. Thales turned around and tried his best not to look at the mess on the ground. He looked at the square tunnel that looked like it was left for the transportation of goods. Compared to the other 2 roads, it was inconspicuous. Ricky said that the Alchemy Tower has a secret tradition, to always be prepared for war. Samuel's expression was complicated, and the storage room is one of them. He raised his torch, strode forward, and took the lead to walk into the tunnel. The remaining guards looked at each other at a loss. Barney Jr. cast a glance behind him, sighed and followed. The others shrugged in resignation, and entered the tunnel in a single file. "How did you know about this place? How did you know about the secret that even the kingdom has not discovered? Did you find a forbidden wizard's handbook?" Barney Jr. pushed aside a thick spider web, and carefully illuminated the area. "The place where Ricky came from has some research on these things." Samuel did not even turn his head as he walked forward. Based on his hateful tone, they might have been wizards' enemies, or at least they used to study how to deal with wizards and magic. When he heard this, Thales frowned slightly. The place where Ricky came from. This means that the way the disaster swords organize themselves is not that pure. At least, many of them joined halfway. Then, how did the one you mentioned, Ricky, end up becoming a disaster sword? Barney Jr. asked. "I don't know. Every scion from the outer tower has their own story, especially the leader. Most of them are filled with bitterness and difficulties." Samuel shook his head. "Including you, right?" Barney Jr. said with a profound meaning. In the face of the seemingly hostile prying, Samuel's footsteps paused for a moment. But he only hesitated for a fraction of a second. "What about you?" Samuel walked over a short flight of 3 steps and said airily, "If you can get out, what will you do? Escort this prince to the capital, assist him, watch him ascend the throne, and fulfill your oath as a Praetorian guard?" When they heard this, all the members of the royal guards froze for a moment. Thales endured the people's gazes that drifted towards him out of nowhere, and he suddenly felt awkward. Barney Jr. was silent for a few seconds. "That's not all. Those brothers who died in vain, they must be held accountable." Barney Jr.'s words echoed in the dusty and cobweb-filled tunnel. There was an unshakable determination in them. The truth of that year must be revealed to the world. Thales shuddered slightly. The truth of that year. The guards were silent. Bruley snorted softly, but the meaning behind his words was unclear. Nalgie immediately patted him, but Samuel responded to Barney with a sarcastic tone. The truth? Are you talking about what Zacriel said about the cooperation between the late king and the Calamities? He sneered at the front of the group. If that is true, based on my understanding of Kessel, he would never admit it, whether it is from the perspective of Constellation or the royal family. Samuel's words were very cold. He would rather all of you be buried in the grave forever, along with the secret and disgrace, never to be known, even if you saved his precious son. As soon as he said this, the royal guards became even more silent. For a moment, only hurried footsteps could be heard. Barney did not answer. Thales pursed his lips. He felt a little melancholy in his heart. He knew that what Samuel said was very likely to be the truth. He wanted to say something, or at least refute Samuel and motivate the others. But what could he say? When I return to the capital, I will work hard to vindicate all of you. Thales thought of King Kessel's cold face and the Black Prophet's gloomy gaze. He pursed his lips again. He felt that his tongue was heavy, and he felt sad. Quick Rope obviously understood the atmosphere very well. He hid behind Thales obediently and did not dare to breathe loudly. Nalgie coughed. Barney? His voice rang behind Thales, and it sounded a little shaky. I was thinking that maybe we need to hide part of the truth. At this moment, Barney Jr. suddenly spoke and interrupted Nalgie. That's why we need this prince even more. Thales was stunned. He looked through the crowd and saw Barney Jr.'s back, but the latter did not turn around. He only stubbornly walked forward. Barney Jr. said airily, "He is luckier than us. He is luckier than the former king and the former princes. He was born after the tragedy, and he is not shrouded in the shadows of the past. I believe that compared to the king on the throne and the princes in Renaissance Palace, he is more qualified to handle this matter properly and reveal the truth of the past. Just like just now, if he was unwilling to abandon his companions, then he would definitely understand us. He understands the souls of the deceased 18 years ago, and the grievances they suffered during these 18 years. The breathing of the guards became disorderly. During the arduous trek, some of their footsteps even strayed from their original rhythm. Thales listened to his words and endured the gazes that drifted to his front and back. He only felt that his shoulders were getting heavier. At least, I believe that he can find the best way to reveal the truth for us and preserve the reputation of the royal family. Barney Jr.'s voice was intermittent, and he sounded like he was having a hard time speaking. No matter how difficult it is and how long it takes. Many sighs came from the group. Thales lowered his head. No one knew what he was thinking. Only Quick Rope patted his back gently and sighed so softly that it was almost inaudible. This is why you do your best to protect him, Samuel said airily. His tone seemed to be even more tired than before. You see him as your savior? You see him as the savior of the royal guards? Thales was dazed for a moment. Barney Jr. snorted, and there was a hint of loneliness in his voice. At least, he said absent-mindedly, I hope that the 45 royal guards who were imprisoned that year, including us, will no longer have to bear the shame of collaborating with the enemy and committing treason. The entire royal guards will no longer have to suffer torment and bear the brand of punishment for one person's heinous crime. They will not be able to die in peace even after 18 years. We will no longer have to cry at night, tremble in nightmares and rot in guilt. Many of the guards turned their heads and looked at the two sides of the tunnel. It seemed like there was something worth observing there. There was a hint of relief in Barney Jr.'s voice. That's enough. Samuel did not reply to him. Everyone's footsteps remained the same, but Thales felt that his footsteps had become heavier. Barney Jr. took a deep breath, as if he had recovered from his emotions just now. His tone became a little louder. So yes, we will wash away the stain on us and return to Eternal Star City with dignity. At least, we will be able to see our families again. There was a hint of hope in his voice. I remember that Nair had a daughter who was just born. Nair, who was walking behind him, sighed. At this moment, Barney Nalji suddenly spoke. His tone was very dejected and terrified, like a lost child. Then what about Zakriel? When they heard this name, even the light around them seemed to have dimmed for a second. After a while, Barney Jr.'s tone became cold, as it should be. "Ah, that traitor," he snorted softly. His words were filled with strong disdain and hatred that could not be erased. Zakriel's shameful deeds must and will definitely be made known to the public. All of Constellation and the entire world will know of his evil and shameless deeds. He will pay for his betrayal. The guards were once again immersed in the cold. It was as if Barney Jr.'s words through gritted teeth caused the temperature around them to drop. Regardless of whether he was alive or dead, he will forever bear the infamy and torment of a traitor. Thales sensed that Nalji wanted to say something, but did not. Barney Jr. snorted coldly. "Instead we will, and we will eventually find him and find peace, be it ours or his." Nalji took a deep breath. But Zakriel, after all, he was once one of us. He was also one of the royal guards. His tone was filled with hesitation and pain. Everyone was silent. Barney Jr. frowned. "What do you mean?" Thales saw Nalji lower his head. His entire body trembled. "I think, be it him or us, everyone has suffered enough injuries." He seemed to be enduring something. With great difficulty, he squeezed out a few emotional words. Chapter 458. Brothers killing each other? Barney Jr. paused for a moment. His gaze was unfocused. It was as if he was recalling the past. When they heard this, the expressions of the guards varied. Belden and Nair were silent. Tardin snorted coldly. Bruley squeaked anxiously. Cannon, who was walking at the back, even lost his composure and let out an ah. Nalji held the torch in pain. The light flickered. "Barney, please, after we go out, can we just forget about it?" Barney Jr.'s frown deepened. He seemed to be unable to understand. "Forget about it?" Nalji hummed in acknowledgement. His words traveled in the tunnel, and there was a vague emptiness in them. "You know, find a place, live the rest of your life in peace. Forget Zakriel, forget him." As he listened to their conversation, Thales suddenly felt that the atmosphere had become a little off. As expected, in the next moment, Barney Jr.'s voice suddenly rose. "Forget him?" His footsteps paused for a few seconds. The group behind him was also thrown into disarray. "What about the 37 brothers who died in prison?" Barney Jr. snorted hatefully. "What about the people who died in Renaissance Palace? What about the old captain, Tony, and my father?" He held his sword and shield tightly. There was indescribable misery and anger in his voice. "What about His Majesty and the princes? What about the blood that flowed in the kingdom?" Nalji fell silent for a moment after he was rebuked. Belden patted Barney Jr.'s shoulder worriedly. The latter shook his head to show that he was fine. He then continued walking and caught up with Samuel. However, just when the worried Thales thought that everything had returned to normal, Nalji's faint voice traveled into his ears again. "But Barney, have you ever thought about those who died? Maybe they..." Nalji paused for a moment before he said with great reluctance, "Maybe they don't want to see us take revenge on each other and kill each other. Maybe they just want to rest in peace. They just want us to live in peace. They just want everything to go with the wind." Thales frowned. The atmosphere was becoming more and more off. "Nalji." Tardin could not help but say, "Stop talking." Nalji fell silent. Barney Jr. snorted softly. "Gone with the wind." He stared at the torch beside him and slowly became perplexed. Then he became determined. "When my father's arms were broken, his blood was drained, and his eyes were wide open in pain like a stray dog on the roadside. When he lay on the floor that was dyed red and buried under the piles of dead bodies, he did not look like he had gone with the wind." Barney Jr.'s words were filled with anger and pain. The breathing in the tunnel became erratic. "There's also the torture that the 40-odd of us have gone through over a dozen years, the pain that we've faced for more than a decade, the illusions you've seen, The past you've dreamed of, the future you've imagined. Think about it again. Zacriel is the culprit behind all of this, but he escaped punishment, deceived the world and got away with it. Ask yourselves now, Jiyu. Can you really make all of this go with the wind? Then you can live the rest of your life in peace and confidence. His every word caused the guards to be slightly moved. No. At least I can't. And this is not a case of brothers killing each other. Barney Jr. said softly. When Zacriel abandoned his oath, betrayed the late king, and raised his blade against us. Barney Jr. drew his sword and said coldly, as if he had thrown away his last shred of emotion, "He will no longer be our brother." The coldness in and out of his words made Nalji tremble slightly. "We will do everything in our power to find him, capture him, and kill him, no matter where we are, be it in the mountains, in the oceans, at the ends of the earth, or in hell on earth." As he walked forward, Barney Jr.'s sword sliced through the wall, and it brought with it a sound that was as terrifying as his tone. "We will force Zacriel to give us an answer, and make him witness his own fate. We will see how his sins and debts in the past will be repaid one by one." At that moment, Barney Jr. gritted his teeth. The traitor must pay the price. Nalji's voice rose again. This time there was a hint of anxiety and pleading in his voice. "But Barney, be it your father or the old captain, they wouldn't want this kind of revenge." Nalji. Tardan seemed to be unable to stand Nalji's untimely advice anymore. "Shut up." But Barney Jr.'s emotions seemed to have been stirred up by Nalji. He sneered and said, "Revenge? No, this is definitely not just revenge." Barney Jr. stared at the darkness in front of him with a frosty gaze. "This is the responsibility of us survivors. It is our duty, our burden, and the meaning of our lives. Only by doing so can we face our hearts without shame or regret in the days and nights to come." Nalji no longer responded seriously. He only gulped and said in a downcast manner, "Is that so?" There was a hint of confusion and sadness in his voice. At that moment, Samuel stopped moving. "We found it," he said hoarsely. Thales was shocked. He quickly raised his head, and only then did he realize that they had arrived at a brand new room. The others also snapped out of the unpleasant conversation just now and looked around in surprise. Even as prisoners, they never had the chance to visit the bottom floor of the prison. Under the illumination of the firelight, the room seemed very empty. There was nothing on the ground except for collapsed wood and stones. However, there was an empty shelf standing diagonally in the corner of the wall. The material of the shelf was unknown. Obviously, there used to be countless shelves here, and they stored an abundance of resources. The storage room of the alchemy tower. But now, where's the exit? Barney Jr. asked in puzzlement as he looked at the empty walls. Samuel's expression was solemn. He walked straight to the wall opposite the passage. "Do you see this wall? If Ricky is right, this is a door." Samuel exhaled. Excitement rose in his eyes. "The exit is hidden here. When the entire underground fortress is unfortunately lost, the remaining wizards will retreat to the storage room, and they will still have a final way to escape." Everyone, including Thales, walked forward in amazement and touched the dusty wall. It was rough to the touch, and it had a long history. This huge, spacious wall that didn't even have any joints was actually a door? Oh. Now we only need to find that special, hidden keyhole. Samuel's tone was filled with hope. "Open this door." He turned to Thales. "Since you can let them out, Your Highness. I believe that the key is definitely on you." Everyone looked at Thales. Samuel's invasive gaze made Thales very uncomfortable. But with the urgent task at hand, the teenager only snorted softly before he took out the strange, long key from his bosom and handed it to Samuel. But an accident happened. The moment Thales extended his palm, another hand swiftly intercepted him from the side. Under the watchful eyes of the royal guards, that person snatched the key. The sudden change stunned everyone. Thud. The person who snatched the key moved without hesitation. He knocked Nair and Tardan away, widened the distance between them, turned around and raised his sword. He looked at the stunned crowd while he panted. "What?" Thales stared at that person in surprise. He believed that it was not that the guards could not react, but that they did not expect. "Why is it him?" But Barney Jr. was the first to react. He instinctively shouted the name of the robber. Nalji, what are you doing? Before Thale's eyes, he was incredibly shocked to see the chatterbox of the royal guards. Nalji, who had always seemed lively and interesting, was holding the key to the dungeon in one hand and the longsword in the other. He trembled as he stared at the other guards. It was as if he had drawn a line between them. Tay Nalji. It's him. I'm sorry, Barney. Nalji shuddered. His face was full of pain and hesitation. There was also a complicated hatred in his eyes. He stared straight at Barney. But Nalji's breathing trembled. His eyes were empty. But I can't let you open this door. Thales noticed in surprise that Nalji was very abnormal at that moment. His humor and optimism when they first met were completely gone. His face was pale, and his gaze was dull. It was as if he had become a different person. Barney Jr. stared at him in disbelief. What? Nalji sucked in a deep breath with great force. His eyebrows twitched, and his cheeks twitched, as if he was fighting against something. The words he said were incoherent and illogical. I'm sorry, everyone. He shouted until his voice cracked. The tip of his sword trembled as he pointed at everyone. But I can't let you, especially not Barney, go up. This change of events caused the rest of the royal guards to be dumbfounded. Samuel's eyebrows were furrowed tightly. Tardin and Nair looked at each other worriedly. Bruley's whimpers became more agitated. Cannon looked as if he had seen a ghost. Belden clenched his teeth. Nalji, what's wrong with you? Are you sick again? Tardin tried his best to tone down the nervousness in his voice as he asked tentatively. Sick again? Thale's heart tensed. Nalji stared at the nervous Tardin. Pain and regret first appeared in his eyes. A second later, his twitching cheeks curved and he smiled strangely. Haha, maybe, but I think I can't take it anymore. Can't take it anymore? When they saw Nalji's abnormal behavior, the royal guards burst into an uproar. Belden wanted to approach him quietly, but he was forced back by Nalji's trembling sword tip. Nalji, what happened? Nair asked with a gloomy expression. Nalji shuddered again. He stared at the key in his hand before he looked at Barney. What happened? What happened? He raised his head and flashed an ugly and pained smile. I can't let that idiot Barney go out and mess up everything. Everything is going well. I can't let him go up just like that and do what he said. Whether it's for the living or the dead. When Barney Jr. heard this, he stared at Thales with a ghastly pale face. Thales still stared at Nalji in shock. This former member of the Royal Guards was the first to come to him during the rescue operation. He was clearly very normal just a moment ago, wasn't he? He was still arguing with Barney about whether he should take revenge or let go. But why now? Nalji. Based on his previous experience of comforting Zakriel, Thales handed the longsword to Quick Rope and carefully raised his hands to show that he was not hostile. He said gently, Listen to me, calm down, okay? So what did you see? But it would have been better if he did not speak. The moment he spoke, Nalji shuddered again and turned his head swiftly towards Thales. Your Highness, why? Nalji's face was contorted, and he sounded like he was about to cry. Thales was stunned. Before his eyes, Nalji was staring at him with an expression that he could not imagine. He looked like a believer who was begging for salvation. He also looked like a powerless mortal who was disappointed in life. His eyes were filled with despair and conflict. He could not understand it. Why what? Thales asked subconsciously. Nalji's face was full of despair, but he forced himself to laugh and said miserably, We were already prepared to spend the rest of our lives in this hopeless hell and die in silence. His voice grew hoarser, and he sounded like he was about to tear his throat. But why did you have to be cruel and indifferent here, in this hell? Your Highness, why did you come to us? The more Nalji spoke, the more agitated he became. The tip of his sword trembled continuously, and Belden had to pull Thales back a little. Why did you send us back to this unbearably ugly human world again? Thales stared at him in a daze. Why? What is he saying? Nalji, Barney Jr., who had gone through shock and puzzlement, finally could not hold it in anymore. His impatience turned into anger. Hand over the key. Don't forget, we are pressed for time, and we have a heavy responsibility. Barney Jr.'s eyes burned. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't care what kind of madness you are going through. We did not stand here for 18 years just for ourselves. We did not live for our own feelings. If you still have a shred of respect for the deceased and your brothers and sisters, but against everyone's expectations. Enough, cool son of *th Barney. Nalji, who had always been fearful and submissive to Chief Vanguard Barney, exploded in the next moment. Nalji was agitated, and he roared hysterically. You gutless bastard. Damn you paranoid bastard. You are the most cruel and immoral murderer. Barney Jr. was instantly stunned. Murder? Murderer? In an instant, the resolute Vanguard felt his heart become a mess. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, Nalji's expression was ferocious, and he struggled. It has been 18 years. He raised his sword, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a few words. I've had enough of your self-righteousness and smart aleck. Nalji glared at the shocked Barney and pointed his sword at him. I've had enough of your incessant preaching and declarations, day and night. Nalji sucked in a sharp breath, as if he wanted to vent all his discomfort and resentment. He roared loudly. I've had enough of your resolute, unyielding, and exemplary demeanor. Nalji's eyes were red, and they were filled with tears. He breathed harshly. He seemed to be sobbing, but he also seemed to be angry. The royal guard seemed to have never seen Nalji like this before. All of them were caught off guard. But when he saw him like this, Thales felt puzzled from the bottom of his heart. That's not right. The sin of Hell's River surged into his brain. Thales began to force himself to recall. He recalled those abnormal things. From the moment he came to the prison of bones. All the factors, all the things, and all the logic. That's not right. From the moment he saw Zacriel, Nalji's attitude was very wrong. No, it's not just that place. Earlier. Nalji. At this moment, Thales spoke in a daze. That song. Nalji's pained and struggling expression froze. What? His shoulders trembled violently. His expression changed drastically, and his breathing became irregular. Thales remembered. He finally figured out what was wrong. In front of everyone, the teenager breathed absent-mindedly. He enunciated his speculations clearly. Just now, Zacriel said that he was the only one who knew the truth. And all the misfortune started when he failed to dissuade the old King Adi and stop him from marrying Queen Fiosa, a mystic who claimed to be his old friend. Nalji shuddered when he heard this. But Thales' voice also trembled slightly. He seemed to have thought of something terrifying. But that song. Thales stared at him in a daze. But when we met for the first time across the prison cell, that song you sang to appease Cannon. Barney Jr., Samuel Belden. The others frowned. That wasn't a coincidence, was it? At that moment, it was as if someone had pressed down on the air. Nalji's breathing instantly calmed down. In just a few seconds, Nalji's expression changed from despair and pain to sadness and relief. He closed his eyes and let his tears fall. In the next second, Nalji curled up the corners of his lips with great difficulty. You are very sharp, Your Highness. Before everyone's incredulous gazes, Nalji let out a forlorn chuckle as tears rolled down his face. No. Chapter 459. Thales fixed his gaze on Nalji, and began to size up this person whom he had not paid much attention to previously. Nalji held the key to the prison of bones tightly. He looked panicked and miserable. In fact, when Ricky and his disaster swords found the prison cell, Nalji was the first one to speak. His voice always had a lazy, leisurely, and indolent tone, as if he had nothing to do with anything. But Thales did not remember when Nalji's voice began to lose its lazy tone. It became short, nervous, and uneasy. Now that he thought about it, it should have been when Zacriel appeared before them. But what made him react so strongly to the Night of Judgment's appearance? Was it pure fear and panic? Or was it something else? The key, Nalji. Barney Jr. only wavered for a second before he resolutely pulled his thoughts away from Nalgy's seemingly profound words. He spoke in a commanding tone. Unfortunately, Nalgy was no longer as obedient as before. We have already escaped, the prince is safe, and Zachriel is free. Nalgy moved the corners of his lips laboriously. The tip of the sword he pointed at the group trembled non-stop. It was as if he did not hear Barney Jr.'s orders. Then we just have to hide our identities and live the rest of our lives. Zachriel can do whatever he likes, and this young prince will return to Renaissance Palace to be the heir of the royal family. One day he will rule the world and become a hero of his generation. Isn't this good? Nalgy looked at Thales. His voice was pleading, which made the latter even more puzzled. Isn't it a happy thing for everyone to bury the past that we cannot bear to look back on? Right then, Nalgy looked like a despairing wife questioning her heartless husband. In the end he turned to Barney Jr. His eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. But why are you so stubborn, Barney? Nalgy questioned Barney Jr. His abnormal behavior made many people uneasy. Belden's face was so serious that it looked like it was about to crack at the next moment. Tardin was bewildered, as if he was meeting Nalgy for the first time. Nair lowered his head in deep thought. Samuel showed an expression that was even more surprised than when he learned that Zachriel was a traitor. Bruley, who could not speak, shook his head while he trembled. Cannon started mumbling incomprehensible words again. Not to mention Barney Jr. Thales guessed from the vanguard's trembling hand as he held his sword. It took him a lot of willpower to suppress the urge to stab his former comrade. Why do you have to return to the capital? Why do you have to dig up the past? Nalgy's tone was tired and sorrowful. He sounded like a sinner who was being tortured before his execution. Why do you insist on forcing Zachriel to a dead end, and making things go out of hand? At this moment, Nalgy, who had turned into a pacifist, looked terrified. He turned his head and looked around the group with a pleading gaze. In the next second, Barney Jr. seemed to have run out of patience. The tip of his sword went straight for Nalgy's left hand. He wanted to seize the key while Nalgy was unprepared, until another sword slashed out from the side and pressed against Barney's throat with a cold gleam. Quick Rope cried out in surprise. Almost in an instant, several of the royal guards subconsciously raised their weapons and faced each other in the wind. When Thales came back to his senses, he was shocked to find that the situation had become a little abnormal. The tip of Barney Jr.'s sword was pointed at Nalgy's left hand, and his throat was pressed against Samuel's sword. Belden and Tardin responded faithfully. They used their axes and swords to block Samuel, who had suddenly turned against them. Cannon seemed to be terrified. He raised his weapon, but he did not know why. Bruley squeaked anxiously. Nair stood by the side and held his dart tightly in his hand. Thales was dazed by the sudden split of the guards, and he could not quite grasp the situation at that moment. He could only exchange a glance with the equally confused Quick Rope. What is the meaning of this, Samuel? Barney Jr. stared at the key in Nalgy's hand. He felt the coldness in his throat, and his face was pale. Are you finally going to show your true colors? Samuel's expression was cold. He held his sword against the incredulous Barney Jr., completely disregarding the fact that his vitals were shrouded by 3 weapons. He glanced at Nalgy, whose eyes were lifeless. Let him finish. Tardin held his sword and saber against Samuel's vitals at the back of his waist. He seemed to find it hard to understand. Wait, Samuel. Do you realize that we are running for our lives? Samuel snorted coldly. He tilted the sword in his hand slightly, forcing Barney Jr. to move to the side. Do you think I care about running for my life? After 18 years on the run? His emotionless and disregard for life and death made the other guards look at each other at a loss. The veins on Barney Jr.'s neck almost popped out of his flesh. Quick Rope looked at the wall behind him, which was supposed to be the exit, but it was empty. He scratched his hair in pain and whispered to Thales, "You constellations are so troublesome." Thales frowned as he watched the royal guards fight amongst themselves again. Yes. Unless, that's not a simple troublesome matter. Once he finished speaking, Samuel did not even look at the angry vanguard. Instead, he turned to the person who seized the only chance of survival in the field. Tell us, Nalgy. Aside from that song and what Zachriel said, what else do you know about the bloody year? Even though the situation was not good, this topic still stirred up many people's interest. No one put down the weapons in their hands, but Barney Jr., Samuel Belden, and Tardin all turned their gazes to Nalji at that moment. It's the other way around, Samuel. As he watched the brothers turn against each other, Nalji chuckled strangely, as if he had been relieved of something. What you should ask is, what else do you not know about that year? Things we don't know? Questions appeared on Barney Jr. and Samuel's faces at the same time. This was probably the only thing they could find in common at that moment. Barney Jr. looked at Belden in puzzlement. But Belden shook his head at Barney Jr., indicating that he did not know. Nalji noticed their interaction, but he laughed nervously. Didn't you notice? Thales watched in astonishment as Nalji's face was dyed with madness and delight, but there was despair and gloom reflected in his eyes. Didn't you notice that when Zachriel wantonly exaggerated his dissatisfaction towards the late king, and expressed his hatred towards the calamities, his acting was really bad? His explanations were very far-fetched, and his words were pale and powerless? Bad acting. His words were pale and powerless. Barney Jr. paused for a moment. Nalji laughed again. He pointed at Samuel, and there were tears in his laughter. Haven't you noticed that Samuel is still filled with misgivings? He is questioning and doubting every single word that our famous watchman says? Thales was filled with doubts. He carefully thought about every word Zachriel said. What does he mean? Is Zachriel lying? He was not the only one who was puzzled. Barney Jr. and Belden looked at each other. They were very puzzled. Then Samuel continued Nalji's words. So his betrayal was not because of those **t reasons, he said. Samuel shook his head gently. Surprise flashed in his eyes. It was because Zachriel had no choice in that matter. He was in a dilemma, and he could only go with the flow, right? Nalji turned his head and cast a tired glance at Samuel. He did not say a word, but his tense face relaxed. Thales noticed that many people's expressions had changed. Samuel was still holding his sword, but all his attention had been shifted to Nalji. He asked skeptically, Nalji. He asked tentatively. And today, when the truth is about to be revealed, he is also in a dilemma. He is in a dilemma, and he would rather bear all of this himself. When he said this, Samuel's expression slowly changed. I still remember that when Zachriel gave the main force of the royal guards the strange order to lure them away from their base and weaken their defense, most of the people behaved. Nalji laughed again. This time he laughed especially happily. Samuel, you son of **tch, you are indeed a member of the flag-bearer division. Samuel's expression changed completely. Barney Jr., who was held in the middle of the field, could no longer stand it. He said loudly, What are you talking about? The absent-minded Nalji seemed to have only noticed Barney then. He snorted softly. Ha ha ha, Barney. He looked at Barney Jr., who was holding a sword of righteous indignation, and shook his head in disdain. I was thinking, just how stupid and bigoted do you have to be to believe that the noble, virtuous, and cautious knight of judgment is the source of all evil and the mastermind behind the scenes? That you will believe that he is the person who betrayed his loyalty and killed the late king because of righteous indignation, delusion, injustice, and anger? Then, you will deceive yourself and search for your so-called justice on him? Nalji held the key and pounded his chest. He swept his gaze over everyone with a mocking gaze. Do you really think that he can make dozens of noble, outstanding, smart, and powerful royal guards, including us, obey his orders without hesitation, easily dismantle the defense of Renaissance Palace, and allow the despicable assassination to happen just because he is the watchman? Many people frowned even more. Wait, he means... Thales' expression slowly changed. Samuel wanted to say something, but he stopped. Barney Jr.'s expression did not change, but the meaning in his eyes slowly changed. Do you really think that the betrayal and assassination that shook the Western Peninsula in Eternal Star City all those years ago? Nalji panted, and the brand on his face became even more unpleasant. With just Zachriel's power and one order he could complete it? Everyone was stunned. They quietly watched Nalji, who was on the verge of breaking down. Then a few seconds later, "What do you mean?" Barney Jr. recovered from his daze with great difficulty. Nalji took a few deep breaths and paused for a second, as if he was savoring the complicated feelings in this moment. Everyone subconsciously held their breaths. "That's right." Under everyone's gazes, Nalji still spoke. His voice was low, and his tone was gloomy. There was a hint of relief in his tone, as if he had accepted his fate. "It's not just Zakriel. In the past, the royal guards knew about the plot beforehand, but pretended to be deaf and dumb, and cooperated with our brothers who carried out the assassination." Nalji lowered his head and whispered, "More than half of them." Obviously, the power of these words was second only to the alchemy ball Thales had just thrown. No one snapped out of their daze for a whole 10 seconds. Everyone just stared at Nalji with their mouths agape. They were shocked. Unknowingly, Barney Jr.'s sword was lowered gently. As its master's heart wavered, the blade of the sword became sheathed. It no longer shone with a cold glare, and its murderous aura filled the air. Almost at the same time, Samuel also lowered his weapon. Belden and Tardan no longer threatened the back of Samuel's waist. But at that moment, no one wanted to care about the unpleasantness that had just occurred. Thales only blinked furiously, and tried hard to sort out the chaotic thoughts in his head at that moment. Wait. More than half of the royal guards. They knew about it beforehand, but pretended to be deaf and dumb? If that's the case, the plot to assassinate 82nd during the Bloody Year was. When he thought of this, Thales suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as if he was suffocating. "What?" Barney Jr. asked in a quiet voice in the quiet atmosphere. His tone was light, and his tone was indifferent. He sounded like a little boy hiding under his bed and running away from the monster in his nightmare. But in the end he woke up the monster. Or all the people in the hall. Beforehand. Belden widened his eyes in disbelief. More than half. Samuel spat out the words laboriously. Almost everyone was stunned. As the center of attention in the hall, Nalji snorted again. He raised his head, and there was a clear look in his dark eyes. He looked like a prisoner who had calmly accepted his execution. Perhaps more. His tone could no longer be distinguished whether he was laughing or crying. When Zakriel gave the order, some of the guards might have noticed that something was wrong. But even though they did not participate in it, they did not say anything, and they did not ask about it. But it made no difference. No one answered him. But he did not need to. Nalji closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling incredibly relieved. But just now, when Zakriel claimed that he was the one who did all this, I knew that he was putting on a brave front, putting on a strong front, and overestimating himself. Nalji said absent-mindedly, he wanted to bear everyone's sins with his own body under our witness. He wanted to cover up the shame and scandal. He wanted to be the lonely hero who suffered in sorrow and was silent. Putting on a strong front? Putting on a strong front? Bearing the sins? Lonely hero? Thales blinked and tried his best to free himself from the shocking truth just now. He recalled a certain expressionless man with a long face, and tried to understand Nalji's description of the fierce and murderous night of judgment. But I can't let him do that. Nalji's voice became softer. His hand, which held the key, fell together with his weapon. He looked like a helpless traveler who had slipped into an abyss. I can't do that. I can't. Nalji opened his eyes again and mumbled with a lifeless gaze. I can't anymore. I can't anymore. If that's the case, Zakriel's act of taking all the blame just now was, Thales thought in a daze. On the other side, he could only hear the rising and falling breaths of the guards. So King Kessel was right to throw us into the prison of bones. Everyone turned their heads stiffly. In the suffocating darkness, Samuel's voice traveled into their ears with great difficulty. Because through a certain method, he truly knew that the royal guard's loopholes and dereliction of duty behind the late king's misfortune were not a coincidence. Samuel looked at everyone helplessly. He saw that they were also unable to accept this fact. Because it was a dirty plot that involved more than 100 people, both inside and outside, a collective rebellion. Samuel stated his conclusion in a daze. Chapter 460. A Collective Rebellion. Thales stared at Nalji, whose breathing was unstable. Royal Guards? Rebellion? No one responded to Samuel's heart-wrenching words. Time seemed to have stopped for a moment. Everything stopped in the past and no longer moved forward. It was only when Barney Jr. inhaled and sneered in disdain that everyone snapped out of their shock again. Ridiculous. Barney Jr.'s voice sounded a little disheveled. Nalji, your shameless lies are just like lies? Nalji retorted loudly like an enraged animal, cutting off Barney Jr.'s unnatural question in his throat. Lies. There was a despairing coldness in Nalji's tone, and it made everyone shudder even though it was not cold. He looked around at his fellow guards, who all had different expressions on their faces, and said to Barney Jr. with the ghost of a smile, "Then take a guess, Barney. All these years in the dungeon, the 37 brothers whom you said you would avenge and seek justice for, why did they pass away?" 37. Without any warning, Barney Jr. shuddered. He was not the only one who reacted this way. Samuel, Belden, Tardin, Cannon, and many others had different expressions on their faces. Thales was still immersed in the shocking news of the guards' collective rebellion. He sized up the crowd again with a pale face. Based on what Nalji said, half of the royal guards knew about the king's assassination. Perhaps many of them were not participants, but at least, they were bystanders who did not do anything. Then, in the royal guards, most of the participants and insiders who were no longer alive, what was their relationship with the bloody year, the tragedy of the royal family, and the mastermind behind the scenes? In fact, these people who were still alive here, these people who swore the Praetorian oath to be eternally loyal to the minister, Belden, Tardin, Cannon, Bruley, without realizing it, Thales' face turned pale, and he took a step back. Nalji's hoarse and pained voice continued. Do you remember Walker? He died during the internal strife in the first year. I guess he must have found out the truth later on, and brought the matter to light. Quick knife Walker. Barney Jr.'s vision blurred for an instant, and the image of a slick and small man appeared before his eyes. Morian and Bug were innocent until they found out that their companions, who had been with them all the time, might be traitors, and that they had indirectly caused the death of the late king. These facts were unacceptable to them. Nalji's words were weak, but they contained a shocking meaning. It caused the expressions of the guards to change drastically. Samuel even exhaled in pain. Kamal knew about it, but he was too proud. He was so proud that he couldn't be loyal and guilty at the same time. Facing your merciless scolding, he still lived as if nothing had happened. Morian, Bug, and Carmira. Barney Jr.'s breathing slowly stopped. Belden's aura trembled. Tardin's eyes were filled with fear. There's also Larley, the big guy. I'm not familiar with him, so I don't know if he wanted to kill because he discovered the truth, or if someone else discovered the truth and wanted to kill him. One name after another floated in the air. Nalji's words were filled with misery, and he was sobbing. Gold and Skeleton might not have participated in it, but they always carried a deep sense of guilt, and it was difficult for them to get over it. Until the two bastards decided to throw everything away. Rogo was very determined in the beginning, but I guess the dark life in prison eroded his will. Cox was very calm, but in the end he couldn't face the disappearance of so many people. He couldn't accept the fact that he had implicated them because of his own selfishness. As Nalji spoke, the guards had long since lost their composure and were moved. Samuel's eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion. Nair stood dumbfounded. Bruley clenched his fists in pain, and Cannon covered his forehead as he trembled slightly. In the end, Nalji, whose face was covered in tears, was practically roaring. How many of them died because they couldn't bear the pain of being imprisoned? How many of them died because they were wronged? How many of them actually died because they were filled with guilt and depression? Do you really not know, proud and resolute Quill Barney? As Thales listened to Nalji's words, he felt increasingly depressed. Back then, the 46 royal guards of Constellation who were imprisoned because of shame, guilt, pain, crimes, and the unspeakable truth. How did they spend the past decade or so? Barney Jr. opened his mouth helplessly, But he had no words to say. He could only gasp for air. But Nalji's words became sharper and sharper. Nalji gritted his teeth and said, "And you paranoid maniac, have been complaining about your injustice in front of them day and night for more than 10 years. You've been cursing the damn traitors, and you've been spitting on shameless conspiracies." Barney Jr. seemed to have remembered something. His expression became dazed, puzzled, and surprised. A few seconds later, the emotions on his face turned into the deepest fear and panic. "When you made a solemn vow in front of those 37 people that you wouldn't turn back even if you died, threatened to dig out the truth, exposed everything, threatened to make the sinners pay the price, let our brothers avenge their humiliation, and even forced them to support you." Nalji's tears flowed down uncontrollably. "Do you really know what your seemingly righteous and loyal accusation and determination meant to them, who were already dispirited and unable to escape from their nightmares?" At that moment, Barney Jr.'s body swayed. He stabbed the tip of his sword into the ground so that he would not fall limply. But the vanguard's face was already as pale as a sheet, and he was drenched in cold sweat. No. Barney Jr., who was almost absent-minded, was like a timid and helpless child at that moment. "No. You don't King know what you're talking about, Nalji." Barney Jr. staggered a step back and shook his head madly. His emotions were filled with terror. "Over the years, I watched them die, I buried them, I gave them a speech. For them, for the sake of clearing their injustice one day, I have been able to drag out my ignoble existence until now." Barney Jr.'s condition had almost hit rock bottom. He talked to himself like a madman, and he was not any less than Zachriel in the past. The guards stared at each other in an almost absent-minded manner. They could read the reluctance and pain in each other's eyes. But Nalji, whose mental state was not much better than Barney Jr.'s, was clearly not prepared to let the vanguard go. "Ha ha ha. Are you saying that they are the only reason why you can continue living?" Nalji laughed and cried as he mocked Barney Jr. "But you don't know. Most of them carry shame, guilt, self-blame, pain, and torture after they are imprisoned. They face their ugliest selves and struggle to survive. Every day feels like a year. And you, cool Barney." Nalji pointed at Barney Jr. with hatred written all over his face. "You thought you were encouraging them, saving them, and redressing their grievances. But in fact, you were constantly lashing at their hearts, reminding them, recalling them, and deepening their impression and shame of that night. You used your noble and loyal moral integrity and personality, your righteous slogans, and your determination to make them suffer even in prison. You forced them to have nowhere to go, and they tortured themselves." As he listened to Nalji's words, Barney Jr. was like an unfortunate traveler who fell into an abyss. He trembled in fear, and even his breathing became uneven. "It's you." Nalji's vicious accusation was engraved in his heart. "It's you. It's you one after another. Day after day, you used a method that seemed to encourage them, but was actually cursing them. You forced them into a dead end, and in the end you forced them to die to free themselves." Nalji's words were heart-wrenching. They echoed in the underground prison, and the expressions of all those who heard them changed. "You are the real murderer of those 37 brothers. Quill Barney." Clang. While everyone's minds trembled, the sword and shield in Barney Jr.'s hands fell to the ground at the same time, and they trembled non-stop. "No." Barney Jr. covered his face with his hands in pain, and his entire body trembled. "No. No, it's not me." His voice was timid and fearful. In the face of Barney Jr. in this state, Nalji laughed loudly. "And you, the young soldier, are still returning to the capital in a righteous and high-spirited manner to uncover the truth and seek justice for them?" His smile slowly faded away. "Stop joking, you son of a b*th Barney. You don't know that when you stood there and accused Zachriel just now, every word you said made me sick." Barney Jr.'s moans became even more pained. Thales watched this incredibly cruel confrontation with complicated emotions. The discomfort and puzzlement in his heart were tormenting him as well. He remembered the brutal and merciless confrontation between the Star Killer and the Raven of Death in the land of barren rocks in the city of faraway prayers. But even then, It could not be compared to the scene before his eyes. The other guards watched this scene in a daze. Even Samuel was speechless. For a time, only Barney Jr.'s pained moans could be heard in the underground prison. He bent down and pressed his hands on his knees. He inhaled and exhaled mouthfuls of air, as if this was the only way he could obtain nourishment to continue living. But, all of you don't know, do you? Barney Jr. turned to the others while trembling. He no longer had the calmness and awe-inspiring air of a vanguard. That's right. It's impossible for all of us not to know about such an important matter. Tell me, he must have made this up. His tone was almost begging. He hoped to get an answer. But the answer was usually not what he wanted. I suspected it. A deep voice rose. But he lowered his head under everyone's gazes. His face was ashen. The order that day was too strange. It was too rare, but no one stood up to oppose it, so later, when I was in prison, I also suspected it, but he did not continue. Barney Jr.'s gaze was first filled with shock, then despair grew. Belden stared at Nair in disbelief. Another calm, frail, and frighteningly frail voice cut in. It's true. Everyone turned their gazes to the other person. It's true. I know what Nalji said. The speaker answered with a lifeless voice. Barney Jr.'s voice trembled as he looked at the speaker. Tardin? You? Fales furrowed his eyebrows. Tardin threw down his sword and spoke in a desolate and deathly manner. If they told me that this would happen, if I knew that Constance would, then I wouldn't have. As he spoke, tears rolled down his cheeks. I wouldn't have. Tardin's throat seemed to be blocked. It lowered along with his head, and he no longer responded. Samuel stared at him in shock. No. This was the dumbfounded Barney Jr. A third trembling voice rang out. It shouldn't have been like this. Fales turned his head. Cannon was shivering as he leaned against the corner of the wall. I was the one who delayed them. I recalled the sentries and left the door open. But according to the plan, everything should have been simple and straightforward. It should have ended before they even realized it. Then I should have died with the assassins. I shouldn't have lived until now. Cannon's eyes were lifeless as he muttered to himself. I'm sorry. The light in Barney Jr.'s eyes gradually dimmed, as if his last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. Cannon let out a strained laugh. Nalji was right. Samuel was also right. This is our fault. We can't run away from it. He shook his head nervously and muttered to himself. We can't let Zakriel be alone. He's already shouldering too much. When Nalji finished speaking, the dungeon was silent for a long time. Then Barney Jr.'s hoarse and numb voice rose again. Is there anyone else? A few seconds later, Bruley sobbed in pain and knelt down. He stuttered in pain. Bruley. Barney stared at him in a daze. Nalji chuckled softly. His eyes were unfocused. This is why he can't speak anymore. Nalji said softly. He doesn't have the courage to face it. The last hint of expression on Barney Jr.'s face disappeared. Tardin, Cannon, Bruley, Nalji. The vanguard stared numbly at the four people in front of him, who were behaving differently. Over the past decade or so, 37 people. Why didn't you tell me the truth? His voice echoed in the four walls. No one spoke. Fales watched them with a depressed heart. At that moment, it was as if nothing else mattered. The truth? The one who spoke was still Nalji. With a mocking gaze, he looked straight at Barney Jr. Barney, do you know who was the leader of the incident that year? When he said this, almost everyone's expression changed, including Barney's. His almost numb and lifeless face twitched again. Fales suddenly moved. He seemed to have understood something. Nalji bent down and laughed in pain. Barney, you pathetic fool. He really loved you, didn't he? There was deep hatred in Nalji's words. That's why he protected you too well. You didn't know anything. Perhaps he was betting on both sides. He still hoped that after the incident, you could escape with your innocence and ignorance and stay in the palace. And even take over his position? Barney Jr.'s eyes suddenly widened. No. The vanguard mumbled. A great wave of grief and despair came crashing down on him. That's right, he heard Nalji say coldly. That year, the person who led us to gather together, instigated us to let the rebellion in the palace run amok, threw us all into the endless abyss, and then escaped the final judgment alone was not someone else. Nalji gritted his teeth. The emotions in his eyes were indescribable. I hate him. I curse him, he said hatefully. That's right, the vice-captain of the royal guards. Quill Barney the senior. Your damned father. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Barney Jr.'s weapon fell from his hand, and his knees touched the ground. He knelt on the ground in a daze. His breathing was intermittent, and his eyes were empty. From that moment onwards, there was no longer a hint of life on his face. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.